1975 World Series. Brought to you by Kelly Springfield, tires that make a world of difference. O.M. Scott, makers of Turf Builder and other fine lawn care products. The Gillette Track 2 shaving system, the closest thing to a perfect shave. And by your Chrysler Plymouth dealers who invite you to see Cordoba for 76, the small Chrysler. Good evening, everybody around the world. Kurt Gowdy and Marty Brenneman. Yes, there is a Game 6 to the World Series. No, they are not playing it in rowboats. We finally got a break in the weather. The northeaster that hung around Boston for 3 days has blown away. We've had a beautiful, sort of windy, sunny day. They were going to use helicopters to try and dry the field off. Not needed. Mother Nature did the work, and the field is in good shape for tonight. Maybe a little bit slow, a slow track for Joe Morgan, Concepcion, Ken Griffey, and some of those Cincinnati speedsters. But all in all, everything is just right. It's a fairly decent night here. Temperature around 65, 70 degrees at game time, and it's a batter's wind at Fenway Park. The last time the Reds were here, they faced an east wind blowing in. Now the wind is blowing out. And I can already see Bench and Perez and Foster, Concepcion, some of those right-handed hitters in the Red Sox lineup, Petrocelli, Fisk, and Dwight Evans drooling at getting a ball up in the air toward the left field fence. The pitchers tonight will be Louis Tiant, trying to become the 12th pitcher to win 3 games in a World Series. He's beaten the Reds twice, going the distance both times. And Gary Nolan, a right-hander, will start for Cincinnati. At the first sign of trouble, the Red bullpen will be busy. Sparky Anderson said he may use everybody tonight except Don Gullip, who would start if the series goes to Game 7. Remember, the Reds need to win tonight, and it's all over. A Red Sox win was sent it into its final game tomorrow night. Well, the players for 3 days. What have they been thinking? What have they been doing? I went down on the field before the game and talked to Rico Petrocelli and asked him if the layoff had maybe taken away some of his spirit for the World Series. Here's what he had to say.
Well, I think after maybe the second day, everybody there was like a little letdown as far as being anxious and, the excitement of it. But I think it's picked up again, and everybody's ready to go now, especially with the weather being so good.
It is a lovely night. You wouldn't think I'd ever see the sun again here, were you?
You're not kidding, because I know a couple of weeks ago it rained 5 straight days, and you do lose a little edge, but in this short time, I don't think anybody's going to lose that much.
What'd you do during the last 3 days? Did you work out?
Yeah, I worked out here a couple of times, and I worked out at home, my basement. I swung the lead bat and did a lot of exercises, and that's about all you can do.
For a fellow that has inner ear problems, that's supposed to be thinking about retirement, you've had one great series, Rico.
Well, I've been very excited about it, Kurt. If you can't get up for a World Series game, you can't get up for anything, and this is a big thrill for me. I hope I don't have to retire. I'm going to get some checkups in the next week, and I hope they turn out okay, and I'd love to come back to baseball if they do.
What condition is this field in tonight?
I think excellent for the amount of rain that fell on it. The drainage was very good, and the infield's very good, so there shouldn't be any problems.
Now you have Louis Tiant going against Gary Nolan. How do you fellows at this ball club feel about it? First, about tonight.
Well, first of all, I think it was the best move pitching Tiant tonight because we don't win. There's no tomorrow, so we have to win this ball game and then be concerned about tomorrow's game. Nolan is capable of pitching a heck of a ball game. Last game, I didn't think he had too much. His control was a little off, but we know he's a good competitor, and if he's got his real good control, he's going to be tough.
And if you happen to win tonight, what about Game 7?
Well, that's anything can happen there. We just want to get to Game 7. I imagine Gullett will be going, and he had excellent control over in Cincinnati. And if he does have it again, he's going to be tough. But I'd still rather go into the 7th game period, and not worry about who's pitching.
That was Rico Petrocelli, the third baseman of the Red Sox. Let's get over there and find out now the Cincinnati side of things with the Cincinnati broadcaster, Marty Brenneman. Marty?
Well, Kurt, you talked to Rico Petrocelli, and I guess the topic of conversation around Boston has been the 3-day layoff and what effect it might have on both ball clubs. And I posed a question to Joe Morgan. What effect will the 3-day layoff have on him and the Cincinnati Reds?
It has to affect you a little bit, Marty, in that you lose a little time that you felt like you had when we were in Cincinnati, but it has to affect the Boston Red Sox the same way. So I'm not looking for it to be an advantage to any team.
Sparky Anderson made the comment a couple of days ago that historically over the course of the season, this club has not hit well after a day or two off. Does this concern you?
No, not really, because I don't think about anything that's happened in the past or what the situation is. I'm going out tonight for us to try and win this game, and however we can do it, it doesn't really matter. If we have to hit a lot or if we can just get good pitching and maybe steal a few bases or whatever, I'm just going to try and win. I don't care how we do it.
The first two games in here, the track was somewhat slow because of rain last weekend. Now they've had the great abundance of rain here over the last 3 days, but the infield appears to be somewhat hard and fast. Do you look at it that way?
No, I think the infield is going to be slow, Martin. I think this is by design. I'm sure they left the tarp on a little bit today instead of taking it off so that the sun could get to it and maybe dry it out a little bit. Or if I was that team, I would do the same thing. But the way I look at it right now, it doesn't look to be as fast as it should be.
Now, as far as the Reds pitcher tonight, Gary Nolan, and I guess already the second guessers have come out in droves because Gary Nolan is a fly ball pitcher, and of course the left field wall here is inviting. What do you look for from him?
Well, Gary, as you know, can jerk up a game every once in a while where it doesn't matter if the fences are right behind shortstop all the way around. He can do it. He's that type of pitcher. When he's got his good control and his good stuff, they're not going to hit too many fly balls deep. They might hit a lot of pop-up. So I'm not really that worried about Gary. I know Gary's got the ability to do the job that we need done tonight.
The Reds can afford to gamble a little bit tonight, can't they?
Well, I don't look at it that way, Marty. People might say so because we have a lead, but I believe you got to get it out of the way as soon as possible and don't gamble, don't take any chances. Let's do the play just like it's the 7th game of the World Series and it's tied.
Marty, I saw you chatting with Sparky Anderson, the Reds manager, in the dugout. What do you have to tell you about his pitching plans?
Well, he, of course, is going to start Gary Nolan, Kurt, and as you know, Jack Billingham was extremely upset over the fact that he was going to be passed by here and made no bones about it. He said that it was a tremendous disappointment to him, and I think, quite frankly, that Sparky Anderson is opening himself up to a whole lot of second guessing should Gary Nolan be shelled by the Red Sox tonight, because he's a fly ball pitcher. And that left field wall looms as a very, very imposing piece of concrete and tin and whatever in this ballpark. And as Joe Morgan pointed out, if Gary Nolan can locate the way he's capable of locating, that wall should not present a problem. But if he's just a little bit off, the Red Sox could have a big night tonight.
Sometimes the pitchers call it whatever and a lot of other things. The Red Sox, of course, are going to come back if they win tonight with Bill Lee tomorrow night, and he's unhappy that he didn't get the start in Game 6. So it seems like every day that the rains came and Game 6 was postponed further, more and more pitchers became unhappy with their managers. NBC's radio coverage of the World Series will continue after this message.
Gary Nolan.
Want a good start towards a thicker, greener lawn? Then put down some good, rich Scotts Turf Builder. You may not realize it, but this is a time of year when your lawn is going through an important growth period, a time when it sends out thousands of shoots to thicken itself. Scotts Turf Builder is chock full of the nutrients that your lawn needs. If you take just a half hour to spread some Turf Builder this weekend, you'll help your grass stay green and healthy all fall and into the winter. And that can make for a better-looking lawn come next spring. Scotts can put a halt to your crabgrass problems, too, with Scotts Halts Plus. Halts Plus contains Turf Builder to fertilize your lawn, plus a special crabgrass preventer that's guaranteed to keep crabgrass from coming back. Or you get your money back from Scotts. We promise it right on the package. You'll find Turf Builder, Halts Plus, and all our other lawn care products at your local Scotts retailer. Stop in soon. Scotts wants you to have a lawn you can be proud of.
The Cincinnati Reds have already been introduced to the fans. The Red Sox now, and of course you hear a roar. We're back in Boston, where the partisan Red Sox fans will greet their every move tonight. So it's time for us to run you down the batting orders if you have a pencil and care cord along with us. Leading off for the visiting Cincinnati Reds, Pete Rose will be at third base. Rose at third base leading off. Ken Griffey is in right field, batting number 2. Ken Griffey in right field. Hitting third at second base will be Joe Morgan. Morgan at second base, batting third. Johnny Bench is catching and batting cleanup for Cincinnati. Bench the cleanup batter. Tony Perez is at first base, batting number 5. Perez at first base. George Foster is in left field, batting 6. Dave Concepcion will be playing shortstop and batting 7th. Cesar Geronimo in center field, batting 8th. Geronimo. And Gary Nolan will be pitching and batting 9th. That's the Cincinnati Red lineup. Here's a lineup for the homestanding Red Sox. Leading off, and with a right-hander going, they insert Cecil Cooper back into the lineup. Cecil Cooper at first base. Batting second, playing at second base and batting second, Denny Doyle. Carl Yastrzemski is in left field, batting third. Carlton Fisk is catching and batting cleanup. Fred Lynn is in center field. He'll be hitting 5th. Rico Petrocelli is in third base, batting 6th. Dwight Evans in right field, batting 7th. Rick Burleson is the shortstop, hitting 8th. And Luis Tiant will be pitching and batting 9th. The umpires are coming out. Satch Davidson is the umpire behind home plate. He's from the National League. Art France of the American Leagues at first. Nick Colucci of the National Leagues at second. Larry Barnett of the American League at third. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Dick Stello's down the left field line, and George Maloney umpiring the right field line. And now our national anthem.
Please join the singing of our national anthem.
The sellout crowd settles back down again. Box seats going for $100 today by scalpers around Boston. Bleacher seats for $35 to $50 in this historic 63-year-old ballpark. Pete Rose is coming out to bring the Cincinnati lineup. He's the captain of the Reds. And Darrell Johnson, the manager of the Red Sox, represents his club. Louis Tiant and Gary Nolan are heating up in their bullpens out in the right center field. Tiant's working faster and harder right now because he has to answer the bell quicker. And you just heard the boos. Larry Barnett, we were talking, a tragic thing, has had his life threatened here by a fan, and the FBI has been called in. And the fans' feelings, of course, running rampant. Well, we pause 10 seconds for station identification.
This is WNWS-FM New York, where you'll hear news and information live 24 hours a day at 97 on your FM dial. News FM.
Kurt Gowdy and Marty Brenneman back in Fenway Park, Boston. A delightful evening after 3 days of a storm. The wind is kicking up, blowing hard out toward center field, and it's going to be a factor in tonight's game. It's a batter's win tonight. And both pitchers better have stuff and better be able to put that ball where they want to. Louis Tiant knows that. He's had a history of pitching good games in this ballpark. The first ball, the ceremonial first pitch. Here's Tiant walking in from the bullpen, Marty. He puts on quite a show. He's had standing ovations ever since he left the dugout. He jogged in the outfield. He visited every portion of the field so the fans could see him there. And he gets a standing ovation as he walks in toward the Red Sox dugout.
Well, Kurt, his kind, as far as I'm concerned, is tremendous for baseball. He's an asset to the game of baseball, as the fans in Cincinnati feel Pete Rose is. And as you and I were talking before our broadcast tonight, you can't take it away from the guy. He has the adulation of the Boston fans, and he certainly plays to them. He took his run around the warning track earlier tonight to the roar of this Fenway Park crowd, and he's just now made his way into the Boston dugout.
Field with Chris Speaker and Harry Hooper. Please give a warm welcome to George Duffy Lewis.
Duffy Lewis, who used to play left field here, one of the most famous outfields of all time. Hooper, Speaker, and Lewis. A tremendous outfield. Duffy Lewis has the honor of throwing out the first ball. And in the days he played here, Marty, you talk about the left field wall, they used to have a cliff running up there, a hill. And Lewis was very famous for running up the hill and never stumbling. They had another player who played left field about as badly as you could ever play it, but was a great hitter, named Smead Jolly. And they used to kid about Smead Jolly. They always said Smead could get up the hill, but never knew how to get back down it again. but he could hit.
Kurt, not knowing a great deal about this park, is the left field wall always been as high as it is now?
Yeah, it was lowered, and they raised it, and they took the cliff or the hill away, but Lewis was a master of playing that hill, and he's honored here tonight. There go the Red Sox on the field. Marty Brenneman will set them up defensively for you and get ready for the play-by-play of Game 6 of the 1975 World Series.
Okay, Kurt, as the Red Sox take the field, this 3-day layoff because of rain in Boston certainly has not dented the enthusiasm. And as Kurt Gowdy mentioned, you look at the temperature, the weather conditions here in Boston, and really it's hard to believe that we ever had the kind of inclement, rainy, cold, windy weather that we have experienced for the last 3 days here in Boston. The Red Sox on defense tonight around their infield. At first base is Cecil Cooper. At second base, Denny Doyle. The shortstop, Rick Burleson. At third base, the veteran Rico Petrocelli. In left field, Carl Yastrzemski. The center fielder, rookie Fred Lynn. In right field, it's Dwight Evans. And, of course, the Boston battery behind the plate, Carlton Fisk. And on the mound for the Boston Red Sox is right-hander Louis Tiant, trying to do something tonight that only 12 others in World Series history has ever done, and that is to win 3 games in one World Series. And I'll tell you, he has pitched outstanding baseball against Cincinnati, having shutting them out 6-0 in the opening game of this series a week ago Saturday, when he doled out only 5 hits, and then came back on the Reds' home ground at Riverfront Stadium to even out the series at 2 games apiece last Wednesday night, registering a 5-4 win. And, it was somewhat of a different game than was the first game. Tiant had to struggle throughout much of the game. The Reds had opportunities against him in the late innings, but when the big guy had to come up with a big pitch, he did exactly that. And as a result, is trying to win his 3rd tonight and also trying to send it to a 7th and deciding game here tomorrow night. The Reds, on the other hand, are on the verge, 1 game away from winning their first World Championship since way back in 1940. It has been that long since the Cincinnati Reds have reigned as world champions of Major League Baseball. They won an earlier championship in 1919 and have also appeared in the 1939, 61, 70, and 72 Fall Classics. But, of course, in those World Series, they wound up on the losing end. Pete Rose stepping in to get things underway, the 6th game of the World Series. Rose has been a big hitter for the Reds so far, 6 hits and 18 times up. The Tiant pitch is over on the outside corner for a call strike, and we're underway.
Marty, he's had only 1 hit against Tiant and 7 times up, but 4 of those outs were line drives.
That's right. He's hit the ball very, very hard against Tiant. He swings and laces one into left center field and caught on a skidding, diving catch by Carl Yastrzemski.
Rose is probably wondering what he has to do to get a base hit against Tiant. He hit that ball right on the nose.
Well, you talk about the pitching of Tiant. You talk about the controversy that has come up at times in the so far 5 games played, but I think the one big highlight has been the outstanding defense on the part of both clubs, but probably more so on Boston's part. The right fielder, Ken Griffey, will step in. Been up 19 times, has had 4 hits with 2 runs batted in. Against Tiant, has had a couple of hits and 8 trips to the plate. Strike is called to him. Kurt mentioned a National League umpire, Dave Satch Davidson, calling balls and strikes tonight. And we note that Rico Petrocelli is playing in on the grass at third base as Griffey steps out of the box and now quickly comes back in. Lynn shading Griffey a step toward left center. Count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike. Alex Grammas is always a third base coach for Cincinnati, and over at first is George Scherger. On deck for the Cincinnati Reds, second baseman Joe Morgan. As Tiant sights a sign, he kicks and fires. And Griffey moves out in front at 2 balls and 1 strike.
You can talk about the weather, who gets the biggest break with the delay. 1 day delay would have helped Tiant. He pitches best with 4 days. Now he's pitching with 5 days rest.
And as far as the Reds are concerned, it means that Don Gullett will go in game number 7, should it go that far. And, of course, Gullett would not have pitched a 3rd time under good weather conditions. Griffey with a foul back, and it's 2-2. The Reds returning to Fenway Park. The first 2 games of this series played here. Tiant shut them out 6-0. The Reds came back on 2 ninth-inning runs to score a 3-2 win in game number 2. Tiant waiting patiently on the mound for Griffey, who lost his bat as he took a practice swing and had to go to the other side of the plate to get it. Count holding at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out. Rose with a fly ball that Yastrzemski made a good catch of out in left field. Now the right-hander with a 2-2 pitch. Bouncing ball will be foul outside of first base.
Tiant looks like he did the first game. He has a strike on the batters. His control is better than it was the second time out.
Well, you can talk about his stuff, whether you're impressed with it or you're not impressed with it. You can say many things about this man, but the one thing that is definite is that he is a money player. 2-2 pitch again, and he's gone full on Ken Griffey. Crowd not particularly in accord with a call by Satch Davidson, a pitch just low and away. So 3 balls, 2 strikes on the Reds' right fielder. Trying to reach here with 1 out for Joe Morgan, who will be up next. Petrocelli, by the way, is now backed up into a normal position at third base. Here's a payoff pitch, and that is ball 4, and Griffey is on. You wonder about the running conditions. We thought, or certainly I did, after talking with Sparky Anderson, he said the skin portion of the infield is in good shape. Joe Morgan said it is not in good shape, and he said that's by design. So take that to mean what you want it to mean, but he's not at all pleased with the way things look on the infield, and we should see pretty soon, possibly here in the first inning now with Griffey on, about whether the Reds are going to try and run and force the issue early tonight.
The artificial surface is sort of forcing out the importance of the groundskeeper, but he can win some games for a home team by how high he lets the grass grow or how short it is.
Boston infield, a double play depth as Tiant goes to his stretch, turns a quick throw to first base, and Griffey gets back. Morgan, offensively, has not had a real good series, although he won the 3rd game in Cincinnati with a 10th inning base hit. 4 for 17, 2 runs batted in. Tiant again throwing that way, bouncing ball off the glove of Cooper, but not far enough to allow Griffey to move.
Tiant has one of the best moves in baseball for a right-hander. You don't get big leads against him. You're very cautious. He uses every trick of the trade with a head, wiggle-waggles down to his set position, and can make a snap throw to first with the best.
He has yet to deliver to the plate as Morgan waits with 1 out and Griffey at first base. Fisk sets a target. Here's a pitch. It's high, a ball. Well, the Reds stole only 1 base on him in the 2 games played when he was on the mound. And, in the first game, Carlton Fisk threw out a couple of runners. You talk about the track, you'd have to feel, Kurt, that this track is a little bit better tonight than it was a week ago Sunday when these 2 teams last played here.
It has to be, but it's not as fast, of course, as in Cincinnati.
Morgan ahead, a ball, no strikes. Reds trying to get something going in the first inning on a Griffey walk. Here's a pitch, and that's taken for a strike. Louis Tiant has simply been outstanding in his last 5 games at Fenway. He's won them all, and in 45 innings... Get this, he has allowed 2 runs, of which 1 was earned. That figures out to an earned run average of 0.20. He's even with Morgan, a ball and a strike. He's checking Griffey, a short lead at first base, a pitch. Off-speed pitch, and Morgan not having any of it, as it misses just a bit high, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike.
He is just missing right now, Marty. A couple of inches.
Johnny Bench is on deck. The Reds lead in the series 3-2. Cincinnati winning 2 out of the 3 games played in Riverfront Stadium. Tiant with the pause at the belt. Here's his next pitch, and Morgan is a pitch away from getting a walk as it goes to 3-1. And again, as you pointed out, Kurt, he is right around that plate. Of course, we talked about many times in the course of the series, when you've got Joe Morgan at the plate, you've got to pitch to him. You've got to throw strikes. He walked 132 times during the season to set a new Cincinnati Reds record. Now let's see what Griffey's going to be doing on this 3-1 pitch to Morgan. Cooper holding on the bag against Griffey, and now a throw goes that way, and once again he's back ahead of the throw. Whereas Lynn in center was playing Griffey maybe a step or 2 toward left center field, he's now shading Morgan toward right. Yastrzemski pulled well off the line in left field, Evans straight away and deep in right. 3 balls and a strike, Morgan waiting. Tiant bringing it to the plate, swung on and popped up. That's going to be playable. Off to the right of the plate by Carlton Fisk, who's under, and he's got it for the second out.
That wind blew the ball back from the box seats toward home plate. The wind is out tonight. Keep remembering that. Fly balls in the air that sometimes are going to look like easy outs may wind up off that left field wall.
Johnny Bench.
So 2 away in the first inning for Cincinnati. The batter will be Johnny Bench as Rick Burleson, the Red Sox shortstop, has something quickly to say to Louis Tiant. Bench has been up 19 times. He's had 5 hits, one of them a home run. He's knocked in 3 runs. His home run coming at Riverfront Stadium. In fact, in the 2 games played here, not a ball was hit out of here. And, of course, a win was a great factor in that respect. Griffey had a 1-out walk. Tiant has retired Rose and Morgan. Bench looks at strike 1. Boy, you talk to many of the writers who have been covering World Series for more years than even they care to remember, and they feel that this is one of the more exciting World Series than they've seen in a long, long time. It's at just about everything. Bench behind a strike. He swings, foul back of the plate. That'll be out of play. So Tiant is out in front quickly at 0-2. Talk about the possible edge that has been taken off on the part of both ball clubs, and well, the millions and millions of words that have been written in the last 3 days by writers who have really found it rough to come up with something to write about. That's been the big topic of conversation, and well, tonight's game will tell the story in that case. Tiant a strike away from ending the inning. He deals to Bench, and he got him on a good pitch, down and away, and Johnny Bench is struck out swinging. The Reds in the first, no runs, no hits, a man left on. They're scoreless after a half inning of play with the Red Sox coming to bat.
There is a co-ed school in Boston without a football team or cheerleaders. It's the John Hancock Institute, where many Hancock agents learn the latest ways to help you put your children through college or yourself through retirement. Oh, we do have one thing in common with other schools, a song.
Put your John Hancock on a John Hancock for your family, for your family.
I say, how do you get to work in the morning?
Well, I usually go down to the corner, turn left.
No, I mean, do you drive, take the bus?
Ah, I drive.
By yourself?
Yeah, by myself.
What a waste.
Waste?
You're wasting fuel, you're wasting energy, but most of all, you're wasting the air.
Yeah, well...
Do you ever think of sharing your car with others?
Yeah, but I don't think anybody would ride with me.
Oh, how come? You a bad driver?
I'm a milkman.
How about you? Won't you up fight air pollution? Share a ride, spare the air. Your lung association considers it a matter of life and breath.
Gary Lynn Nolan on the mound for the Cincinnati Reds tonight. He was a 15-game winner during the 1975 season, has made one prior start in this 1975 World Series, starting the 3rd game in Cincinnati, pitching 4 innings, allowing a run on 3 hits with no decision. Nolan was taken out of the game by Sparky Anderson due to muscle spasms in his neck that appear to be, he's completely over that problem.
Is that related to the operation he had last year? Or does he have the kind of a problem commonly?
Well, he had some tightness in his shoulder off and on during the season, Kurt, but I think this was the first time that he ever had any problems with his neck. We talked about earlier, Gary Nolan is a fly ball pitcher. Jack Billingham had been scheduled to pitch the 6th game. Because of the 3 days of rain, he switched to Gary Nolan, much to the surprise of many of the people here in Boston covering this event. Left-handed batting first baseman Cecil Cooper will open up the first for Boston. Nolan comes with the first pitch, and it's in there just below the netters for strike 1 call. Cooper has been up 13 times, has had a hit, not a double, and has knocked in 1 run. Round the Reds infield, Tony Perez at first, Joe Morgan second, Davey Concepcion at shortstop, and Pete Rose playing in at third. Cooper strike swinging. In the outfield, George Foster in left, Cesar Geronimo in center field, Ken Griffey is in right with Johnny Bench behind the plate. Nolan, 27 years old, a native of Hurlong, California, now makes his home in Oroville. Pitching the 0-2, and he pops Cooper into shallow center field. Geronimo waiting and makes a play for out number 1.
That was a beautiful off-speed pitch. He threw him 2 fastballs and took a little off and had Cooper over swinging.
Well, that's Gary Nolan as he retires Cooper, 1 down, and the batter will be the second baseman, Denny Doyle. Doyle's the only player on both teams who has hit safely in all 5 previous games. He's had 6 hits and 21 trips with a run batted in. Nolan working, and the ball is foul back.
It's surprising to me to see the way Doyle's hit left-handers in this series. He really stands in there against them. He's played in the World Series, Marty, the way he has since he joined the Red Sox in June.
Well, the Reds have been impressed as far as Doyle is concerned with his range, Kurt, at second base and his strong throwing arm. 1 ball and 1 strike. We're scoreless. We're in the bottom of the first inning with 1 out and the bases empty.
We have 2 pitchers tonight that can really locate that ball. Nolan can put it right where he wants, so can Tiant. They make good pitches.
Nolan, a pretty rapid worker. Ground ball that Perez bobbles, recovers, throws to Nolan, but he is there in time to retire Doyle. Ball hit directly at Tony Perez. It skidded off his glove and between his legs, but recovered in time to feed on to Gary Nolan for the second out, and here's Carl Yastrzemski. Yastrzemski has played outstanding defense. He has had 5 hits and 18 plate appearances with 3 runs batted in, and the 3rd consecutive left-handed batter that Gary Nolan has had to contend with in the first inning. Whereas they were giving Doyle a lot of real estate in right center, they pretty much play Yastrzemski straight away. Ball 1 is inside. Should Yastrzemski reach, batter would be catcher Carlton Fisk. Nod of the head on the sign from bench. 1-0 pitch. Fastball is high. 2 balls and no strikes. Johnny Pesky, first base coach for the Red Sox. Don Zimmer, Cincinnati resident in the offseason at third. And it's ball 3. We're talking about the 2 control pitchers, Tiant and this guy Nolan. Nolan walked only 29 batters during the season, and 5 of those 29 were intentional walks. 3 balls and no strikes on Yastrzemski, and strike is called.
I thought Cincinnati might have somebody warming up in the first inning. Sparky said he possibly could, but there's nobody warming up out there.
Jack Billingham would be his first man up if he needed a long reliever. Here's a base hit to right field off the 3-1 pitch. Well, it was a pitch up from Nolan to Yaz, and Gary Nolan cannot pitch in that zone, especially in this ballpark. In many of the bigger parks in the National League, he can get away with it, but not here. Carlton Fisk is looking for his 5th World Series hit. Been up 18 times, has had a home run that he cracked at Riverfront Stadium, has knocked in 3.
He hasn't hit as well in a series as he did in the playoffs in the month of September.
Well, I'll tell you, he put a charge into a Gary Nolan pitch in Cincinnati. In fact, it may well have been, well, not may well have been, it has been the longest home run hit so far. Pitches a ball high. 2 down, Yastrzemski at first base. Inning number 1, no score. Morgan shading Fisk toward the second base bag. Here's a 1-0 pitch, ground ball. It'll get through for a hit to left field. Foster quickly up with the ball as Yastrzemski goes to second and holds there, and the Red Sox have come up with back-to-back 2-out hits from Yaz and Fisk. That'll bring on center fielder Freddie Lynn with 2 away.
There's Lynn.
Now we'll be checking that Cincinnati bullpen for you, and it looks like somebody's going to get up to begin throwing as Johnny Bench goes out to the mound to have a quick word with Gary Nolan. Freddie Lynn in the news conference a couple of days ago. Jack Billingham, by the way, is a man who gets up to begin throwing for Cincinnati, and he's going to be joined by left-hander Freddie Norman. Lynn says he has not been happy at all with the way he has swung the bat so far. Got a chance here to turn that around with 2 men on. Here's Nolan's pitch. It's a fastball, and it's up high. 5 for 19 for the former University of Southern California All-American. Knocked in a couple of runs, has a chance to do it here with Yastrzemski at second base, Fisk at first, and 2 out. Swung on, a fly ball, hit back into deep right center field. Griffey is back to the bullpen, and it is gone, a home run. Freddie Lynn has hit one out of here to deep right center field with 2 men on base, and the Red Sox have bolted out in front at 3-0.
Boy, he tagged that one. That one sailed over the Red Sox bullpen about 10 rows back in the bleachers. Tremendous drive by rookie Freddie Lynn. And the Red Sox grab a 3-0 lead.
And Gary Nolan, who got the first 2 outs routinely, Cooper and Doyle now is being hit by Boston. Here's a ball low and away to Rico Petrocelli. The crowd at Fenway Park is still buzzing on a tremendous home run to right center by Lynn. Strike to him, it's 1-1. Petrocelli has had 7 hits. He and Burleson are tied for the most hits on the Boston club. Been up 19 times, has driven in 3 runs. 3-0 Boston with 2 down. The 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball is low and outside, ball 2.
I wonder if Lynn is happy with himself now.
Well, I would think that that probably has gone a long way toward changing his mind. Nolan ready with a 2-1 pitch. Swung on, fly ball, and hit well to left center field. Geronimo warning track. He's got it, and the side retired. A big first inning for Boston. 3 runs and a like number of hits. And at the end of 1 complete, the Red Sox 3 and the Reds nothing. With Kurt Gowdy, Marty Brenneman back at Fenway Park as the Reds come calling in the second, and a big first inning has provided Louis Tiant with 3 runs on a Fred Lynn home run. For Cincinnati, it's going to be Tony Perez, George Foster, and Dave Concepcion, and well, the Red Sox didn't waste any time, Kurt, letting the Reds know they meant business tonight.
That was Lynn's first homer since September 14th. And the first homer of the World Series in Fenway Park.
Activity continuing in the Cincinnati bullpen with Jack Billingham and Freddie Norman. Sparky Anderson said earlier tonight that if Norman was shaky in the first inning or so and he had a chance to get some runs on the board, bases loaded, 1 out, second and third occupied, 1 out with Nolan coming to the plate, he'd hit for him. You may well see that happening should the Reds stir up anything here in the second that would result in Nolan's coming to the plate. Tony Perez had the big game at Cincinnati on Thursday night with a couple of home runs. Here's a pitch from Tiant, and it's inside a ball. Billingham is now the lone worker in the Reds bullpen. Perez 2 hits and 17 times up and both home runs. That dipsy-doodle curveball is in for a strike. 1-1. Tiant giving up a walk to Griffey in the first inning, but that was all. He struck out Bench to retire the side, and now Perez with a foul off to the right, and he has him in a hold at 1-2. Boston 3, Cincinnati nothing in the second. Should a 7th game be needed, it'll be tomorrow night with Don Gullett for Cincinnati and Bill Lee for the Boston Red Sox. A couple of left-handers. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tiant calling time now. He wants a new baseball from Satch Davidson. It's an 18-game winner during the season with a 4.02 ERA, but that 4.02 earned run average, you can completely throw that out because, as we mentioned, his last 5 starts here at Fenway have all resulted in victories. Struck him out swinging. Another breaking ball down and away, the same pitch that he struck Johnny Bench out on. You give this guy a head of steam, and he's awfully, awfully tough. He's been spotted 3 runs by the offense in the first inning, and that's the 8th time that Tony Perez has struck out in this World Series. Here's a guy who's had good success against Tiant. George Foster, the Reds left fielder, has been up 8 times, has had 4 hits. Pretty much has been a patient hitter against Louis in that he has gone with a pitch out away from him to right field with good success. Foster with his finest year ever in big league baseball, a .300 batting average, 23 homers, and 78 runs batted in. Fastball Tiant comes with, it's a ball. Burleson playing very deep at shortstop. Petrocelli perpetual motion at third base, always pawing around in the dirt, moving in, out, left, right. Now Foster in his delay tactics, it has pretty much become a trademark with him, somewhat incurring the wrath of the Boston faithful here at Fenway. 1-0 pitch. Over on the outside edge, a strike. Perez is struck out to begin the second. Foster at the plate, 1-1 Tiant against him. Davey Concepcion is on deck. Tiant kicks, deals, swing and a miss. Well, he turned his back to the plate. He hitched as he looked skyward and then came to the plate.
I thought his head was going to fly off.
Got everything going for him right now. Studies a sign from Carlton Fisk, and now Foster again steps out of the batter's box. Some of the Reds players were talking earlier this season, Kurt. They say if this guy had been around maybe 10, 15 years ago and did this against some pitchers, he could look for one in the ribs.
That's right.
Batter and pitcher are ready. Foul ball off a breaking pitch. It'll be out of play.
I know one he could have, Dizzy Dean. He didn't like anybody stepping out on him.
Name of Bob Gibson has also been bandied around. Count stays at 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out. Boston out in front 3-0 on a Lynn homer with 2 on in the first inning. Tiant serves it up, and a pop-up down the right side. Backpedaling is Cooper in foul ground. He squeezes it, and they're 2 away. That'll bring up Dave Concepcion.
Number 13.
Davey has had 3 hits and 18 at-bats, including a home run. And he's knocked in 3 runs.
Concepcion.
In fact, you look back to game number 3 of this series, and that was a hitter's game as opposed to some of the others that we have seen. The 2 pitching performances by Tiant, and of course the overpowering performance by left-hander Don Gullett on Thursday night. 6 home runs hit out in the 3rd game, 3 by each club. Here's a call strike. Reds are looking for their first hit. The 0-1 on the way, and that is swung on and foul, and Tiant came with a good fastball to Concepcion. 2 strikes a count. Last couple of days, the Reds working out at Tufts University, right outside of Boston. Red Sox pretty much working out on their own. They've got a batting cage underneath the stands in center field. Well, the crowd here at Fenway starts up the Louie Louie chant. 0-2 pitch to Concepcion. Fly ball center field should present no problem for Lynn. It doesn't, and the side retired in order. In the middle of inning number 2 in the 6th game of the 75 World Series, it's Boston 3 and Cincinnati 0. Dwight Evans leading off the home second for Boston. Nolan delivers a strike to him. Bottom third of the Red Sox batting order, Evans, Burleson, and Tiant. And whereas Jack Billingham had been throwing alone in the last half inning when the Reds were batting, it's now left-hander Freddie Norman working for Cincinnati.
I think that's because the top of the batting order will be up in the 3rd for the Red Sox, and they're all left-handers.
1-1 the count on Evans. Nolan delivers. He swings and fouls at the plate. Evans, called by Sparky Anderson the most impressive player that he has seen as far as the Red Sox are concerned in the series. And well, they talked to Evans yesterday in a news conference here in a Boston hotel and about the trade rumors that had been circulating prior to the beginning of this season. And with the kind of performance this young man has shown fans all across the country and around the world, you have to feel like he's safe. Ground ball foul at 3rd base.
I think a lot of teams would like to have Rice in left, Lynn in center, Evans at right. None of the 3 over 24 years of age. They're set here, it looks like, for 10 years with an outfield.
Gary Nolan ahead of 1 ball and 2 strikes. Evans has been up 17 times with 6 hits, has had a home run, has driven in 4 runs. Breaking ball, and it's strike 3 call on the outside edge. Gary Nolan has his first strikeout. He'll be dealing now with the shortstop Rick Burleson.
Rick Burleson. Shortstop Burleson.
One of the most consistent performers for the Red Sox throughout the year, and he's done exactly that here in the World Series. 7 hits and 18 times up. Right-handed batter, strike to him. Look at his RBI figure, 62 during the season. Pete Rose commented, a guy who can knock in that high number of runs batting in the position that he hit in, normally number 8 or 9 in the Red Sox order, and you have to be impressed.
He's a clutch player. He makes big plays when he has to in the field. and sticks in big hits at the bat when he has to. And
Fouls one down the line, a 2-strike count. Freddie Norman still working in the Reds bullpen. Louis Tiant watching the action from the on-deck circle. Nolan delivers. Just misses high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, he had an easy time of it getting Cooper and Doyle in the first, and base hits by Yastrzemski and Fisk, and a long home run to right center field by Lynn. Ground ball hit to first. Perez will take it to the bag himself, and they're quickly 2 out. Here's Tiant. You talk about his pitching. He's certainly done a job at the plate.
He put on a little show in batting practice. He hit the wall a couple of times. Somebody just ran through the stands with a banner, Louis for president.
In each game as a hitter, he's had 1 hit and 3 times up. He's also walked twice. Call strike.
They had to show him where the bases were, though, after he got on. He hasn't hit in a couple of years. He was a scream on those bases.
Swing and a miss on a curve, strike 2. Well, he was the guy who had the base hit that keyed their 6-run inning here a week ago Saturday in the opening game of the series. Nolan trying to retire the side in order. He's 0-2 against Tiant and just misses on the outside edge of ball. One ball, 2 strikes. Nolan again working rapidly. And Tiant is called out on strikes, and that's it for the Red Sox in the second. 3 up and 3 down. We have played 2, the score. Red Sox 3, Cincinnati nothing. As Louis Tiant concludes his warm-ups to Carlton Fisk, the Reds get ready to hit in the 3rd inning with Cesar Geronimo. Gary Nolan scheduled to bat second, and then back to the top of the order for Pete Rose. Cincinnati has had only 1 base runner in the first 2 innings. Had a walk to Ken Griffey in the first. Tiant has struck out a pair. Johnny Bench to end the 1st inning, and Tony Perez to begin the 2nd. Boston out in front 3-0. Louis Tiant, who in the first game pitched a 5-hit shutout to defeat the Reds 6-0. A number of the Reds said he had absolutely nothing. He came back and, well, he had to make believers out of him in Cincinnati because an entirely different game. He battled them from the opening pitch and came out on top 5-4.
Marty, if he'd had to come back with 3 days rest after throwing 163 pitches, I don't know whether he could have done it or not, effectively.
Terry Crowley has moved on deck, so Gary Nolan's night apparently is done after only 2 innings. Here's Geronimo and here's Tiant. Strike is called to him.
I want to say something for the Cincinnati fans. A 3-run lead in this ballpark is nothing. With the wind blowing out tonight, a couple of walks, a single, and get one up in the air toward the wall.
Strike 2 is called. Tiant playing good old-fashioned hardball with Geronimo.
This is what you call a hold-your-breath ballpark with the wind out. With the wind blowing in, it's a different matter.
No balls, 2 strikes. Geronimo 5 hits and 16 at-bats. He's had a home run, has driven across a couple of runs. Tiant tries to put him away with this pitch and backs him off the plate with it.
He hit Tiant hard in Cincinnati his last 3 times up. In that game, he got 3 hits, a triple and 2 singles.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. Foul ball off the glove of Carlton Fisk. Geronimo did not have nearly the kind of offensive year in 75 than he did last year, but still played the out-of-sight defense in center. In fact, this series has 2 of the finest defensive center fielders in all of baseball, in Geronimo and Fred Lynn. Tiant with a look into Fisk. He's pitching, and he struck him out swinging, came straight overhand, took a little bit off the fastball, and had Geronimo chasing and a bit out in front. That's his 3rd strikeout.
What a story this man is. He was washed up just a few years ago, back in the minor leagues with a bad arm.
Well, Terry Crowley had been on deck to hit, but with Geronimo having struck out, Sparky Anderson is now going to send up another left-handed hitter, but it's going to be Darrell Cheney. Cheney, reserve infielder on the Reds club, had a pinch hit appearance in the fourth game of the series against Louis Tiant and struck out swinging. It's been the only time he's been up so far.
Catcher, please, number 12. Darrell Cheney. Hitting for the pitcher.
So Cheney batting for Gary Nolan, whose night is very brief. He goes only 2 innings, gives up 3 Boston hits, 3 runs, couple of strikeouts. 1 down in the Reds' third. Fly ball hit to left field. Yastrzemski racing back. Appears to draw a beat on the ball, and on the warning track, a couple of steps away from the scoreboard, he made the catch, and we got our first indication, Kurt, of how the wind is blowing out toward left.
Notice how it carries tonight, and it didn't last weekend, Marty?
Absolutely. We didn't have a ball close to the fence hit in the 2 games played here. 2 away, Pete Rose hit a fly ball the opposite field, left field in the first inning, and Yastrzemski turned in a fine defensive play to rob him of a base hit.
Something about Pete that stirs up the opposing fans, isn't there?
Does it all over the National League, I'll tell you. 2 men out. Rose looks to pitch into Fisk's glove a ball. Oh, we had the controversial play in Cincinnati involving Armbrister and Fisk. We've had a couple of pitchers who have waxed eloquent in their displeasure over being passed over in this series. Swung on and hit to center field. Freddie Lynn is going to have to play that on a hop, and that's a first Cincinnati base hit as Rose punches a 2-out single to center here in the third.
That was a changeup he hit, and he was waiting for it. He jumped right on it.
Inning extended for Ken Griffey, and Louis Tiant consistently changing baseballs here in the early innings. He gets another one from plate umpire Satch Davidson. Griffey, a consistent performer in this series or in the postseason play for the Reds. He's hit in 7 of the 8 games played. Young man who the Reds feel is just beginning to come into his own as one of the reigning stars in the National League. Walked in the first inning. Ground ball hit off the glove of Tiant. It's going to be fielded by the second baseman Doyle, and on to Cooper in time to get the inning ending out. No runs, 1 hit. 1 man is left. After 2.5 innings, Boston over the Reds, 3-0.
There is a name for an automobile in which a driver may have not only great comfort, but great confidence. It is called Cordova. In Cordova, you will enjoy much confidence. The confidence of knowing your automobile possesses a look of dignity, a look of simplicity, uncluttered by time or fashion. In Cordova, you can feel this confidence in thickly cushioned contour seats, available in rich crushed velour or soft Corinthian leather. In Cordova, you will have confidence, the confidence to control the road, to approach both curve and straightaway with marked assurance. In a word, it is called quality, the very definition of a most surprisingly affordable small Chrysler, Cordova.
Well, Sparky Anderson, as he predicted, has gone to his bullpen early tonight. It's left-hander Fred Norman, veteran of the Major League Wars from San Antonio, Texas, on in the third after Gary Nolan pitches the first 2. And this is his second appearance in the World Series for Norman. He started the 4th game in Cincinnati, matched up against Tiant in that one, and really hit hard by the Red Sox. They had 7 hits and 5 runs off of him, of which 4 were earned in only 3 1/3 innings. In fact, in that game, the Red Sox scored all 5 of their runs in 1 inning, and then Tiant made it stand up as Boston came from behind to win it. Norman will be working to the top of the Boston batting order. Cecil Cooper, Denny Doyle, and Carl Yastrzemski. The Red Sox have had 3 hits in scoring their 3 runs, all in the first inning. The Reds have had only 1 hit off Tiant. So Norman, the starter and loser in game number 4. Coming on now in a, well, Kurt, a hold'em situation. Reds can ill afford to give up a whole lot more runs and still entertain hopes of winning this game.
He's in a situation that the Red Sox, the one game they won in Cincinnati when Cleveland and Willoughby came in, with the Red Sox trailing 5-1. This is where your long relief man really has to do a job. He just can't afford to give up any more runs. Allow his team to get back in. That's the job presented to Fred Norman right now.
In 75, Fred was a 12-game winner, lost only 4 times. Had a 5-game winning streak, including a playoff victory before losing to the Red Sox in the 4th game of this series. Cooper 0 for 1 at a fly ball to center in the first. This guy was also money in the bank for the Red Sox. He had .311, had 14 homers and 44 RBIs during the season. So Cincinnati starter Gary Nolan gone after only 2 innings of work. And as we talked about before the game, this is going to open Sparky Anderson up to a whole lot of second guessing. Pitch misses outside and high. Reds outfield giving Cooper room in right center and also along the right field foul line. Here's a call strike.
Norman is the kind of a pitcher that gives Cooper a lot of trouble. Throws a lot of breaking pitches and screwballs. Cooper rather hit a fastball left-hander than this type.
Rose in at third base, well off the line. 1-1 pitch, swung on and popped up. Should be a play on that ball. Concepcion goes back into shallow left to call it. He's got it. 1 down. Well, Cooper popping out to the Red shortstop. Here's Denny Doyle. Thrown out first baseman to the pitcher covering his first time up. Freddie Norman can be an outstanding pitcher. He gets himself into trouble when he starts to nibble at the corners, and as Sparky Anderson says, starts to think too much out there. Norman doing a little work on the front of the pitcher's mound, now directing his attention toward the left-handed batting Doyle. Ball outside.
Rose in tied at third. Doyle's an excellent bunter.
Something that we have really not seen a great deal of in this series, and the Reds scouting reports had Boston bunting and bunting frequently in situations. 2 balls and no strikes. Norman back with a 2-0, and that's over for a call strike. A screwball that got the outside part of the plate. Norman came to Cincinnati a couple of years ago from San Diego. Ball 3 and a strike as a pitch hits down in the dirt and goes off the glove of Johnny Bench. And as we pointed out, Norman has been around. He's played for Kansas City, the Chicago Cubs, the Dodgers, Cardinals, and as mentioned, San Diego. Really was a minor league pitcher before developing a screwball under the tutelage of Warren Spahn down at Tulsa some years back. 3-1 pitch, hit hard, and a fair ball down the right field line. Ken Griffey will now have to run it down as it hits off that wall and bounce back toward right center, and Doyle goes to second with a double. One of the little nuances of Fenway Park is the ball hit fair, then kicked foul, and off the wall that juts out toward the foul line. Kicked back toward right center. Griffey overran it, and Doyle would have had a double anyway.
Where the wall juts out toward the left field line, the shortstop has to go out and play the ricochet.
So hit number 4 for Boston, the first off Fred Norman, and here's Yastrzemski. Singled and scored in the first inning. So far, it has been all Boston. They lead 3-0. They've got a chance to get another run across with Doyle at second, 1 down. Yastrzemski looks at the first pitch up. And it would appear that the Reds are again going to get somebody up to work in their bullpen. Sparky Anderson said he would use as many as 7 pitchers if necessary tonight. 1-0 to the plate, swung on and popped out of play. Don Zimmer shouting something in from his third base coaching box. One ball, 1 strike. Beautiful, beautiful night in Boston. They say if anything, it's going to be warmer tomorrow, mid to upper 70s. Here's a 1-1 pitch. On the outside corner at the letters for a strike. Yastrzemski started around, and now appears to be questioning Satch Davidson on the strike call. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Carlton Fisk is on deck. Denny Doyle leading at second base with an out in the inning. Norman with an out of the head on the time flash by Johnny Bench. Checks and deals. Popped him up on the right side of the infield. Mile high pop. Morgan settles under it, looking skyward, and he has it for out number 2. Fisk, like Yastrzemski, had a base hit in the first inning, and Jack Billingham, a right-hander, begins to throw for Cincinnati.
Number 27. Fisk. Red Sox catcher. Fisk.
Fred Norman goes to the backside of the mound, a quick visit with a rosin bag, and now coming back on top. And with first base open, they're going to give Fisk an intentional walk and take their chances with a left-handed batting Fred Lynn.
That's good strategy, even although Lynn hit a 3-run homer his first time up. Fisk can really aim and hit this wall against the left-hander.
So Fisk in the process of getting an intentional walk. 1 out here in the third. Doyle double to right field. Yastrzemski, as Norman got him on a big out, a pop to Morgan, and now the intentional pass to Fisk. Norman, after coming set, wheeling quickly around as if to throw towards second base, but now turns and throws onto the plate, and here's ball 4. Fenway Park roars for Freddie Lynn. He hit one that would have been out of any ballpark in the land in the first inning.
He's the first rookie to hit a home run in a World Series since 1967, when Reggie Smith of the Red Sox hit 2 home runs in that series against the Cardinals.
So 2 men on, 2 men out. Boston 3, Cincinnati nothing in the third. Norman with a pitch, and boy, he tried to take a fastball out of here in a hurry. Strike 1. Very, very personable, articulate young man, Freddie Lynn. Doyle at second, Fisk at first. They're leading. Here's a pitch. Just misses low, and it's a ball and 1 strike. Norman, not the rapid type of worker that Gary Nolan is. He takes all the time in the world out there. Lynn waiting on a 1-1 pitch. Outside, ball 2. Norman at times his own worst enemy. Then he gets upset with himself at his inability to get pitches over. Griffey extremely deep in right field. Same can be said for Geronimo in center. Now the 2-1 pitch. Strike to him. Count evening at 2-2 with Freddie Lynn at the plate and Rico Petrocelli on deck. Red Sox have out-hit them 4-1, have outscored them 3-0. And Norman working on the mound. Billingham continues to throw in the Reds bullpen out beyond right field. Now the check of the runners. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Missed with it, and he's gone full. So with 2 men out, Denny Doyle will be on the move from second to third. Carlton Fisk will be on the move from first to second. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 men out. Norman with a pause at the belt, looking around. Here comes a 3-2 pitch as the runners take off, and he lost him to a walk to fill him up. The second straight walk that Norman has allowed, although this one, the first one rather, an intentional walk. And now Sparky Anderson is on his way to the mound and immediately signals for the right-hander Jack Billingham. Well, Sparky Anderson is, Kurt, living up to his promise. He said he'd run him in there, and he's certainly doing it.
He's 2 platooning tonight. Right-hander against right-hander, left-hander against left-hander with his team behind. 3-0. He's taking no chances. He's playing the percent all the way.
Coming in now will be a guy who was one of 3 15-game winners on the Reds pitching staff, Jack Billingham. And, well, had this game been played Saturday as scheduled, he would have been pitching for the Reds. But, of course, that's not the way things turned out. He expressed his displeasure over being passed over. And with Gary Nolan already out of the game, and Kurt, should Jack Billingham come on and pitch well, the second guessing will be all the more.
Well, we always have the hindsight look. The manager has to do it beforehand. Nolan looked good in the second inning. He made that one pitch to Lynn, one swing of the bat. He might have settled down and pitched himself a ball game.
Attention, please.
Billingham was a second-game starter here, and it was interesting yesterday. Dwight Evans, when told that it was going to be Gary Nolan pitching against his club rather than Jack Billingham, he was extremely surprised and has said, as far as I'm concerned, Billingham's the best pitcher we've seen so far from Cincinnati, and that came after the fine performance by Don Gullett Thursday night. Billingham, in his only start, worked 5 2/3 innings, allowed the Red Sox 6 hits and 2 runs, and only one of those 2 runs was earned. He struck out 5 and walked 2, and to be effective, Billingham, who is a sinker ball pitcher, needs to have that good sweeping curveball, and he had it going for him in his earlier start here. He's on in a pressure cooker situation. Denny Doyle at third base, Carlton Fisk at second, Fred Lynn at first. 2 men out, and Rico Petrocelli, who has hit and hit well in the series, will be the batter when Billingham concludes his warm-up. Boston getting 3 runs across in the very first inning on back-to-back 2-out hits by Yastrzemski and Fisk and a home run by Fred Lynn, and now hoping to get a big 2-out hit from Petrocelli here in the third to score some more.
Billingham's been good in the World Series against Oakland in '72 and against Boston in this series. He allowed only 3 runs in 19 innings.
Only one of those 3 runs, an earned run. He has a win, his only decision in World Series play. Billingham looks around. He checks his defense. Petrocelli drove Geronimo back to the warning track and left center in the first. Here's a pitch to him, and he swings and fouls. Billingham, a 97-game winner, lifetime. 15-game winner this season, 19 wins in 73 and 74. 1 ball and 1 strike as he tries to pinpoint one on the outside edge. A double and a couple of walks have filled the bases with Red Sox. 2 men out. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 2. Jack Billingham in a role that over the course of the season was totally alien to him. He is a starting pitcher, but now being used in relief. The 1-2 pitch to Petrocelli. He struck him out swinging as he tried to check on a breaking ball but got around on it. So Billingham comes on to do the job. No runs in the inning for Boston. A hit, 3 men left, and after 3 complete. It's the Red Sox 3 and Cincinnati nothing. It's the top of the 4th inning, and right-hander Louis Tiant is rolling through the vaunted Cincinnati Reds batting order. He's given them only 1 hit in 3 innings, a single in the last by Pete Rose, rather. And it'll be Joe Morgan leading off the 4th. He popped Morgan up. Pop-up that Carlton Fisk caught in foul ground in the 1st inning. The pitch just high for ball 1. Talking about the Red speed, they've not had a great many opportunities against Tiant to put their speed into action. Here's the off-speed pitch. It's in for a strike. Man of 1,000 pitches, 1,000 different moves. He's got them all. Johnny Bench is on deck. Tiant's 1-1 pitch to Morgan. That is strike 2 call. I'll tell you, Kurt, the Reds batters really don't look to be very aggressive tonight.
That almost looked like an overhand screwball. Looked like he cut it up at the top of his delivery.
Been ahead of the hitters most of the time. He's ahead of Morgan. Here's a hard ground ball off to the right as Doyle up throwing, 1 out. Morgan out 4-3. Denny Doyle to Cecil Cooper. Here's Johnny Bench.
Johnny Bench.
Did an artful bit of surgery on Mr. Bench in the first inning when he got him chasing a pitch down and away to pick up the first of what so far has been a 3-strikeout night for Louis Tiant. Boston 3, Cincinnati nothing. Bench chops it foul. Slides by the on-deck batter, Tony Perez. Boston won the first game. The Reds won the second. Cincinnati won the first game in Cincinnati. Tiant came back to draw even at 2-2, and Gullett beat the Red Sox to give the Reds their current 3-2 lead in the final game last Thursday night in Cincinnati. 1 ball and 1 strike on Bench. Pitch. Strike swinging. He threw it by. Well, against Tiant, you can't go up there and play guess hitter. You can try, but more often than not, you're going to come out on the short end. Tries to put Bench away and does just that on strike 3 call. 2 down. Here's Tony Perez. 24. He struck Perez out swinging as a leadoff batter in the second. Outfield deep, shading Perez around toward left. Slow curve. Hangs high and outside. Ball 1. Now the 1-0 pitch. Fastball for a strike. Talked so much about the left field wall. They had a picture, aerial shot, Fenway Park, and Boston paper here Saturday, and said that from the line, home plate to the foul pole, it measures 305 rather than the 315 that they have posted out there. Makes no difference. 2 balls and 1 strike. Check swing, ball 3.
I don't know what it measures. I've seen it walked off and measured and called short of 315, but nobody's hit it yet in this World Series.
Sure have not. Fred Lynn's home run in the first inning to right center. 3-1 the count on Perez. He fouls back the pitch. Reds have had only 2 base runners. A walk in the first to Griffey, a 2-out hit in the third by Pete Rose. Cincinnati, well, Sparky Anderson has used 3 pitchers. Gary Nolan went 2, Freddie Norman 2/3, and Jack Billingham. 3-2 the count on Perez with a payoff on the way. And he fouls it again back.
Tiant's throwing very quick tonight. They're not getting around on him so far.
Once again, he'll ask for a new baseball.
Along with that tantalizing slow stuff and change of speeds right now, at the present time, he has the Reds baffled on their timing.
Foster is on deck with 2 out. Here's Tiant's 3-2 pitch again to Perez. Line smash off the diving glove of second baseman Denny Doyle and on into right field. Perez takes a big turn as Evans momentarily bobbles. So hit number 2 for the Reds, and now it'll be George Foster. He popped out and foul ground to Cooper his first time.
George Foster.
Both Cincinnati hits have come with 2 out in an inning. Rose is in the third, and now Tony Perez's base hit to right field here in the 4th inning. Tiant into his stretch. Perez with a very short lead at first base, and the pitch to Foster is fouled straight back. Well, these 2 clubs have been playing baseball, counting spring training, since early March, and at least the way things stand right now, it all could come down to one big ball game Should the Red Sox win it tonight, game number 7 tomorrow night here. 1 strike on George Foster. Check swing ground ball hit in the hole to Burleson. He throws on to second and threw it away. Tony Perez gets up. He's going to come on to third base as the ball went off the glove of Denny Doyle, and it really looked like Burleson had plenty of time to get the force, but he threw wildly, and that's going to be an error charge to Burleson at shortstop, with Perez coming to third and giving Dave Concepcion a chance to get Cincinnati on the board.
That's right. A chance like that could open the gates for the Reds. That was a check swing, a half swing by Foster, too. He didn't want to go through with it.
So scored a fielder's choice on Foster's part, scored a throwing error on Burleson, and put Perez at third base. Concepcion, a fly ball to center field his first time. This has been a relatively error-free World Series. That is the 4th error charged against Boston. The Reds have made only 2. So Cincinnati will try and make the Red Sox pay for the first error charged in this game. Runners in the corners, 2 down. Tiant delivers and misses with it a ball. Petrocelli had been up a couple of steps at third. He's now backed up. 1-0 pitch. That's outside, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Concepcion has power. During the season, hit only 5 home runs. Last year, in 1974, hit 13 homers and knocked in 82 runs. Has had 1 home run so far in this World Series. He represents the tying run in the 4th inning. Tiant needs a strike. Kicks and fires, swung on and foul to the netting. 2 balls and 1 strike on Concepcion. Should Concepcion reach with 2 down, the batter would be Cesar Geronimo. We get down toward the very end of the Cincinnati batting order. Perez leading at third, Foster at first. And the 2-1 pitch. That is a dandy. Fastball on the inside corner just below the belt. Strike 2 call. Concepcion calling time. He wants a pine tar rag from the on-deck circle. It's an interesting point here, Kurt. I think in the first game, this same type of situation occurred where a Reds batter in the middle of a count called time, and Fisk said, "Can you do that in the National League?
Yeah.
You can't do it over here." Quick meeting of the umpires, and they agreed to let both clubs do it. So Tiant battling. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Concepcion right out over the plate. Right-handed batter. Break-even pitch to the plate. Swung on, and he popped him up. It'll be Cooper's ball to play. Foul territory, and the side retired. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error with 2 stranded. After 3.5 innings of play, it remains the Red Sox 3 and Cincinnati nothing.
The game is on today, so why not watch it in the sun? The race is underway, so let's go out and have some fun.
Wherever you go to have fun, take along an RCA Sportable. High-performance television sets with a black and white picture you've got to see to believe. Sporty models with rechargeable battery packs built right in, all ready to go.
The Sportables, for people going someplace new. From RCA, the Sportables, we want to go with you.
And catch this. During the World Series, RCA's biggest indoor Sportable comes with a matching rollabout stand. So get to your RCA dealer quick and ask about his World Series special.
The Sportables, for people going someplace new. From RCA, the Sportables, from RCA.
Right-hander Jack Billingham getting ready to begin his first inning of work, and that he came on in relief of Fred Norman in the third inning with the bases loaded and 2 down to strike out Rico Petrocelli. It'll be the bottom third of the Red Sox batting order. Dwight Evans, Rick Burleson, and Louis Tiant. As Tiant is able to get through the first Cincinnati Reds threat posed against him tonight. Popping out Concepcion to leave Reds runners at first and third, and now the Red Sox coming to bat in their half of the fourth inning and leading 3-0. Evans called out on strikes in the second, facing Gary Nolan at that time. His first look tonight at Jack Billingham. Right-hander works, and Evans takes ball 1 low. Evans now 6 for 18 with a home run and 4 runs batted in. 1-0 pitch. Swung on. He came up and in on him with a fastball. Fouled away. One pitch. Curve is outside and low. Ball 2. Well, you've got a blend of youth and age on both of these clubs. You look at Boston, Yastrzemski, Petrocelli. Look at Cincinnati with the Perez's, swing and a miss. Pete Rose's, and then the youth of a Ken Griffey and Johnny Bench, Davey Concepcion, all relatively young.
That's a good combination in any athletic team. They have some old heads around and some youngsters. Good balance.
2-2 pitch. Chopped that one foul off the face mask of Bench and comes all the way back on the screen. Well, Kurt, you brought up a big point before the broadcast tonight of what effect Jim Rice's having been in this series would have meant to the Red Sox.
We'll never know. It's sad that a youngster of his caliber didn't have a chance to play.
Here's a fly ball hit well the opposite way. Griffey racing back on the warning track. He'll not get it. That'll be a ground rule double as it bounces up into the stands on a hop. Dwight Evans hitting one a long way to the opposite field. Griffey pulled well off the line, had no chance whatsoever to make a catch on the ball as he rapidly ran out of room and the ball hit on the warning track and up into the seats.
He's now had 7 hits in the series, a double, a triple, and a home run. 3 of these 7 hits extra bases.
And it draws him into a 3-way tie. Evans, Burleson, and Petrocelli have all had 7 hits for the Boston Red Sox.
And Pete Rose now has 7 for the Reds.
A leadoff double by Evans. Burleson, who bounced out to Tony Perez his first time. Billingham throws to the plate a ball. Well, the Reds were able to work out of a bases-loaded 2-out jam in the third. Boston coming right back to apply instantaneous pressure on him with a leadoff double by Evans. A 1-0 to Burleson. 2 balls and no strikes. Billingham missing low with a fastball.
He's been pitching him low and outside, and Burleson has good bat control. He can take that pitch to the right side of the infield or try and slap it to right and move Evans to third.
Concepcion playing games with Evans out at second base, and it's ball 3. Well, if you get Burleson on, you can look Tiant to come up in a sacrificing situation. 3 balls and no strikes on Rick Burleson.
That old Louie, he'll be trying to hit the wall.
Well, the way things have gone for him in this series, you couldn't doubt the possibility of him pulling it off if he tried. There's ball 4. It's a third walk given up by Cincinnati pitching.
Don Zimmer, the third base coach, wants to come up and talk to him. They're taking no chances of getting a signal blown. Tiant, of course, in the American League, with a designated hitter, the pitchers don't get the hit, they don't get the bunt. They did the Red Sox when they had visions of being in here the last month, or knew they had a good chance. The pitchers all took 20 minutes of batting practice every day during their regular American League games. The Reds are looking for the bunt, though, Marty.
That they are, Kurt. As Don Zimmer talked with Louis Tiant, Pete Rose came in from third base to confer with Jack Billingham and Joe Morgan, and it's Rose and Perez playing in shallow at third and first, respectively. 2 Boston runners on with none out. Billingham looking back at second. Tiant squares. He pops it up, but it's going to be over the head of Perez, who bobbles, picks it up, and now flips on to Morgan. Well, he popped it up, but he had enough on it to pop it over the head of the on-charging Tony Perez, who had to quickly backpedal. And when all is said and done, Tiant did his job because it's a sacrifice. Right-hander Clay Carroll throwing for Cincinnati in their bullpen as the Red Sox now have him at second and third with one down, and Cooper at the plate, and he is going to be batting against a drawn-in Cincinnati infield.
Red Sox left the bases loaded in the third. They have two on in scoring position, one out this inning. They have a chance to break it wide open.
Cooper, pitch outside. They lead 3-0.
If they don't, the Reds will have a great chance in this game.
Boston getting a 3-run homer, in case you've just joined us, by Lynn in the first inning. 1-0 to Cooper. That's low, and Billingham is having problems finding the strike zone. He gave up an opposite field double to the leadoff batter in the inning, Evans. He walked Burleson. Tiant has sacrificed. And Cooper, who has gone 0 for 2, waits a 2-0 pitch. Here it is, and it's swung on and missed.
Cooper took his head off that pitch. He swung. He didn't even see the pitch. He jerked his head over toward the Red Sox dugout. That's probably why he's not hitting in this series. And he was red hot the last couple of months of the year.
Now the 2-1 delivery. Swung on, slow bouncing ball coming to Perez. He looks to third to see what Evans is doing, and now races on to tap the bag and retire Cooper. So Jack Billingham has just gotten a very, very big out. Let's see what he does with Denny Doyle. Doyle is bounced out. He's double to right field. Three pitchers, Gary Nolan, Freddie Norman, Jack Billingham, and another throwing in Clay Carroll. The fires have been kept burning in the Cincinnati bullpen tonight.
You got a blaze out there.
So 2 out with 2 in scoring position. Doyle the hitter. Billingham pitches low, ball 1. Well, Doyle also has 7 hits. We mentioned Burleson, Petrocelli, and Evans. Strike is called at the knees, and Billingham has been missing. Most of his pitches have been down, which is a good sign from him.
He had the longest batting streak in the American League this year. He's a tough out. That is, he usually connects with the ball and hits it somewhere.
1-1 the count. Billingham working. Swung on. Ground ball. Morgan charges at second. Chest high hop. Throws to Perez. And Billingham has pitched himself out of a jam. No runs. 1 hit with 2 left. And after 4 complete, Boston 3 and Cincinnati nothing.
They, who knows more about shaving than Gillette? So it's no surprise that they make the #1 shave cream. Foamy's the name, and the name says it all. Foamy's lather is thick and rich. Lay it on thick to soften whiskers. It's smooth going when you shave with Foamy. Clean, close, smooth, thick, rich Gillette Foamy. Come on, get into the thick of it next time you shave, and you'll know why Foamy is #1.
Top of the 5th inning with Boston leading the 6th game of this 1975 World Series 3-0 behind the so far 2-hit pitching of Louis Tiant. It'll be 8-9-1 for Cincinnati. Cesar Geronimo for openers. Terry Crowley has moved on deck for the 2nd time tonight. He came on deck to hit in the 3rd inning, but after Geronimo had struck out, it was Cheney who came to the plate. The Reds presenting their only threat to Tiant in the 4th inning. That was created by a throwing error by shortstop Rick Burleson on a ground ball off the bat of George Foster, but then Concepcion popped out to end it. Here's a pitch to Geronimo, swung on and hit into right field. It is going to be caught by Evans. Well, Crowley again is going to be called back. And this time it's going to be right-handed batting Ed Armbrister to hit for pitcher Jack Billingham. Scattering of boos going around Fenway Park. No doubt because of Armbrister's most definite involvement with a controversial play in Cincinnati.
Funny how controversial that play was in Boston and didn't really create much excitement in Cincinnati. The eyes of the beholder.
That's exactly right.
It's Armbrister.
Armbrister, little used by Sparky Anderson during the season, but a guy who, well, delivered what turned out to be the winning run in the third and clinching game against Pittsburgh in the National League Championship Series with a sacrifice fly. He's a right-handed hitter. Tiant misses outside on his first pitch. Jack Billingham going an inning and a third, giving up a hit, a strikeout and a walk, no runs against him. 2 balls and no strikes. Up to this point, the Reds' relief pitching has done the job as far as holding the Red Sox. The Reds have not been able to do anything against Louis Tiant. Already a winner of 2 games in this series. 3 balls and no strikes. Armbrister looking for a walk. There's a call strike. I would imagine you're probably going to be seeing him taken here, too. 3 balls and 1 strike. Sparky Anderson looking for base runners as Grammas flashes a sign after getting it from the Reds' dugout. 3-1 pitch. That is ball 4 on a fastball high and tight. Tiant has given up his second walk. Here's Pete Rose, who's had 50% of the Cincinnati hits with a third inning single to center field.
14.
Rose a hit to center in the third, a fly ball that Carl Yastrzemski made a circus catch on in the first inning. Petrocelli in at third. Burleson Doyle at double play depth with 1 out. There's a check in the pitch. Bunt attempt by Rose, and he pops it foul off the third baseline back into the seats.
He was challenging Petrocelli that time, trying to lay down a surprise bunt. That wind now has freshened up even more toward that left field wall.
Certainly has, Kurt.
3-run lead is nothing in this ballpark the way the wind is tonight.
Tiant checking Armbrister at first base. He turns and throws very hard that way, and runner gets back. Armbrister has good speed. With the Reds trailing by 3 runs, you don't expect him to run in this situation. Throws behind a strike. Pitch on the way, and that's high and outside. His fist comes up as if to throw. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Imagine Darrell Johnson gnashing his teeth there in the Red Sox dugout. They let him get away with a base loaded in third, 2 men in scoring position, 1 out in the fourth. These early innings, can't waste too many scoring opportunities.
Well, the Reds with great power, but it certainly has been non-existent in the games played here at Fenway Park. Trailing by 3 runs, 1-1 pitch to Rose, and boy, that looked like a good pitch from our vantage point, but Davidson says a ball, 2-1. Rose out of the batter's box, and you can pretty much find him talking with somebody the entire night, right now directing his comments at Carlton Fisk. Tiant working very, very slowly. He's issued a 1-out walk to pinch hitter Ed Armbrister. Behind to the batter, Pete Rose. 2-1 pitch. That is a strike out away from him. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Clay Carroll, we will assume, will be the new Reds pitcher when the Red Sox come to bat in the 5th inning. He's still throwing. He'll be the 4th for Cincinnati. Rose at the plate, Griffey on deck. Tian cranking it up again with that herky-jerky motion and sends a 2-2 pitch plateward. Swung on and fouled out of play. Well, that ball bounding off the facing of the press box up above the third base dugout and on down to the third base umpire, Larry Barnett. Crowd getting on him a bit. Not a real popular man here in New England area. Tian's 2-2 with Pete Rose. He pitches. And he's full on him as he misses up high with a fastball. Quick throw to first, but Armbruster is back. Well, Sparky Anderson said before the game, he said, we can afford to do more things tonight than can Boston, but that's not been the case with the way Tian has pitched. The Reds have simply not had the opportunities to try and do anything of a gambling nature. Gone as far as he can go, Tian has with Rose. Armbruster goes, 3-2 is foul back. So the runner heads on back to first base, and Tian will again be throwing 3-2 to the plate. Pete Rose has normally not been a good World Series hitter. In 1970, hit .250. In 1972 against Oakland, batted only .214, but has had a good series against the Red Sox. That hit he had in the third now gives him 7 hits in 19 times up. Once again, the payoff. The runner goes, swung on, line to center. That's in for a base hit. Armbruster takes a turn, bobbled momentarily by Lynn that eliminated any chance that he might have had of getting Armbruster at third base. So the Reds are knocking on the door. With runners at first and third, Rose up with his second hit of the night. And only the third by Cincinnati off Louis Tian. Here's Ken Griffey.
Now Rose now has the lead for base hits in this World Series with 8. He's hit the ball hard tonight, every time.
Hit the ball hard most of the series, Kurt, as you pointed out earlier. He's hit into some tough luck.
He could have a dozen hits right now. He could be challenging the all-time base hit record for a World Series.
Now the onus is on Ken Griffey's back. He's walked in the first. He hit a ground ball that was deflected off Tian's glove in the third inning, and Denny Doyle threw him out. It is a 3-0 game, Boston. We're in the fifth with 1 out and runners at first and third. Tian throws, and Griffey swings and hits a very high pop that will be out of play off to the left. Ken Griffey from Donora, Pennsylvania. Town made great by one of the all-time greats in baseball history, Stan Musial.
He used to be a pitcher.
That's right. Griffey came to a tryout camp with Pittsburgh as a pitcher. Interesting story there. Here's Tian's 0-1. That's outside. Kurt went to a Pirate tryout camp in Connellsville, Pennsylvania as a pitcher. Gave up 3 home runs to a guy by the name of Jim Braxton.
Playing now with the Buffalo Bills.
Same one. Griffey decided that pitching was not his bag after that day.
I'll tell you, football is Braxton's bag.
1 ball, 1 strike. Armbruster third, Rose first. Griffey starts to go and holds up. Ball 2, 2-1.
This inning is turning to be a bit of a struggle for Louis Tian.
Joe Morgan is on deck. Tian trying to get Griffey to hit the ball on the ground at somebody. Now the 2-1, and that is strike call on the outside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Reds left 2 on in the 4th inning. They have stranded a total of 4 runners in the game. The Red Sox have left 5, but as Kurt pointed out, Had the bases loaded, could not score in the third, left 2 men on base, had runners at second and third with 1 out in the 4th inning, and could not get anybody in. With Cooper holding at first base, a big gap on the right side of the Boston infield. Here's a 2-2 pitch, swung on, a fly ball hammered to left center field, well hit. Lynn racing back. That ball is going to be off the fence, kicking back toward right center field. Armbruster scores. Here comes Rose to the plate. Griffey goes to third with a 2-run triple.
And Lynn is crumpled where he hit the wall out there. He jumped up and he is crumpled to the ground at the 379 mark at left center. He tried to go up off the wall, and he was running hard when he hit the wall. And he's down. And Griffey slashed that ball to left center off the wall. This is, to my way of thinking, more of a left-handed hitting ballpark than a right-handing. Ken Griffey just showed you why. He took an outside pitch and slammed it to the left center field wall and got himself an extra base hit. The Reds are right back in this ball game now. The Red Sox had their chances to blow it wide open, haven't done so. Now the Reds have bounced back with 2 runs in the 5th inning. And they have Griffey on third, only 1 down, the tying run. But the concern is of the magnificent Red Sox rookie center fielder, Fred Lynn. He has not arisen. He's still on the ground. The trainer is out there, Charlie Moss, the manager, Darrell Johnson, Carl Yastrzemski.
Kurt, it would appear that maybe Justy had the wind knocked out of him because they're not looking at any part of his body. You thought possibly there might have been a leg injury when he hit up against a wall, but now he is up in a standing position, and this place was deathly quiet for a moment because he really banged into that wall, making an all-out shot at making a catch.
He's up now. He's bending over. That ball was really taking off. He tried to grab this one over his shoulder, saw he could, reached up with his glove, tried to make a jumping leap and hit the back of his wall on his head against the wall and then crumpled to the ground on the warning track. And I imagine he's fairly well shaken up. He's wobbling out of that corner now and coming back in the grass and being given a hand by the fans here at Fenway Park. He's talking to the trainer, Charlie Moss. Lynn's nodding his head. I'm okay. Now he looks up at the sky, trying to shake some cobwebs out. And he rubs the back. Now he wriggles it around to see if he... I think he hit the lower part of his back against the wall, too. Might have bruised it. Well, while they still attend to him, he's kicking his legs and doing some knee bends. He seems to be all right, nothing broken or injured. NBC's radio coverage of the World Series will continue after station identification.
This is WNWS-FM New York, where you'll hear news and information live 24 hours a day at 97 on your FM dial. News FM.
Well, Freddie Lynn is all right. Ken Griffey has delivered a big 2-run triple for Cincinnati to left center field. He is a tying run as Joe Morgan steps in against Tiant. The pitch to him is a fastball high, ball 1. Tiant has struggled here in this 5th inning. He walked pinch hitter Armbruster with 1 out, gave up a single to Rose and a booming triple to the 379 marker in left center by Griffey. Now the infield runs in as Tiant delivers plateward, and he's behind at ball 2. For the first time tonight, we have some activity underway in the Boston bullpen. Check it out for you in just a moment. Morgan ahead, 2 balls and no strikes. He swings and pops it up on the left side. It's Petrocelli calling for it and makes a catch, and they're 2 down. He got Morgan on an off-speed pitch, and that's the 3rd straight time that he has retired Joe Morgan, who goes back to the Reds' dugout shaking his head. Joe has not been able to get one out of the infield. Johnny Bench has been up twice. He has struck out twice. Tiant punched him out swinging in the 1st and got him looking in the 4th. Jim Burton and Jim Willoughby. Burton a left-hander, Willoughby a right-hander, loosening up in the Boston bullpen. Infield now back at normal depth. Bench swings, it's a fly ball to deep left field. Yastrzemski back, looking up, it is off the fence. The tying run is in, and Bench will be held to a single off that green monster in left field as the Reds have tied it up at 3-all. Johnny Bench has hammered one off the left field wall, a ball that hit about 3/4 of the way up. That's a 4th World Series run batted in for Bench, and the Reds have hit Tiant and hit him pretty well in inning number 5 here. Tony Perez 1 for 2, a strikeout, a single. Pitch. Swung on and fouled off to the right and out of play. Well, that ball that Bench just hit's the first time that anybody has hit the left field wall in this World Series.
Except Griffey.
Okay.
Griffey sliced out there. That was a pretty good shot off the wall.
Let's say straight away to left.
Yeah, I know what you mean. A right-hander pulling the ball.
Fastball is high, 1-1. Hit totals are all even now, 5 for the Reds and 5 for Boston. Red Sox enjoying a 3-run first on Fred Lynn's home run. The Reds have gotten 3 in the 5th. Have Bench at first, 2 down. Perez waiting on the 1-1 pitch from Tiant. Here it is. Swung on and fouled back. He came in on him. A bad handle foul back.
Actually, Marty, as you run down the red order of Bench, Perez, Foster, Concepcion, they have more right-handed power toward the wall than the Red Sox. With Jim Rice in the Red Sox lineup, I think things would have been equaled up, but he's not in there. Bench and Perez are ideal Fenway Park hitters. I know Perez has great power to right center, but he can pull that ball to left, as we saw in Cincinnati.
Tiant has Perez in a hole as he tries to get the final 5th inning out. It's been a rough inning for him, and just did miss with that pitch. Dropped down a bit on the right-handed batter, something that he will do frequently. Never will drop down on a left-handed batter, and he's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Tony Perez. 3 runs in, 2 men out. Bench leading against a holding Cooper at first base. Here's a pitch. Fastball is high, and he's gone full on Perez at 3-2. Red Sox lose it. There is no tomorrow for them. Should Cincinnati lose, it would be a 3-3 lockup with a decisive 7th game tomorrow night. Bench will be moving on the pitch. Here's a payoff. And he struck him out swinging as he fouled it, and Fisk was able to hang on. That's a 5th strikeout for Tiant, but a rough inning for him. 3 runs the Reds scored on 3 base hits, 1 man left, and in the middle of inning number 5, it's the Reds 3, the Red Sox 3.
If you have a head for cars, head for Dodge.
This is the year Dodge gives you more.
Instead of 2 charges, now there's 4.
There's overdrive in Colt GT.
Compact Dart holds my whole family.
If you have a head for cars, head for Dodge.
Head for Dodge in 76, because Dodge has the cars that are turning all the heads. Sporty little cars like Colt, roomy compacts like Dart, mid-size family cars like Coronet, and the car that more people are getting hooked on every day, Dodge Charger. Head for them all at the Dodge Boys.
If you have a head for cars, head for Dodge.
Drive Charger Daytona and hear the crowd roar.
My Coronet wagon holds a grocery store.
Dart Colt Charger Coronet. One of these beauties is the one to get.
If you have a head for cars, head for Dodge. If you have a head for cars, head for Dodge.
Well, we're halfway through the 6th game of the World Series, and we're no better off than we were when the first pitch was thrown, and that this game is all tied up at 3 runs apiece. A new pitcher is on for Cincinnati, right-hander Clay Carroll. And I'm going to turn it over the rest of the way to Curt Gowdy. And Curt, I'll say publicly around the world that it has been a truly memorable experience working with you, and, well, I can't thank you enough.
Well, thank you, Marty. It's been my pleasure, too. If the Reds win, Marty will go down into the Cincinnati Red locker room, and we'll be down there for the festivities, the awarding of the World Series championship. If not, he'll be back here for Game 7 tomorrow night along NBC's radio network and the armed forces around the world. Clay Carroll's 4th appearance of this series and his 13th lifetime World Series appearance. And for those that joined us late in that first inning, after 2 out, Yastrzemski single to right, Fisk single to left, and Freddie Lynn hit a home run over the Red Sox bullpen into the right center field grandstand. 3-0. Tiant was rocking along. He had pitched 4 shutout innings. The Red Sox left the bases loaded in the third. They had runners at second and third, 1 out in the fourth. They wasted chances. Then the Reds went to work on Tiant in the top of the 5th inning and tied it up. The big blow, Ken Griffey's 2-run triple. Carl Yastrzemski facing Clay Carroll. Carroll starts him off with a curve in the outside corner for a strike. Yastrzemski is singled and popped up. 1 out of 2. Runs are even at 3, hits are even at 5. The Red Sox have made 1 error. Yastrzemski, Fisk, and Lynn. The pitch is just outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Gary Nolan started, went 2 innings, gave up 3 hits, 3 runs. Norman, 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit, no runs. Billingham, 1 1/3 innings, 1 hit, no runs. And now Carroll. We may see them all tonight. Except Gullett, we could see him. 2 balls, 1 strike to Carl Yastrzemski. Well, I have room for 6 pitchers in my scorecard. How many do you have?
Only 5, Kurt.
We're going to be a little bit short.
We sure are.
The 2-1 pitch, fastball for a strike at the knees, 2-2. They still have Raleigh Eastwick III, and lost in all the rain delay and the exciting plays of the series. There's a drive in the left by Yastrzemski. Went the other way. Base hit for him. He's on. Red Sox now have 6 hits. Eastwick has a chance to win 3 games in this World Series. He's already won 2. So does Tiant. Carlton Fisk has singled and walked.
7. Carlton Fisk. Catcher. Fisk.
Yastrzemski at first, nobody out. His right-handed batter, Carlton Fisk, steps in. They're deep and over to left for him. Carroll to the belt. Throws right down the middle for a strike call. 0-1. A left-handed batter, Fred Lynn's on deck. And evidently all right after his collision with the center field wall. He's down there swinging with his on-deck pitches. This will be an 0-1 pitch. Breaking delivery away from the right-hander. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tony Perez holding against Yastrzemski at first base. No outs. Last of the 5th inning. You couldn't get another person in here with a shoehorn. 3 days of rainouts didn't dampen the Boston fans' enthusiasm. Ground ball to third. Rose up with it. That's 1. He was crawling on his knees toward second. Looked like a double play ball, but he lost his footing and caught his spikes in the turf and then was crawling over toward second base as he made the throw to second for a force play. Here's a hand for Fred Lynn. Lynn hit a 3-run homer in the first. He walked in the third, and he banged against the wall trying to grab the drive off the bat of Ken Griffey. 1 out. Carlton Fisk at first. The Reds have had stout relief pitching. Lynn hits a fly ball left field. Easy chance for George Foster, and they're 2 down. With Fisk holding at first base. Here's Rico Petrocelli. He's flied to deep center. He struck out. The game is tied 3-3.
Number 6, Rico Petrocelli. Third base. Petrocelli.
After those 3 runs, that 3-run homer by the Red Sox, they have not been able to score. Norman, Billingham, and Carroll have done their job. Fisk with his lead at first, 2 down. Perez holding against him. Petrocelli checks a swing, sends a little easy grounder to short. The peg by Concepcion to Morgan for the force out on Fisk, and the side is out. At the end of 5 innings at Fenway Park, the game is tied 3-3.
Well, we move on to the top of the 6th inning, and Louis Tiant hoping for better things in inning number 6 than that which he experienced in the 5th. The Reds sent 7 batters to the plate, scoring 3 times on a 2-run triple by Ken Griffey, and following a pop-out of Joe Morgan, a Johnny Bench single off the left field wall that scored the tying run. Up until that point, Tiant had been rolling along, having given the Reds only 2 hits through the first 4 innings. The Reds have tied it up, and now they'll come here in the 6th inning with the likes of George Foster, Davey Concepcion, and center fielder Cesar Geronimo.
Left field, Foster.
Foster 0 for 2 has popped out to first baseman Cooper in foul ground and then reached on a fielder's choice in the 4th inning on his ground ball to shortstop that Burleson threw away trying to get the force of Perez.
All right, Foster's a right-hander. Tiant shut him out for 4 innings, then gave up 3 runs in the 5th. Foster, Concepcion, and Geronimo. Petrocelli guarding the bag at third. Ball is tapped backhanded by Tiant. Hard throw to first, and he has him. That was an accidental swing by Foster. He was trying to get out of the way of a high inside pitch. Tapped it to Tiant, who had to go to his right, reach across the body, and then made a hard throw to first to get Foster. 1 down in the 6th inning. Game 6 here on a very lovely night. Not exactly a July night, but a lovely October night. And the Red Sox are tied at 3-all. If the Reds win tonight, the World Series is over. The Red Sox win will go down to Game 7 tomorrow night. Same time, 8:15 Eastern Standard Time on NBC. Concepcion took the first pitch high for a ball. He's fly to center and he's fouled out. They play him a shade to left. Tiant wriggles and throws, and he threw a fastball right by him and a swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, we see all of our good fans out in the bleachers waving us hello out there, and I want to tell you about them, Marty. They stood in line all night here for 2 nights to get tickets. Slept in sleeping bags outside the ballpark. They deserve their seats, and we hope they're enjoying the ball game out there. No better ball fans than
the same thing happened in Cincinnati also for those 3 games.
That's right. Those are real ball fans. The 2-1 delivery. There's a fly ball to right field. Evans drifting back. Looks and takes it. 2 down. Pedro Bourbon is going to work now in the Cincinnati Red bullpen. The pitcher, Clay Carroll, is due up next. Geronimo has struck out, flied out. A left-handed batter. 3 runs, 6 hits for the Red Sox. 3 runs, 5 hits for the Reds. 1 error in the game. That was by shortstop Rick Burleson. That proved to be harmless. And the top of the batting order coming up after the pitcher. And that top of the order has given Tiant trouble tonight, those left-handers. A 1-0 delivery to Geronimo. That pitch is over. It popped into the glove of Carlton Fisk. A strike call, 1-1. Put the shotgun mic on that one, boys. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tiant twists and throws. The base hit. That one will have to be fielded by the shortstop, Burleson. Geronimo's going for 2, then May turns around and goes back to first. That one is the ball that hit inside third, then rolls into foul territory and hits the box seats jutting out. Ricochets in a shallow left field. The shortstop has to make the play and not the left fielder. The single for Geronimo. Now, we're going to have a pinch hitter.
Terry Crowley, who has made a habit of coming on deck 2 different times tonight, Kurt, only to be called back by Sparky Anderson, is going to come onto the plate following Geronimo's 2-out base hit, and he's a left-handed hitter.
They have hit Cheney, a left-hander, Armbrister, a right-hander. Crowley becomes the 3rd pinch hitter of the game, and Pedro Bourbon will come in to pitch in the last of the 6th inning. He will become the 5th Cincinnati pitcher of the night. Terry Crowley. He knows this ballpark. He knows the Red Sox. He played against them when he was with the Baltimore Orioles. Back there are 2 ex-Orioles on the Cincinnati Reds, Merv Retman and Terry Crowley. Petrocelli's in on the edge of the grass at third base. Cooper's holding against Geronimo. The Reds and the Red Sox each have 6 hits now. Tiant down to the bell has given up 4 hits in the last inning and 2/3. His overhand delivery is low. Ball 1. Fisk held the mitt there and tried to get the decision from Sats Davidson, but Davidson said no, it's a ball. Pete Rose is on deck, and he has hammered Tiant tonight. 1 ball, no strikes. To Terry Crowley. Geronimo about a 2-step lead at first. A quick move, and he hits the dirt head first, getting back safely. One and 0. That's a half-speed pitch on the outside corner. 1-1, a call strike. Roger Moret now, a left-hander. Fastball left-hander warming up in the Red Sox bullpen. 1 ball, 1 strike. Throw to first, and again diving back. Closer play that time. Geronimo was nearly nipped over there in the tag by Cecil Cooper. They're playing Crowley a shade toward right field. A count 1-1. Tiant jiggles to the belt. Now throws. Fastball for a strike call. 1-2. This game is tied 3-3. The runs coming in bunches. A 3-run homer by Fred Lynn in the first for the Red Sox, and the Reds scored 3 in the top of the 5th. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Terry Crowley. 2 down, Geronimo on first. The pitch, fouled away. A ball and 2 strikes. Top coats in evident tonight, but not storm coats. 1-2. Weatherman says it's going to be a beautiful rest of the week here in New England. So we have Game 7. We should have a lovely night tomorrow night also. The 1-2 pitch. It's hit to the shortstop on 1 hop with a lot of spin on it. And Doyle didn't go over to cover second. Burleson had no play there. By the time Burleson looked up, it was too late to throw to first. And the Red Sox are not playing good ball in the field tonight. Nobody covering second base for the force out. There were 2 down. Maybe Doyle thought Burleson was going to pick up the ball and go to first, but that ball had a lot of topspin on it. And Burleson, it was hit slowly, knew it could be a tricky play and might have a close play at first. And a base hit now is scored for Terry Crowley on a ball that was hit on 1 hop to the shortstop. And that has the Red Sox fans buzzing. They don't like the way things are going right now. Their leads evaporated. The Reds now are battling back. 2 hits and 3 times for Pete Rose. Lined out to left. Line to single to center. Line to single to center. Ball 1 to him. Rose now has the most hits of any player in the 75 World Series. 8 for 21. Swinging the bat the way you know Pete Rose can. Pounding out those 200 hits year after year, that 300 batting average. He hits a foul out of play to count 1-1. The Reds are threatening after 2 down, nobody on. An infield hit by Geronimo and an infield hit by Crowley. They haven't had the ball out of the infield, and yet they have a threat going to break this tie in the top of the 6th inning. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rose wags that bat around, hits out of a deep crouch, batting left against the right-handed Tiant. There's a ground ball hit to Burleson. He's positioned perfectly, grabs it, steps on the bag. He was shading Rose over in the middle. Rose has been hitting up the middle a lot off Tiant. Oh, the side's out. No runs for the Reds. 2 hits. There were no errors. They left 2. Last of the 6th inning coming up, and the score is tied 3-3. Well, we have another pitcher for the Reds. As on and on they go out of that bullpen. Pedro Bourborn becomes the 5th pitcher. Nolan, the starter, worked 2 innings. Norman, 2/3 of an inning. Billingham an inning in the third. Clay Carroll 1 inning. And now the veteran Bourbon. And it's the bottom third of the Red Sox order up. Evans, Burleson, and Tiant. This game is tied 3-3, last of the sixth. First pitch to Evans is a strike at the knees. Evans has taken a called third strike and doubled to right field. Rick Burleson on deck. Sidearm pitch, low for a ball. What about Bourbon, Marty?
Well, Kurt, he's a fastball slider pitcher. He tried to develop a forkball during the closing couple of months of the season. At times will throw it, but is not 100% confident with it.
He's low and away with that one. 2 balls, 1 strike. You can see the Reds have read their scouting reports. They're trying to keep the ball away from right-handers here so they can't pull and hit the left field wall. The wind's blowing out tonight toward the fence. That pitch was right in there, and he had a rip at a letter-high fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Dwight Evans. Cincinnati pitching by game. They used 3 pitchers in Game 1, 4 in Game 2, 5 in Game 3, 4 in Game 4. Gullett and a reliever, and there's a drive. Stabbed by Joe Morgan, goes left, and the little second baseman throws Evans out on a fine play. 1 down. And they've had 5 tonight. They don't call him Captain Hook for nothing. Sparky Anderson. He dips into that bullpen and is not bashful about doing so. Rick Burleson is grounded out and walked. 1 out for the Red Sox. They've not scored since the first inning. The Reds have had excellent relief pitching tonight. Every man has done his job. Billingham came in with a bases loaded, 2 down, and struck out Petrocelli. Then he wriggled out of a runner on second and third, 1-out situation in the fourth. That's when the Red Sox had their chance to open this game up. But they didn't do it, and you have to give Billingham credit. Fastball over for a strike call to Burleson. A ball and a strike. 1 down. Red Sox batting last of the sixth. Pitch is low. Bourbon looks fast. 2 balls, 1 strike. This is Phil Harris's favorite pitcher, Pedro Bourbon. The 2-1 delivery. 3-1. Louis Tiant crouched in the on-deck circle for the Red Sox. Straight away for Burleson. He just tries to meet the ball. And he's on. Bourbon walked him. Red Sox have had 4 walks tonight. Louis Tiant has walked 2. Now here's Sparky Anderson coming out. He wants to talk to Bourbon. He's sending a sign for more action in the Cincinnati bullpen. In the top of the order, Cecil Cooper's on deck. I wouldn't be surprised to see the little left-hander McEnany start warming up.
That's exactly right, Kurt. McEnany is going to just now get up to begin throwing, and, well, it's pretty obvious that by they, meaning McEnany and Eastwick, they are the 2 kids who did the most productive job out of the bullpen, and Sparky is saving his 2 young Lions for the late innings, and Mac is up throwing now.
And the Red Sox, after Tiant, have Cooper, Doyle, and Yastrzemski left-handers. Louis Tiant. Rose is in tight at third. He's anticipating a bunt. And the bunt is taken. It's a strike call. Tiant squared away and let it ride through. 0-1. Tony Perez was charging up from first. Morgan was going over to cover first, and Concepcion to cover second. Game tied 3-3. Pitch is low to Tiant. 1 ball, 1 strike. And he appeared to have ideas of bunting again as he squared away. Now he looks down to his third base coach, Don Zimmer. Bourbon almost quick pitching. There's a ball laid down foul. Hit something on the line. Bourbon comes down to the stop and boom, delivers. He's unloading in a hurry. He's not letting Burleson get a jump at first. Smart pitching by Bourbon. 3-3 game. Last of the sixth inning. Chops that one foul. He's out. Strikeout for the pitcher. A put out for the catcher as he tried to bunt on the third strike. Red Sox have 2 down and Cecil Cooper coming up, and he is wallowing in a bad hitting slump in this series. He now has had only one hit in 16 times. This is the top of the Red Sox batting order. 2 down. Burleson at first. A tie game, 3-all. The Reds in the 7th will have Griffey, Morgan, and Bench up. Bourbon low with a fastball, 1-0. The second base umpire, Nick Colosi, now has moved over on the shortstop side of second with a left-handed batter up to give Cooper better vision. Outside, ball 2 to Cecil Cooper, 2-0. Denny Doyle, a little left-hander, is crouched in the on-deck circle. 2 balls, no strikes. Swings and fouls at him back at third, out of play. 2-1 to Cooper. He's flied out, popped up, grounded out. Burleson at first. 2 out. Stretched by Bourbon, and the pitch is a bounding ball to Joe Morgan. Big hop to him. Throws to first, and the Red Sox are retired, and they have been shut out by Cincinnati relievers since the first inning. And the score at the end of 6 at Fenway Park is still Cincinnati 3 and Boston 3.
Jack Jones for Chrysler New Yorker.
What a beautiful New Yorker. It's the talk of the town. Elegance and grace, styling sets the pace. People stop and stare. Chrysler New Yorker's there. What a beautiful New Yorker. It's the talk of the town. Torsion, quiet ride, comfort as you drive. Engineering for today, Chrysler leads the way. What a beautiful New Yorker. It's the talk of the town. The beautiful new Chrysler New Yorker Brougham has everybody talking. And it's the finest new Chrysler both inside and out. And you get all this luxury at a New Yorker price. Velour upon the seat, comfort at your feet. Chrysler values nice at a New Yorker price. What a beautiful New Yorker. It's the talk of the town.
In the 7th inning, the Reds will come up with Ken Griffey, Joe Morgan, and Johnny Bench. And Ken Griffey has had the big hit for the Reds tonight. With 1 out, Armbrister, a pinch hitter, walk. Pete Rose single to center, with Armbrister stopping at second, and then Griffey triple off the left center field wall. Fred Lynn crashing to the wall. The triple scored both runs, and then Johnny Bench singled off the left field wall, scoring Griffey. And those 3 runs tied this game up. Griffey ready to step in, a left-handed batter with speed going down the line. Lloyd Tiant's gone all the way. He's already pitched 2 complete games in this series. Tiant's delivery. Big bounding ball hit into right field by Griffey. That's the 3rd time he's been on. And he's a runner bobbled by Evans, but no advance. A runner with speed is on for Cincinnati. They have now out-hit the Red Sox 8-6. Joe Morgan has not had the ball out of the infield. He's fouled out, grounded out, popped up, 0 for 3. This game tied 3-3. Red Sox bullpen's going to work. Right-hander's up, maybe Dick Drago. We'll check. Throw to first, Griffey diving back, close play. Dick Drago, a fastball right-hander. Starting to loosen up for the Red Sox. The Reds had 3 hits off Tiant in the 5th, 2 hits off him in the 6th, and Griffey leads off the 7th with a single. A stretch and pitch. High and away from Joe Morgan. 1 ball and no strikes. Morgan can pull the ball. Petrocelli's in shallow, but Morgan can pull the ball behind the runner. They can move him over that way. Might even move him to third if he gets the base hit. Tiant into his stretch. The 1-0 pitch. Foul out of play. 1-1. One ball, one strike. Seventh inning, Game 6, the 1975 World Series. Here at 10:39 Eastern Standard Time is tied at 3-3. Pitch is high and away. It could be 12 or 13 hours of difference, I guess, if you're listening in the Orient, either yesterday or tomorrow. 2 balls, 1 strike. Griffey at first. Excellent base runner. Hard to get a lead against Tiant. Now he makes his move, keeps him close. This 2-1 might be a hit and run count. We'll see. The big boys coming up for the Reds behind Morgan, Bench and Perez. The 2-1 pitch. It's a strike call to Joe Morgan. I think Joe is unhappy at himself for taking that pitch.
Well, I'll tell you, Kurt, it really appears that, you hate to say it really, but it appears that Louis Tiant has Joe Morgan in his hip pocket. It looks like Joe is trying to guess on him, and really with an assortment of pitches like this man has, you can't go up there with a great deal of success and try to guess what's coming at. He's taking some good pitches from Tiant.
Tiant just waved his arms in a circle, meaning take it off and give me a new sign. Alex Grammas has 2-2 count. Griffey at first, nobody out. The Reds in the 7th. Tiant throws, and there's a drive in the left field. That'll be out in the corner. Yastrzemski racing over and holds Griffey at second base. The wet grass, the heavy grass from the 3-day rain slowed that one from reaching the corner. Yastrzemski got over there and cut it off. But the Reds have runners on first and second, nobody out. And here is manager Darrell Johnson coming out now as the Reds has spiked Tiant for 9 hits tonight. And most of the hits have come in the last 3 innings. So the Reds now have speed on. Griffey's at second. Morgan's at first. Nobody out. Bench, Perez, and Foster coming up. Darrell Johnson's talking to Tiant. He leaves him in. Goes on out. He had that talk with him out in Game 4 in the 9th inning. Says, how do you feel, Louis? I get him. I get him. Says, you got him. But Dick Drago is out in the Red Sox bullpen, active. He'll be ready if needed. Tie game, and now it's the Reds. The momentum going their way. They're threatening here. They're not holding at first base. Morgan has a huge lead at first. Griffey will jockey for his lead at second. The stretch by Louis Tiant in the pitch. A curveball. He tried to hold up on the swing, Bench. Couldn't do it. A slow curve. Bench has struck out twice and singled off the left field wall. He's knocked in a run tonight. You don't usually have a Johnny Bench bunting.
Sparky Anderson doesn't.
You let him take his shot. Biggest hit of the series, I think, was by Johnny Bench in Game 2. There's a drive to left field. Yastrzemski backing up will have room. Takes it on the warning path, throws in a second. Now Johnny Bench led off the 9th inning of the second game, purposely hitting the ball to right field. That pulled the Reds back into the ball game. It might have been the turning point of this series. At that time, Marty, I said I thought it could turn out to be the biggest hit of the series.
Well, the way things have gone up to this point, Kurt, you may well be right, because he doesn't get that hit and the Reds don't have the big ninth. They could have well gone to Cincinnati down 2-0 in this series.
Now Tony Perez is up. He has struck out, single to right, and struck out. The Reds have Griffey at second, Morgan at first, one down. And we're all tied up 3-3. The Red Sox in their last of the 7th will have Doyle, Yastrzemski, and Fisk up. Tiant's delivery. There's a fly ball to right fielder Dwight Evans. They're tagging at second. Evans makes the grab. Here comes Griffey to third. Is cut off by Rick Burleson. The Reds have runners on first and third, 2 down. So Tiant got the right-handers, Bench and Perez out. But he has another strong right-hander to face now, and George Foster, who's fouled out, been on with the fielder's choice, and bounced out to the pitcher. Starting to cool off a little bit more now. Getting chillier as the night wears on. Rick Burleson came in and said something to Tiant at the mound. 3 runs, 9 hits for the Reds. 3 runs, 6 hits for the Red Sox, and Fisk, the catcher, has been sent out by the Red Sox dugout to talk to Tiant, and in comes Rick Burleson. I don't know what this conversation's about. Alex Grammas, meanwhile, had gone back into the Cincinnati dugout for instructions from his manager, Sparky Anderson. All right, everybody's returning to their positions. Ken Griffey's at third. He's been the batting star tonight, along with Fred Lynn. Joe Morgan's at first. 2 down. Red Sox are talking about, we're discussing Morgan, how to go to work on him. There goes Morgan. Foul ball back. Morgan going on the first pitch. Morgan says Tiant is the toughest right-hander for him to get a jump on, with the exception of Andy Messersmith of the Dodgers. And Joe says that the dirt here is much slower, of course, than the artificial surface at Cincinnati. He's getting a lead at first again with Griffey at third. 1 strike to George Foster. 2 out. Tie game, 3-3. Time call. Foster backs out. Again, Tiant to the stretch. There goes Morgan. That's a fly ball to deep center. Lynn going back. That ball is off the wall. It'll score 2 runs. Foster's in the second, and Foster has doubled off the top of the center field wall and nearly had a home run. And the Reds, with superior right-handed power tonight, are using Fenway Park better than the hometown Red Sox. So the Reds now lead 5-3. Dave Concepcion's a batter. 2 RBIs by Griffey. Off the left center field wall. Bench reached the left field wall for an RBI, and Foster hit that one high off the center field bleacher wall and nearly into the bleachers. Pitch is high and away for a ball. 1-0. 5 runs, 10 hits for Cincinnati. 3 runs, 6 hits for the Red Sox. One ball, no strikes. Geronimo on deck. Tiant to the belt. His curveball stays inside the Concepcion. Ball 2, 2-0. Griffey started this inning with a single to right. Morgan, single to left. Griffey stopped at second. Then Tiant got Bench and Perez and fly balls, but Foster hit a double high off the center field bleacher wall. And the Reds have taken the lead 5-3. Tiant looks back to second, throws to the plate. Foul bow back, and the count is 2-1 to Dave Concepcion. The Red Sox in the last of the 7th have Doyle, Yastrzemski, and Fisk up. They had their chances early to break this one wide open, failed to do so. And now Cincinnati relief pitching has been stopping them. A left-hander, Jim Burton, has joined a right-hander, Dick Drago, in the Red Sox bullpen. Two balls, one strike. The 2-1 delivery. Curveball hit to the shortstop, Burleson. He has a long throw against a fast man that's in time. The side's out, but the Reds have grabbed the lead with 2 runs. 3 hits. There were no errors. The Reds left 1. 7th inning stretch at Fenway Park. The score, Cincinnati 5 and Boston 3. All right, we're going to the last half of the 7th inning. Pedro Borbon will be working on his 2nd inning. He set the Red Sox down without any trouble in the 6th. And he faces left-handers Doyle and Yastrzemski and right-hander Fisk. So for the first time tonight, the Red Sox are behind. Doyle has had a hit in every game. He's doubled in 3 times in this game. Pete Rose playing him shallow at third base. Bourbon's pitch is outside to Doyle for a ball, 1-0. Now it's the Red Sox who'll have to come back. The Reds behind 3-0 at the end of the 1st inning, battle back in and have taken the lead. The 1-0 pitch. Doyle pops it up and waiting for it is shortstop Concepcion for the first out.
Curtis, Pedro Borbon works here in the 7th inning. Sparky Anderson keeps him busy down there. He's got again the left-hander Will McEnany throwing.
Carl Yastrzemski, a single to right, popped up and single to left. First pitch of the breaking ball, low to Yastrzemski, 1-0. Carlton Fisk on deck. 1 out for the Red Sox, bases empty. The Reds leading 5-3. Bourbon's pitch is low for ball 2. 2-0. Or check that, 1-1. The 1-1 delivery. Chopper hit out to Joe Morgan. He charges the ball, took a skidding hop to him. He throws Yastrzemski out. And the Red Sox have not had the ball out of the infield the last 2 innings. Carlton Fisk has singled, walked, and hit into a forced play.
27. Catcher.
It's been the Reds pitching staff tonight that has done it. Norman, Billingham, Carroll, and Bourbon in relief. That pitch shutout ball since the 2nd inning. Nolan started, went 2 innings, allowed 3 runs in the 1st, shut the Red Sox out in the 2nd. 2 outs, nobody on. Ball 1 to Carlton Fisk. Bourbon right now is a pitcher of record. If the Reds hold this lead, he'd be the winning pitcher. Swings and misses. Like a hard slider, 1 ball, 1 strike to Carlton Fisk. Fred Lynn is on deck. One and one. There's the ground ball to shortstop Concepcion. One hands it, flips to first. The Reds playing excellent defensive ball, and Fisk is out. So are the Red Sox, 1, 2, 3 in the 7th. At the end of 7, Cincinnati 5 and Boston 3. Cesar Geronimo will lead off in the 8th inning for the Reds. Pedro Borbon, they're going to leave him in. The way he's been looking, I don't blame them. In the last 2 innings, he has just overpowered the Red Sox. And then we'll go to the top of the order and pick up Pete Rose. Louis Tiant's pitched all the way. He's allowed 5 runs, 10 hits. He's given up 8 hits in the last 3 innings. Geronimo has struck out. He's fly to right. He's had an infield hit. 5 runs, 10 hits, no errors for the Reds. 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Red Sox. The team scoring first has been the loser in every game of this series except the first game. All right, we're ready to go. 8th inning. Geronimo hits a high drive down the right field line. That one's deep, and it is a home run for Cesar Geronimo. Right down the line it went and dropped into the right field grandstand. And the Reds now lead 6-3. And Geronimo has tagged Tiant for 5 hits in the last 2 games. Here comes Darrell Johnson out. And this may be all for Louis Tiant, who had it for 4 innings, and since the 5th inning has been tagged by the Cincinnati Reds, Tiant will leave the mound, but he has been great for the Red Sox this year during the season, in the playoffs, and the World Series, and he should get a standing ovation by the Red Sox fans. There he goes, Louis Tiant, and he does. They give him a big hand. His teammates shake his hands in the dugout. The way he was going in the early innings, Marty, it looked like he might pitch another shutout.
Certainly did, Kurt. He really appeared to be throwing in the first couple, 3 innings is the way he threw the first time in here, the opening game when he shut the Reds out. But, well, the Reds started to zero in on him in the 5th inning and got the big 3 runs in, 2 of them on Ken Griffey's triple. And from then on, it's all been a rough night for Louis Tiant.
Roger Moret, a willowy left-hander, has come on now. He'll face Pedro Borbon. Moret has made 1 appearance. He pitched 1/3 of an inning, giving up 1 hit. That was the base-winning hit by Joe Morgan in Game 3 out at Cincinnati. Tiant was tagged tonight for 11 hits, 6 runs. He walked 2, and he struck out 5. And from the 5th inning on, he didn't strike out anyone. So the Reds finally solved his baffling assortment of deliveries and speeds. Griffey triple off the left center field wall in the 5th. Bench single off the wall in the 5th. And the Reds finally found out what the wall was all about. Foster doubled high off the center field bleacher wall, narrowly missing a home run in the 7th to drive in 2. And Geronimo just hit a home run into the right field grandstand to lead off the 8th inning. So the Reds now are in a 6-3 lead. There's a chopper down the third base line that is foul by Pedro Borbon. And if they hold the Red Sox, they are the world champions of 1975. They have been frustrated in 70 against Baltimore in 72. They had a magnificent season this year, winning 108 games and opened the World Series and didn't look good, being shut out. And were shut out in the second game, going down to the 9th inning, or had only 1 run in the first 2 games. And benches double turned it around for him, going to the opposite field. Borbon swings and misses, strike 2. 0-2. I think one of the classic lines of the series. There's a bounding ball to the right side. Cooper has it, took a bad hop, scoot on him, and he still came up with it. It was when Sparky Anderson, it rained here on Sunday, a week ago Sunday, in Game 2, and he said, you know, we're getting about half run a game. This was, I think, in the 6th or 7th inning when the rains came. And he said, we look like the little toy machine running around here instead of the red machine. He was very candid about his ball club. Pete Rose at the top of the order has 2 hits in 4 times. Now he's batting right-handed against the left-hander Moret. And he fouls it out of play into the grandstand and back of first base. 1 out for the Reds. The base is empty in the 8th inning. Six to 3, Cincinnati ahead. Moret comes in. It's high. Ball 1, strike 1. One and 1 count. In comes the pitch, a changeup. Moret grabs it at the mound. A good stop by him. Throws to first. A little bit high, but he still has him. And they're 2 down. Now it's Ken Griffey. And he's been a force tonight for the Reds. He walked in the first. Bounced out in the third. Tripled to knock in 2 in the fifth. And singled the lead off the 7th inning where the Reds scored 2. He has scored 2 runs tonight. He won the second game with a base hit double to left center here in Boston. If this series is over tonight, I think he might be a strong candidate for the player of the series, Marty.
I would agree, Kurt. He certainly has come up with some big hits for Cincinnati.
There's a fly ball in the center field. Lynn comes on to take it. And Moret gets him out after Geronimo led off with a homer. We're going to the last of the 8th inning. And the score, the Reds 6 and the Red Sox 3. The Reds get their bullpen busy with Will McEnany and Raleigh Eastwick III. Bourbon has pitched a very strong 2 innings of relief. Now the ball has been hit out of the infield against him. Fred Lynn crashed a 3-run homer in the first, walked in the third, and flied to left in the 5th. Lynn, Petrocelli, and Evans for the Red Sox in the last of the 8th. And the Red Sox are 3 runs down and facing extinction unless they can get a rally going. World Series will mean about 20,000 a man to the winner. There's a drive off Bourbon's legs. They don't have a play on Lynn. Lynn safe with a smash off the right leg of Pedro Bourbon. Well, that one will sting. That hit him on the right, in front of his right leg, about a foot above his ankle. That's the second hit for Lynn. 3rd time he's been on in this game. Now here's Rico Petrocelli up. He's flied to center, struck out, hit into a force play. They let Bourbon throw a couple of pitches to see if he's all right physically. Okay, he said, I'm all right, let's go. Reds are leading 6-3. Red Sox have Fred Lynn at first, nobody out in the last of the 8th inning. And Lynn's base hit has awakened the Red Sox fan. Petrocelli trying to hold up with a swing, taps it foul down the 3rd baseline. Johnny Bench going after it. Rico hasn't had the cuts tonight that he's had in previous games of the series.
Kurt, that hit by Lynn is only the 4th the Red Sox have had since the 1st inning, and never have the Reds relievers allowed them any more than 1 hit in any given inning.
And they've done quite a job. Billingham, Carroll, and Bourbon. 1 strike to Petrocelli. That one is low. I'll tell you, Bourbon is throwing hard, and his stuff is down. It's mean stuff. The mean low sinker and a low slider. He's keeping that ball down below the belt. There's another pitch below the belt that's fouled out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Petrocelli. Dwight Evans is on deck. Looks like Jim Burton warming up out of the Red Sox bullpen, a left-hander. Eastwick a right-hander, McEnany a left-hander, heating up for the Reds. Pitch is low and away. It's ball 2, strike 2 to Petrocelli. Two and 2 count. Now the pitch. Ball 3. 3 and 2. A low fastball. Lynn gets the lead at first. The 3-2 pitch. Petrocelli fouls in the back of the Red Sox dugout out of play. Reds are ahead 6-3. Trying to stave off the Red Sox in the last of the 8th inning. This could be the final game of the 75 series unless the Red Sox rally. Foul away. He just got a piece of that one. New ball tossed in. Bourbon pitching very quickly. Throws. Ball 4. And the Red Sox have runners on first and second, nobody out. And here's Sparky Anderson coming out. He can't afford to walk men in his ballpark. He wants Raleigh Eastwick, who's won 2 games already in this series. Lanky, young right-handed reliever who's done an exceptional job for the Reds this year. There goes Bourbon out. And Eastwick becomes the 6th pitcher of the game for the Reds. Joe Morgan's coming in, nodding his head, talking to his manager Anderson on the mound. Johnny Bench is out there, and we're waiting for the arrival of Eastwick, who didn't want the cart. I think after the 3-day layoff, these players want to jog or run in and get loose. Here's Marty Brenneman to tell you about Raleigh Eastwick.
Well, Kurt, a young man like Eastwick cannot do any more than he has done in this World Series. You certainly can't expect any more. He was the main man as far as a right-hander coming out of that Reds bullpen in short relief this season, and he's simply done it in this World Series. He's made 4 appearances. This will be appearance number 5 in 6 games. He has won 2 of the 3 Cincinnati victories. He has saved a game. And in 7 innings, he's allowed the Red Sox but 4 hits and 1 run with a couple of strikeouts and a couple of walks. His earned run average in this World Series figures out to 1.29. And, Kurt, you've seen him pitch enough to know that he's a throwback to the old days. All he does is come in and throw severe fire.
He was very good out in Cincinnati, I thought. His ball was alive. He was not as good his second time out as his first time out. His 5th appearance. He's won 2 games, lost none. He's had 1 save in this series. If he gets a save tonight, he has tied Larry Sherry's series record with the 59 Dodgers of 2 wins and 2 saves.
Kurt, I'll tell you, I don't believe he's going to get a chance to save this game. You've got Evans, you've got Burleson, right-handed hitters, and then certainly a pinch hitter if the Red Sox get that far for the pitcher. But then you've got 3 straight left-handers coming up. And you can look for Will McInerney to follow Raleigh Eastwick to the mound.
The Red Sox will bring the tying run to the plate in the person of Dwight Evans. Fred Lynn led off with a hit off the pitcher's leg. Bourbon, a ricochet job. And Petrocelli walked. We're waiting for Eastwick to finish. He gets 1 more warm-up pitch. And now we're set to go. Eastwick is the modern relief pitcher that is groomed from the start of his career to be a reliever and not a starter. He is trained to be a specialist at the age of 18. And his specialty, getting them out in the late innings. And it pays big money. Dwight Evans, the batter. Struck out. Double to right, grounded out. High and inside for a ball. 1-0. Rick Burleson on deck.
Kurt, in addition to the left-hander McInerney throwing for Cincinnati, Sparky Anderson also gotten right-hander Pat Darcy up to throw.
You were right. He was going to use his whole staff. Swing and a miss and a breaking delivery. A ball and a strike to Dwight Evans. Red Sox 3 runs down, batting in the last of the 8th inning with Lynn at second, Petrocelli at first. No outs. A stretch and pitch. Pop foul back out of play, and Eastwick quickly jumps ahead on the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Somewhat of a comparable situation here, Kurt. In the 9th inning of that game in Cincinnati, it was Evans who hit the game-tying 9th inning home run off of Eastwick.
1 ball, 2 strikes. This one's fouled back out of play again. Eastwick just pouring that fastball into him. 1-2. Runners on first and second, nobody out for the Red Sox in the last of the 8th inning. They're hanging by their fingernails right now. His fastball, he's quick, but he's way outside with that one. A 2-2 count to Dwight Evans. Eastwick checks. Now pitches. Evans hits a high foul. That'll be up on the roof in left field. 2-2. 6-3. Cincinnati in the lead. Last of the 8th inning. Red Sox are threatening. A stretch and pitch. Ooh, that one missed. Johnny Bench thought they had it. Pitch just below the knees. Over but low. 3-2. Nobody out. Fred Lynn at second. Rico Petrocelli at first. Here's a pitch. Struck him out with a fastball. Looked like the pitch might have been outside for ball 4 had he let it go by. But it was close enough that Evans had to go for it. One down. Rick Burleston has grounded out and walked twice. Bernie Carbo has come out on deck to bat for Roger Moret. Will have a new pitcher for the Red Sox in the 9th inning. 2 runners on. 1 out. First pitch to Burleston is low for a ball. The Red Sox have not scored since the 1st inning. The Reds scored 3 in the 5th, 2 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th. They have a 3-run lead. There's a fly ball to left fielder George Foster. Easy play for him. 2 down. And now Bernie Carbo is coming up. Will Sparky Anderson bring out Will McEnany? He has shown no signs of coming out. I think he likes the look of Eastwick's stuff, and he's going to stay with him. Eastwick has struck out Evans and got Burleson on a soft fly to left field. Cecil Cooper on deck. Fred Lynn has a lead at second. Petrocelli's at first. They were there with nobody out. Now they're 2 down. Carbo looks at a fastball for a strike call. 0-1. One strike. 4 relief pitchers have blanked the Red Sox. That's the 1st inning. Low and inside, a ball, 1-1. Bench with one of those patented one-handed stabs of his to keep the ball from going up against the screen. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 outs. Lynn at second. Petrocelli at first. Petrocelli will get a big lead. Perez playing off the bag. A 1-1 pitch. Inside to Carbo, ball 2. They're trying to crowd him because he'll take the outside pitch and hit the wall on you. He goes a lot to the opposite field. 2 balls, 1 strike. The Reds drafted him number 1. Swing and a miss. And Johnny Bench number 2 in the same year. Two balls, 2 strikes. Two out, runners on first and second. Eastwick stretches and throws. He hits a foul out of play. And Carbo has a count of 2-2 on him. In the 9th inning for the Reds, they'll have Morgan, Bench, and Perez up. Unless Carbo does something, the Red Sox will have the top of their order up. 3 left-handers. Cooper, Doyle, and Yastrzemski. Eastwick delivers. He jammed him, and Carbo had a bad swing on that pitch. He was crowded. He didn't know what to do with it. He was lucky to get a piece of it. The ball was also sinking down on him. Eastwood's fastball is really moving, Marty.
Sure is, Kurt. He's throwing very, very hard tonight, much as he did the first time Sparky used him in this series.
2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Carbo hits a high drive, deep center, way back. Home run! Bernie Carbo has hit his second pitch hit home run of this series. That was a blast up in the center field bleachers. It came with 2 out, and the count 2-2. And the Red Sox have tied it 6-6. Listen to this crowd. They're on their feet. 35,000 fans in the little bandbox. And the roars reverberate. The sound carries here. Now Cecil Cooper's up. They just had a World Series record tied by Bernie Carbo. Cooper swings and fouls it out of play. He's gone hitless in 4 times. The 2 pinch hit home runs by Bernie Carbo have tied Chuck Esigian's record with the 1959 Dodgers in the World Series. 1 strike to Cooper. Cooper fouls it back and it's strike 2. 2 of the runs are charged to Pedro Borbon. The tying run is charged to Raleigh Eastwick. So the Red Sox have had 2 3-run homers tonight. And they now are even again with the Reds, 6-all. Cooper strikes out. He's had only 1 hit in this series. And the Red Sox get a hand as they take the field. Three runs, 2 hits, nobody left. We're going to the 9th inning with the game tied 6-6. Well, the hero in Boston right now is a man named Bernie Carbo, who used to play with Cincinnati. And he's come back to haunt his old teammates with 2 pinch hit home runs in this World Series. They have just put him out in left field, so if this game goes into extra innings, he might have another shot, and Yastrzemski goes to first base. Dick Drago has come on to pitch for the Red Sox. So we're going to the 9th inning with a tie game. 6 runs, 11 hits, no errors for the Reds. 6 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Red Sox. A 3-run homer by Fred Lynn in the first inning. A 3-run pinch hit homer by Bernie Carbo in the 8th inning. The Reds scored 3 times in the 5th. Ken Griffey tripled in 2. Johnny Bench singled in Griffey. In the 7th inning, Griffey singled, Morgan singled. George Foster doubled them home with a drive high off the center field wall. And Cesar Geronimo got a big hit for the Reds in the 8th with a leadoff home run. Or otherwise, the Reds would be up against it right now. Marty Brenneman had just moved on his way down to the Red dressing room. In case they win it tonight, they'll have the celebration of a world championship. And Ned Martin, the regular broadcaster of the Red Sox, has moved in alongside me. I saw Bernie Carbo, Ned, visiting with Johnny Bench, some of his old teammates before the game. They're all smiles. I don't imagine the former Red players are smiling too much about Bernie right now.
They always ask anybody with the Red Sox in spring training, what are the newest Bernie Carbo stories? And there are a lot of them.
Joe Morgan leading off, looks at a high and outside fastball. Now Drago knows he's got to keep this man off the bases. Morgan's had 1 hit in 4 times tonight. New game, 9th inning. Swing and a miss on a fastball. This crowd had gone quiet. They'd seen their old town team shut out since the first inning. And the Reds had gone ahead. And Carbo woke him up with 1 swing of the bat. With his home run into the center field bleachers. The 1-1 pitch. Strike called in the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1-2. Johnny Bench is on deck, and then Tony Perez. high. Of course, Carbo was mad before the series. He thought he should have started the series at left field and Yastrzemski on first.
I think he made his point tonight.
I think maybe he was right with 2 home runs and 2 times at bat. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Joe Morgan. And the pitch. Morgan pops it up to the right side. Yastrzemski's under it outside of first base. Foul ground, he takes it. 1 down. This has been a great series to watch.
Has not been a laugher except that Gullett game.
That's right.
Even the opener with Louis Tiant pitching, they were a shutout ball until they got 6 runs in 1 inning.
That's right. Gullett had him shut out through 6 innings. The only game that there hasn't been a doubt was Don Gullett's game and game number 5 out of Cincinnati. But the rest of them have been taut, dramatic affairs. Johnny Bench has a single off the wall in 4 times. And they appeal to first. What do they say down there? It's a check swing. Ball 1 to Johnny Bench. Tony Perez on deck. I wondered, Ned, if they'll bring McEnany in to pitch to the left-handers in the 9th inning. I don't see anyone warming up out there in the Red bullpen. The 1-0 delivery. He sends a ground ball in the hole, scooped up by Petrocelli. Fires, and he has him. Petrocelli with a neat play going to his left. He's played third base like Pie Traynor in this series. Or Brooks Robinson.
First base, Perez.
2 down. Nobody on, and Tony Perez up. He's had a hit in 4 times. The game is tied 6-6. The Red Sox had 2 down and trailing 3 runs in the 8th inning when Carbo hit his dramatic 3-run homer. 1 ball, no strikes to Perez. George Foster on deck. The changeup was low for ball 2. 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes. If we go to Game 7, NBC will be on at 8:15 tomorrow night, Eastern Standard Time. He pops it up. It's playable. Yastrzemski's under it, and he has it. And the Red Sox come in with a chance to win it in the 9th inning. 3 up and 3 down for the Reds in the 9th. And here is Ned Martin.
After the game tonight, your clothes might have something to tell you about your antiperspirant. So pay attention to your shirt. If it doesn't look and smell fresh, it's telling you to try new Right Guard Double Protection Antiperspirant. It helps protect you and your clothes from wetness, stains, and odor. Right Guard Double Protection. Your clothes will tell you if you need it. Matter of fact, there's a fan behind third base whose jacket just told him he needs new Right Guard Double Protection.
Hello, I'm the Cricket Lighter by Gillette. When you want a disposable lighter, ask for Cricket, and I'll sing you my song. Cricket Lighter is really quite a light. It'll last for months and still burn bright, with thousands of sure fire lights and a flame that adjusts to different heights. Gee, maybe someday my name will be in the lights. Catch a Cricket for $1.49 by Gillette.
Raleigh Eastwick will face Denny Doyle, a left-hander, Carl Yastrzemski, a left-hander, and then Carlton Fisk, a right-hander in the last of the 9th inning. And the fans roaring, "Let's go Sox! Let's go Sox!" All right, Kurt Gowdy and Ned Martin here, last of the 9th inning. Doyle, Yastrzemski, and Fisk facing Raleigh Eastwick. Left-hander Will McEnany is warming up in the Cincinnati bullpen. The Reds have used 6 pitchers tonight. Eastwick and Drago are now the pitchers of record. Doyle looks at a high fastball. He has doubled in 4 times. He is the only player to hit safely in every World Series game. The 1-0 pitch. Hits a foul ball off the fist into the seats and back of third. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Denny Doyle. Leading off last of the 9th. It's ball 2. A high fastball, 2-1. Pete Rose in on the grass at third. The outfield shallow and toward left. The 2-1 pitch. Ball 3. 3-1. Eastwick has to get it over or the winning runs on for the Red Sox. Here's his 3-1 delivery. Ball 4. Doyle's on. That's right. He didn't even know he was on. He was waiting. He thought maybe they called it a strike. It was that close. He turned around to come back in the batter's box. And umpire Sash Davis says, "Go on, son. You got yourself a walk." Now the winning run is on for the Red Sox.
An interesting thing right here. Carl Yastrzemski hasn't bunted for a sacrifice this year. The bat's in his own hands. Will Johnson have him move that run down right now or take a chance on a hit or a double play?
Well, that's a good point, Ned. Let's see what happens. He squares away and he tries to bunt and fouls it back.
Anytime he has bunted, he's tried it on his own for a base hit.
He, over his career, has never attempted a bunt much. Strong. Doesn't have the power he used to have in the 67 years, late 60s. Now he's squaring away, swings and bounces and foul. Rose was up the line and Yastrzemski tried to chop it by him and nearly did. He has a 2-strike count on him. Denny Doyle at first represents the winning run for the Red Sox in the last of the 9th inning. Game tied 6-6. Eastwick drops to the belt. There's a drive into right field. That's a base hit. Doyle is coming on to third. The throw won't be in time. The winning run's at third for the Red Sox. Yastrzemski has his 3rd hit. Carlton Fisk, a right-hander, is the next man up. And here comes Sparky Anderson out. They may walk Fisk and bring the left-hander on McEnany to pitch to Fred Lynn, hoping for a forced double play going to the plate.
It's about all you can do, really. You can take the 1st and 3rd situation is a good thing for any team because they can move people. They can force a throw to second base. They can do a lot of things.
That's what they're going to do. They're going to bring McEnany on. They'll walk Fisk and pitch to Lynn, a left-hander. But then Petrocelli, a right-hander, on deck. Well, the Red Sox looked like they were done. They had 2 down, 2 men on in the 8th inning. Eastwick looked strong. He came in to strike out Evans and get Burleson on a harmless fly to left. Then up came pinch hitter Bernie Carbo to hammer a 3-run homer into the center field bleachers. Now up come the Red Sox in the 9th. Doyle walked. He didn't even know he had a walk. And he goes to third on Yastrzemski's 2-strike single in the right field. Will McEnany, the star young left-handed relief pitcher, is appearing in his 4th game. He's pitched 4 2/3 innings, allowed just 3 hits and 2 earned runs. And this will be the toughest spot he's probably come on to this year. The Red Sox have runners on 1st and 3rd, nobody out in the last of the 9th inning. They have a right-handed batter, Carlton Fisk, up. We're only going along thinking that they're going to have to walk Fisk, load the bases with nobody out, bring the outfield in, the infield in, and then try and go to work the left-hander, Fred Lynn.
McEnany struck Lynn out the last time that Fred faced him in game number 3 over at Cincinnati. Freddie took a called 3rd strike when he faced McEnany before.
Let's see how they play it. They may pitch to Lynn, to Fisk, I don't know. The infield is in. Now they're going to put him on. That's what we thought. They'll load the bases. That'll make it bases loaded, nobody out. And a rookie by the name of Fred Lynn then will get his chance. He smashed a 3-run homer over the Red Sox bullpen into the right center field bleachers in the first inning. He walked in the third. He flied out in the fifth. And he hit a shot off the pitcher's leg for an infield hit in the eighth. So he's been on 3 times tonight and knocked in 3 runs. Well, the long fly ball beat you. There goes Fisk to first. Red Lynn coming up.
Center field. Lynn.
Will McEnany from Springfield, Ohio. He's only 23 years old. The Reds have the infield in, the outfield very shallow, and the pitch. There's a high fly ball down the left field line. It's going to be close. It is caught by Foster. Here's a tag. Here's a throw. He's out. A double play. A double play. Foster throws him out. Foster took that ball, jammed right up against the left field stands, very shallow. And they sent the runner from third. And Denny Doyle is thrown out on a perfect strike. Johnny Bench put the tag on him.
The Red Sox have been running on Foster all this series, Kurt. He hasn't made that many good throws, but this was shallow. I guess Don Zimmer figured it's right in there next to the wall is where he was tucked into and would take a perfect strike. He threw it a little bit off to the first base side, but Bench made a good tag, and the gamble failed.
And now Sparky Anderson's gone to the mound again, and suddenly the complexion has changed. The Red Sox had the bases loaded, nobody out. Now they're 2 down. Runners on first and third. Carlton Fisk is on first. Yastrzemski is on third. And Sparky's looking to his bullpen. The batter is Rico Petrocelli. If they get him out, we'll go into extra innings. That ball was really hit shallow. Foster's throw is in time for a double play. Petrocelli is now the man with 2 down. And an error or a pass ball, wild pitch, or base hit would have to win it for the Red Sox now. Check swing, foul, back out of play, strike 1. Pat Darcy warming up. The Reds have already used 7 pitchers. No balls, 1 strike. McEnany's the 7th pitcher of the night. There goes a runner. There's a ground ball hit to Rose. Rose throws to first in time, and the Red Sox blew a golden chance. Bases loaded, nobody out, and the Reds got him out. What a job by Will McEnany. And we're going now to extra innings. For the Red Sox in the ninth, no run, a hit, there were no errors, and they left 2. So the score at the end of 9 is tied 6-6. Well, what dramatics we've had in the last 2 innings of this game. First, it was the Red Sox that appeared to be done. With 2 down, runners on first and second, trailing by 3 runs, Bernie Carbo hit a pinch hit 3-run homer to tie it up. Dick Drago came in. He got the Reds out 1-2-3 in the ninth. And then it looked like there was no way the Red Sox could not win this game. They had the bases loaded, nobody out. Fred Lynn had a fly ball down the left field line, shallow, very shallow. Foster caught the ball. They sent the runner Doyle, and he was doubled up on Foster's throw to the plate. Then Petrocelli went out. So on we go to the 10th inning and the play-by-play by Ned Martin.
All right, thank you, Kurt. And here we go with George Foster, who was a very involved figure just a few moments ago. His throwing is not like Geronimo's in center field by any means, but he's made maybe the biggest throw of the series for the Reds. Dick Drago, who blew the side down in the ninth, is on in the 10th for the Red Sox. Foster tonight has had 1 hit, a 2-run double off Louis Tiant. Backs out, as he has done so often tonight, just when the Red Sox pitcher has started to throw. And the crowd gets on him. Foster is 1 for 4. that double to center field in the big 7th inning. Drago ready, and Foster backs out again. Drago looks in for the sign, and they're playing cat and mouse. The cat right now is Foster. Drago ready. Foster's in. Right-handed batter. Slams one to shortstop on one hop. Burleson up and over. 1 out. Foster grounding to Rick Burleson. And now Dave Concepcion is the batter. He has been held hitless in 4 trips.
Ned, the second extra inning game of this series ties a record. There were 2 extra inning games in the 73 series between the Mets and the A's, and in a number of series before that. But we've had 2 extra inning games now in the 75 series.
We may not finish this World Series until Halloween, Kurt, the way things are going.
Well, all you need is a 17-inning game tonight, go down to Game 7,
right.
and another week of rain.
Yeah. All right, Concepcion stands in from the right side, chokes an inch on the bat, and the pitch to him is high, ball 1. Geronimo, left-handed hitter, is on deck. Drago winds and throws. Fastball moves him back, ball 2. 2-0 to Concepcion. Dick Drago, in his appearances in this series, has been just throwing the fastball. He'll throw the slider occasionally, but he's relied mainly on the fastball, which got him so many saves in the month of September when he was once again the ace of the bullpen on the short relief side. He has been challenging the hitters. 2-0 to Concepcion. Drago fires. And ball 3 is high, and he's 3-0 to the shortstop, Concepcion. Every base runner is somebody now. 10th inning. Tied up 6-6. 11 hits for the Reds, 9 for the Red Sox. The 3-0 delivery. It's taken for a strike at the knees. Concepcion checks off with Alex Grammas, the third base coach now. Hit or take, what do you do? There's 1 out in the 10th. Nobody on base. The Reds want a base runner. Drago comes in with his pitch, and it's hit on the ground up the middle into center field. Base hit. And the Reds have the lead run on. Concepcion gets his first hit. A single up the middle. And with 1 out and 1 on, it'll be Geronimo up. And he's had a good night.
And a base runner that stole 33 bases in 39 attempts this year, Dave Concepcion.
He makes them count when he does. Geronimo's 2 for 4. He has singled, and he hit the home run in the 8th inning, which looms very big now, too. It was the leadoff homer that got Louis Tiant out of the game. Tiant battled him as long as he could, weakened in the 5th, 6th, and 7th. Throw to first base, not in time by Drago. And Louis just went as far as he could, maybe a little bit farther than he should have. But it's tied up, thanks to Bernie Carbo, for the Red Sox. Now the Reds trying to start something in the 10th. Throw to first again, not in time. Jammed house, they've been alternately screaming and just funereal in their quietness when Freddie Lynn got hurt. And when the Reds went ahead to stay for a while, it was just very quiet here. Then they exploded on Carbo's homer. The set by Drago. Throws to first again, not in time.
Well, they have to keep him close.
You bet. Yastrzemski holding the corner of the bag against him. About a 4-5 step lead for Concepcion. He takes it right about where everybody else does that can run. Joe Morgan. Here it comes. Strike called outside corner. 1 strike to Geronimo. Geronimo's home run off Tiant in the 8th inning was a high fly ball. It just got inside the foul pole and went into the right field stands. At that time, it made it 6-3. 1 strike. Throw to first again, and diving back on his stomach this time as Concepcion loses his helmet. Pretty good move that time by Drago.
Geronimo very quietly has crept up here among the hit leaders of the series, Ned. Rose leads now with 8, and Geronimo now has 7.
He's had a good series.
Yes, he has.
Overall. Played very well defensively, but everybody knew he could do that. Now the set by Drago. Throws to first. They almost had him leaning the wrong way, but Concepcion gets back. Pitchers like Drago, like Reggie Cleveland, like Rick Wise, who do not have exceptional moves to first, will go over to first base a lot for the Red Sox, try to take that half step away if they can, and also to keep the runner moving back in. Sometimes if they have to dive in a lot of times on their stomach, they will bang up their knees a little bit and take a little wear and tear on them. The pitchers with the good moves, like Lee and Tiant for Boston, will go where they're trying for the pickoff. 1 strike to Geronimo. The pitch is outside. Checked his swing and takes ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Concepcion was holding at first base, not even bluffing that time. Red Sox have left-hander Jim Burton throwing in their bullpen. Drago scowls down for the sign. Throws to first again. Pretty close this time, as Yastrzemski took it and picked it off the shoulder of the diving Concepcion. 1-1. Game tied, 6-6, 10th inning. Here's the set by Drago. The pitch, runner goes, swinging, strike, throw to second base, too high, safe at second. Fisk had a good throw, and he had time to throw it. If the throw had been down to Denny Doyle, or to Burleson rather, it might have had Concepcion, but the throw was high, and Dave slid in under it. And now the Reds have a runner in scoring position. The count 1-2 to Geronimo, and a single will put Cincinnati back out on top.
He's really a difficult man to throw out. His last 3 seasons, he has stolen successfully 85% in his attempts. That's some record.
And that's the mark of a good stealer, the high percentage, not necessarily the number of steals, because you might get caught a lot of times. Okay, now it is 1-2 to Geronimo, and a tough spot for Drago. Right side of the infield deep. Denny Doyle back on the edge of the outfield grass. Burleson shading second. The outfield straight away. The stretch by Drago comes in, fouled off. Geronimo fought off a fastball that jammed him. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Ned, should Geronimo fail to do something, they have McEnany, the pitcher, next. I wonder if they'd hit for him and bring on Darcy, the 8th pitcher of the game for Cincinnati.
That would be all they'd have left, except Gullett, who's going to start tomorrow, if there is a tomorrow. Well, we'll see what Sparky Anderson done. He's a man of many, many moves. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 out. To Geronimo. It's fouled back up the screen again.
They have one other pitcher in the bullpen, Kirby.
And Clay Kirby hadn't made an appearance in the series. 1-2 to Geronimo. Boy, this has been something this 6th game. Red Sox broke early, and they broke well, and then missed a couple of other opportunities to get some runs home, where 2 more singles would have scored 4 more runs, but Cincinnati bullpen was more than equal to the task until the 8th. 1-2. Outside ball 2. Fastball. 2-2 to Geronimo.
Drago has to be wary of Concepcion at second, trying to go to third.
Some people will say it's the easiest base to steal. I never could figure that, but that's right. They get a big lead off second base. And Concepcion does. Burleson tucks himself in toward him and a little bit behind him. The count is 2-2 to Geronimo. This Red lineup, just murder all the way through. There's no breather. Long look by Drago. Geronimo levels the bat back and forth. Now the right-hander, Drago, checks second base twice, 3 times, comes in with a pitch, and it's inside, ball 3. Just missed with his fastball, and now it's 3-2. And the Reds are the ones with the advantage right now. The level of this game has been up and down and swaying back and forth.
They have Dreesen, a left-hander, in the dugout if they need him, and he's a good hitter.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Dick Drago set with a payoff. Here it is. Strike 3. Got him. Foul tip that Fisk held on to. A big strikeout for Drago. And Dan Dreesen is indeed going to come out to bat for McEnany. Dan Dreesen making his first appearance in the series as a batter. And anything at all. Flynn, Dreesen, Plummer, none of them has appeared. Dreesen hit 261, or 281 on the year. He had 7 homers and 38 RBIs. Right now, Darrell Johnson wants a word with Drago and with Carlton Fisk. That's a very big strikeout for Drago. The lead run is at second base now. Dreesen, a left-handed batter, is going to bat for McEnany. And, of course, you got Pete Rose on deck, so you don't put Dreesen on, I don't believe, with first base open. You got Rose has been so very important to this ball club, and he's been such a factor in this game and in most games of this series. Johnson has had his word with Drago, and Dan Dreesen will bat. This is a fellow they thought was going to be the end-all to all their third base problems a couple of years ago.
Number 22.
He didn't do the job in the field, and then Rose came on.
His best position is first base. That's his natural position and where he'll probably wind up.
Right. Well, he's an aggressive left-handed hitter. He digs in, bends slightly from the waist with a closed stance. Concepcion at second base. 2 out, 10th inning. Tie game 6-6. Drago pauses. Pitches. Strike called outside corner. Just nipped the black on the outside slice. 1 strike to Dreesen. Fisk hangs out the sign for Drago. Now checks second base. Now he pitches. Ball high and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. If you're looking to the bottom of the 10th inning, the Red Sox will have the lower third of their order up. But not too bad. It's Evans, Burleson, and Bernie Carbo. 1-1 to Dreesen, the pinch hitter. Concepcion, a big run on his shoulders off second base. Here's the pitch. Fly ball going foul, third base side. Chased by Petrocelli, Burleson, and Carbo makes the catch. Bernie Carbo almost overran it, but stuck his glove out and made the catch in fair territory with Concepcion headed for the plate. And the Reds are out in the 10th inning. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 left. Going to the bottom of the 10th. Tied up 6-6. Well, we got a right-hander, Pat Darcy, coming on for the Cincinnati Reds. And he is the 8th pitcher of the night. And it ties a World Series record. 11 by both clubs also ties a record, as the Red Sox have had 3 pitchers in there. Darcy on the year had a good season with the Reds. He won 11 and lost 5, a 3.57 earned run average. He walked 59, he struck out 46, so he's not a strikeout pitcher type. He is making his second appearance in the World Series. He has worked 2 innings and has given up 2 hits and 1 run. Walked 2, had a wild pitch. Dwight Evans first up as the Red Sox bat in the 10th inning. The game tied 6-6. Darcy relieving McEnany, who they hit for. Swinging foul tip off the bat of Evans. Evans is 1 for 4. He doubled to right field in the 4th. There was an inning where the Red Sox had a chance to score. They had a double by Evans, a walk to Burleson. Sacrificed by Tiant. Tiant got runners to second and third, and then they bore down and got Cooper and Doyle on grounders. Swinging strike as Evans swung right through a slider. Red Sox had another big opportunity with the bases loaded in the 3rd but Petrocelli struck out. So the big bullpen of the Big Red has done quite a job. This one is over the head of Evans and back to the screen. That is definitely ball one. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Evans, who fanned his last time up. Darcy, tall right-hander, with the sign, with the pitch. Low, ball 2. Red Sox have Reggie Cleveland throwing in the bullpen now out in right center. Here's the 2-2 delivery. Ground ball stopped by Darcy over toward first base. Picks it up, throws in time. Darcy knocked the ball over toward the first base line and chased it down and threw Evans out. 1 away in the Red Sox 10th. And the pestiferous Rick Burleson is up. He's 0 for 2, but he's walked twice. Bernie Carbo on deck. Joe Morgan comes in to talk to Darcy. The Reds have been on the brink of winning this World Series tonight. They also were on the brink of having it go to the 7th game. And so far, it's still tied. The pitch to Burley is a ball outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Rick has been a surprise at the plate. Too many for getting the base hits he's gotten, 7. Pitch is low. Nope, got the corner for a called strike, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Just the one.
Here it comes. Breaking ball outside, 2-1. Rick Wise throwing in the Red Sox bullpen now. Wise started the Tuesday night game and gave up the home runs that won for the Reds. Little pop-up left side of the infield. Concepcion, the shortstop, over toward the line, has got it for out number 2. Burleson was jammed. Here's Bernie Carbo. Bernie Carbo made this a brand new ball game when he came up as a pinch hitter in the 8th inning. With 2 on and 2 out, he hit a home run into the center field bleachers to tie it 6-6, and that's where it stands right now. In this series, he has been to bat 3 times, has hit 2 home runs and a line drive to left. He's hit 1 home run to left, 1 to center, and a line drive to left field. He's hit the ball hard every time up. And, of course, what's in the minds of everybody here is, can Bernie win it right here? Swings, strike 1. He wanted it. Bernardo Carbo. Against his old ball club. They drafted him number 1. Swings, misses an off-speed pitch by Darcy, and quickly the count is 0-2. It was a 2-2 pitch that Carbo hit in the 8th inning for the game-tying homer. Darcy looking very sharp out there here in the 10th. The 2-strike pitch. Wastes 1 outside, scooped nicely by Bench, ball 1. 1-2 to Bernie, who's got that good inside-out stroke for a left-handed batter in this ballpark, and hit a lot of his home runs into the screen this year. The 1-2 pitch. Inside and low, ball 2, 2-2. The outfield plays him around to left. They do not play him to pull. Griffey, the right fielder, is at the midpoint of the bullpens in right center. 2-2 delivery. Swing and a miss, strike 3. They get in this time. And that's all for the Red Sox on a strong performance by Pat Darcy. 1, 2, 3, they go in the 10th. At the end of 10 innings, it's Cincinnati 6, the Red Sox 6.
This is Kurt Gowdy and Ned Martin here, along with Marty Brenneman. Marty's down in the Cincinnati locker room waiting to see what happens here. If the Reds win, he'll be down here helping us handle the post-game ceremonies. It'll be all over. And the first pitch by Dick Drago's outside to Pete Rose for ball 1. Rose is 2 singles and 5 times up. We're inning number 11. The top of the Reds batting order, 3 toughies. Rose, Griffey, and Morgan, all left-handers against right-hander Drago. The Red Sox in their 11th will have Drago to start it off, then Doyle and Yastrzemski. Drago's batting in the leadoff spot in the Red Sox order. Fouled away, 1-1. Well, what dramatics we had. In the 8th inning, trailing 6-3, Bernie Carbo hit a 3-run pinch hit homer to tie it. And the Red Sox loaded the bases. In the last of the 9th inning, nobody out and failed to score. Rose fouls it away. Fred Lynn hit a fly ball down the left field line, right up against the line when George Foster, very shallow, caught the ball. They sent the runner Doyle, and he was doubled up at the plate. And then Petrocelli grounded out third to first. Well, both clubs have been hanging on the cliff tonight. And come back. The 1-2 pitch. Look out. Rose is hit by a pitch ball. And now Darrell Johnson's coming out and arguing that he didn't try to get out of the way of it. Or he wasn't hit. Carlton Fisk now yelling at home plate umpire Satch Davidson.
Well, that's one thing you don't want to do. We get a couple of strikes on Rose is to hit him, put him on base anyway. He's not necessarily a base-stealing threat, but he makes things happen out there. Now you've got trouble because Griffey is up.
Ken Griffey walked, grounded out, triple to knock in two, single, and flied out. We're getting double barrel action now in the Red Sox bullpen. Jim Burton, I think, has joined. Is Rick Wise still working out there, Ned?
No, it's Dick Pole.
Dick Pole, a right-hander, and Jim Burton, a left-hander. Rose at first represents the lead run. The throw to first, Yastrzemski was coming off the bag and charging toward the plate.
Beg your pardon, that's Willoughby out there.
Jim Willoughby now. Jim Willoughby is warming up. Will they have the bunt on? Or will they have Griffey swinging away? Drago stretches and throws. Outside, a ball, 1-0. Game tied, 6-all. Top of the 11th inning. Griffey looking down for a sign from his third base coach, Alex Grammas. Joe Morgan's on deck. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the stretch by Drago. Now the pitch. High. He's getting into trouble with his control. Ball 2, 2-0. Griffey looked like he wanted to bunt that one, but was too high. He'd have popped it up trying to bunt. 2 balls and no strikes. The wind is still blowing out. The batter's breeze tonight. The 2-0 delivery. That's an excellent bunt by Griffey. Fisk throws to second. Force out. Carlton Fisk got him. Rick Burleson covered. A great throw by Carlton Fisk as he gunned it to Burleson at second for the force on Pete Rose. And that was a good bunt by Griffey. Now Joe Morgan's up. Morgan, after failing to get the ball out of the infield the first 3 times, singled to left in the 7th, then fouled out in the 9th. He's 1 out of 5. Johnny Bench is on deck. A real seat squirmer at Fenway Park. They've all been seat squirmers, except Game 5. And that was a overpowering pitching exhibition by Don Gullett. And Perez's 2 homers. One away. Morgan a batter. Throw over again. Griffey back. Griffey can run. Yastrzemski holding it first. Petrocelli's about a step off the third base bag. Nothing's going down the line on him. Outside, a ball, 1-0. There's a gaping hole between Petrocelli at third and Burleson at short. Burleson shading second base. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. Tie game, 6-all, 11th inning. past the witching hour now. 7 minutes past 12 Eastern Standard Time. Fastball for a call strike to Morgan. 1-1. Drago taking his time. That's Eastern Daylight Time. What did I say? Standard? Everybody be setting their clocks back an hour. 1 ball, 1 strike. Drago again makes the move to first. That was wide. Yastrzemski had to reach out for it. Now Morgan and Graham must want to get together on a sign.
A guy like Morgan, who does so much with a bat, you wonder what they've got in mind. Whether they're going to run with Griffey and hit and run a little bit, or play something.
Now he can hit a home run. He can drag a bunt. He can push a bunt. He can slap the left. He can hit behind the runner. You're right, Ned. 1 ball, 1 strike to Joe Morgan. Want me to send a special hello to Lou Fonseca, who just got out of the hospital. He's the Reds batting instructor. For years has taken films of the hitting stars of baseball. The pitch. There's a long shot to deep right. Back goes Evans. Back. And what a grab! Evans made a grab and saved a home run on that one. Throws to first for a double play. Double play. Yastrzemski to Doyle. Evans to Yastrzemski to Doyle as Evans robbed Joe Morgan of a home run, jumping high in the air and snagging that ball out of the right field grandstand. Well, here is some right fielder. The throw came back into Yastrzemski, and he flipped it over to Doyle for the double play. 9-3-4. An unusual double play at first base. No runs, no hits, and nobody left. Last of the 11th coming up. The score still tied 6-6. Frank Slocum up here in our booth just said, you guys are up against something. They can't be believing what you're talking about tonight. This has to be one of the most dramatic games of World Series history. The plays that have been made, the situations that have been created, the situations that each team has failed to capitalize on. And now we're going to have Rick Miller batting for Dick Drago. Miller, a left-hander, will bat for Drago in the last of the 11th inning. With this game tied 6-6.
Miller.
Everything you'd ever want to see in a World Series game has been seen here at Fenway Park tonight. We've had 3 homers, great plays, lost opportunities, frustrations, and we've had 8 pitchers used by Cincinnati to tie a record. Pat Darcy missed with his first pitch to Rick Miller. And Miller looked at ball 2 outside. Denny Doyle's on deck. And then Carl Yastrzemski. For once, the Reds bullpen is quiet. They're down to Clay Kirby and Don Gullett, and they need Gullett for tomorrow night if it goes to Game 7 to start. The 2-0 pitch. He pops the foul ball out of play. 2-1.
Rick Miller has not had much of an opportunity this year for the Red Sox. He's probably the best defensive outfielder they have. But he was run out of center field by Freddie Lynn, and then the great outfield of Rice came along. He had one of the big hits this year, though, off Catfish Hunter to win a 1-0 game for Bill Lee down in New York. A big series in July.
2-1 pitch. That's a foul fly. Maybe it's going to be foul. Headed toward the seats. Not a play. About the 3rd row. Right down, jutting those stands along the left field line. The count to Rick Miller is 2-2. Drago and Darcy right now are the pitchers of record. If Miller got on, the Red Sox would have their best bunter coming up next, Denny Doyle. Marky Anderson's been saying through the series that Dwight Evans has been the most impressive player to him on the Red Sox. He says that boy is some fielder, and he's made some big hits against us. That was a great play Evans made in right field, robbing Morgan of a potential home run. 2-2 count. Miller asks for time and backs out. Last of the 11th, a tie game. Miller's a leadoff batter for the Boston Red Sox. Fouls it back And the count holds at 2-2.
It's funny, everybody thought that the interest in baseball would have waned after all this rain and the edge would be taken off the two teams, but this is the best, the most exciting game of the whole mess.
And I knew, Ned, that once they threw that first pitch tonight, everybody would be right back into it.
And we're.
Fans, players, everyone. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Rick Miller. Played to the opposite field. He hits a fly ball to left fielder Foster, waiting for it. And Foster has it for the out. 1 down for the Red Sox in the last of the 11th. Here is Denny Doyle coming up. Six runs, 12 hits, no errors for the Reds. 6 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for the Red Sox. Pitch is high. Ball 1 to Denny Doyle. Doyle's had a double in 4 times, and he's walked. Scrappy little left-handed batter. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball for a strike, 1-1. Nolan started. Tiant started for the Red Sox. Tiant went 7 innings. Nolan just 2 innings. Slashes it foul out of play. Darcy's throwing hard. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Think anybody's left?
Not a soul. Going to be a short night to sleep in, I tell you this.
The 1-2 pitch. He dribbles a ground ball to shortstop Concepcion, who charges, snaps to first. Good play, and they're 2 down. Carl Yastrzemski's had 3 hits tonight in 5 times.
First base, Yastrzemski.
He's now had 8 hits in this series to tie Pete Rose. 2 out, bases empty. The game tied 6-6. The fastball for a strike. 1 swing of the bat is all the Red Sox have really had off Cincinnati relievers. They scored 3 in the first and 3 in the 8th, and that was a pinch hit homer by Bernie Carbo. The 1-strike delivery. Foul ball back, strike 2. Darcy right ahead of those hitters. 0-2. We go to the 12th inning. The Reds will have Bench, Perez, and Foster up, right-handers. 2-strike count. Low, a sinking fastball, 1-2. 2 down, bases empty. Carlton Fisk on deck. Perez crowding that first base line. He doesn't want the ball to get by him. Morgan is out in the grass a step or 2 at second base. They outfield deep. And there's a ground ball hit off the end of the bat to Concepcion. His throw. And the Red Sox go quietly down 1-2-3 in the last of the 11th. We're going to the 12th inning at Fenway Park. And the game is still tied 6-6. Rick Wise is coming on. This makes the 12th pitcher in this game. It's a new World Series record. 11 pitchers have appeared in a World Series game twice previously. That was St. Louis and Boston in '67, and Oakland and the Mets in '73. We've had 8 pitchers used by Cincinnati tonight, and Wise becomes the 4th pitcher for the Red Sox. Well, it's been a game of opportunities and lost opportunities. The Red Sox scored 3 in the first on Fred Lynn's 3-run homer. They had the bases loaded, 2 down in the 3rd, failed to score. The Red Sox had runners on 2nd and 3rd, 1 out in the 4th, failed to score. And the Reds started getting back into it. They scored 3 in the 5th. Griffey tripled in 2. Bench singled in Griffey. 2 runs in the 7th. Foster doubled off the center field wall, narrowly missing a home run to knock in Griffey and Morgan. And then Geronimo led off the 8th inning with a home run. And the Reds had a 6-3 lead when Carbo crashed his dramatic pinch hit homer. And the Red Sox in the 9th inning, the best chance of all, had the bases loaded, nobody out, and failed to score. Now we're going to the 12th inning. Rick Wise did not relieve during 1973 and 1974. He relieved once in '73 for the St. Louis Cardinals. And Ned Martin knows all about him. He's broadcast him all year, so he'll take over the 12th and tell you about Rick Wise.
All right, Kurt. 19-game winner in the regular season was Wise, his personal high, formerly with the Phils and the Cardinals. He won his 20th game and his most important win, probably, against the Oakland A's in the final game of the playoff series out at Oakland to clinch it for the Red Sox and get the pennant. He started once in this series and was hit hard. He started the third game out in Cincinnati, and you'll remember, gave up those back-to-back home runs to Concepcion and Geronimo in the fifth inning. Later on, gave up a triple to Rose, and that knocked him out of the box. He also gave up a home run to Johnny Bench in the fourth. He gave up 34 home runs in the regular season. That's been his trouble.
That's why they pitched him on the road in the American League playoffs and in the World Series.
He was 12-5 on the road in the regular season and 7-7 at Fenway. Johnny Bench standing in. And the pitch is a fastball outside, ball one. Bench has had one hit tonight, 1 for 5, a single, driving in a run in the fifth inning. Wise relies on the fastball. That's his big pitch. He likes to pitch it to spots. High pop foul coming back, and I believe out of play. Fisk will maybe have a shot. He does. Falls down and makes the catch as the wind blew it back in from the stands. 1 out. Johnny Bench fouls to his opposite number, Carlton Fisk, who stayed right with it. The ball was headed for the stands, but that wind all night long has been blowing out. It blew it back, and he fell down after he made the catch.
You know, Ned would remark there were no empty seats. There are out in the Cincinnati bullpen.
Mr. Kirby is there alone, Clay Kirby, with his catchers. Here is Tony Perez. 1 for 5, a single. Wise kicks and throws, and it's low, ball one. Cincinnati 6 and the Red Sox 6 in a chiller here at Fenway Park. 6th game of the World Series, and you just can't get him any better than this. The 1-0 delivery. A strike call in the outside corner. Wise throws the fastball primarily, but mixes it with a fair slider and a good curveball. He's a control pitcher went on. Had one bad spell in the summer of 75, but came up a 19-game winners. Foul tip off the mask of Fisk. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I don't know what's going to happen here in this inning or the rest of this game, but if it does go to Game 7, they've already announced Bill Lee for the Red Sox and Don Gullett for the Cincinnati Reds.
Two left-handers. Tomorrow night. Gullett, who throws BBs, the fastball will challenge you, also can throw the curve. Lee, who throws an assortment.
Yeah, but he'll have his health food tomorrow.
Yeah, his ginseng and his honey, which he carries around with him. He pitched a whale of a ball game here Sunday a week ago. The 1-2 pitch to Perez. It's a little bit low. Ball 2, 2-2. Wise, of course, used to National League umpiring and the low strike. Rick pitched for the Philadelphia Phils for a number of years. He was a rookie on the 64 club that folded in September. They didn't use him. So the 2-2 pitch. Ground ball toward the middle, past Burleson into left center field. Base hit. Perez has his second hit, and the Reds have another runner. And they have 13 hits on the night. So it's 1 out and a runner at first. And again, the Red Sox have to play carefully with this Cincinnati lineup. George Foster is 1 for 5 also, but that double off the center field wall produced 2 runs in the 7th inning, 2 runs off Louis Tiant. Foster also made the catch in shallow left on Fred Lynn and threw out the winning run at the plate. Doyle trying to score after the catch and was thrown out on a strong throw by Foster from shallow. Here's the set, the pitch by Wise. It's a strike call picking up the outside corner. Perez at first base. Stole a base in this series to the surprise of everybody, mainly because they didn't bother with him out at Cincinnati, and it turned out to be a big stolen base. Now they are bothering with him. Yastrzemski holds the bag closely. Perez a short lead. The pitch to Foster, ground fouled off to the left.
This fellow's been dangerous in this park, Foster. He's hit well.
He sure has. He made the big fielding play tonight for the Reds. and has hit well consistently throughout the series, and particularly here. Ken Griffey has been another Cincinnati Red who has been tough in this series at the plate. He's had a fine series. Single and a triple for him tonight. 0-2 to Perez. Wise comes in with his pitch and misses outside, ball 1. That didn't miss by much. Perez went 0 for 1 against Wise in Cincinnati. He walked once, and he stole his base with Wise in there. Foster set at the plate. Here's the pitch. Little looper to left field's going to be trouble. Drops in for a base hit. Carbo picks up. Runners at first and second, 1 out. A handle hit, looping into left field off the bat of Foster, and Wise is in a jam. 2 on, 1 out, and the batter is Concepcion.
13.
And the Reds come running at you again. Boy, do they put pressure on. Wise has given up a ground ball single just out of the reach of Burleson into center field, and a looping handle hit into left field, but they're like line drives in the box score. Can you use another cliche in an already over-cliched series? Concepcion is 1 for 5 also. He singled his last time up, and he stole a base. The Red Sox infield at double play depth. Petrocelli just a step off the bag at third. Yastrzemski very wide of the bag at first. It's a strike call on the outside corner. The outfield is straight away on Concepcion, a right-handed batter. Perez at second. Foster at first. 1 away. Game tied 6-6, 12th inning. Rick looks in, gets the sign. Here's his pitch, and it's high outside, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Be a few electric light bills around New England and Cincinnati tonight.
I imagine. Hard-fought ball game. A classy kind of game, a classic 6th game. The 1-1 pitch about to be made to Concepcion. It's swung on, fly ball, right field. Evans back. He's under it. He's got it. Runners play it halfway and hold as the throw comes into Doyle. He throws into Burleson. 2 out. So with 2 down and 2 on, the batter is Geronimo. He's 2 for 5, a single in the 6th and a home run in the 8th. And that home run by Geronimo was the last run scored by the Reds. It appeared to be an insurance run at the time. And what it did was insure against immediate defeat as Bernie Carbo homered in the bottom of the 8th. Now Darrell Johnson's coming to the mound, along with Fisk coming out from behind home plate with a word to Wise, hoping to be sufficient.
And that Red bullpen is getting busy again, and that is Kirby warming up. He could be the only man.
Play Kirby.
But they have a late entry on the roster.
I kind of doubt that. Well, Johnson has had his word with Rick Wise and Carlton Fisk. Geronimo, a tough hitter. 2 for 5, including the home run. Left-handed batter. Perez with just fair speed at second base. Concepcion, good speed. Or Foster, rather, with good speed at first. But the man they think about is Perez at second. 2 outs, and here we go. Wise gets the sign. Drops to the belt, comes in with his pitch, a fastball outside, ball 1. Been 23 hits in this game, 14 for the Reds. One and nothing to Geronimo. Carbo moves a little bit in left field. Here's the pitch. Foul back. Good rip, but it runs up the screen. 1 ball, 1 strike. 12th inning, 6-6. I tell you, if the Reds win this one, they'll know they've been in something, a cat fight here. The Red Sox have died hard. They haven't died yet. They're looking forward to Game 7, and they almost had it in the 9th inning. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch by Wise, a fastball outside, missing by just inches, and it's 2-1.
He's trying to pitch Geronimo away. He's trying to keep that ball outside on him. And Bernie Carbo's playing over toward the left field line.
They'll give him something to the opposite field because he did pull a home run earlier into right field. Burleson a step or two towards second base. Wise looks back there, comes in with his pitch. It's swung on, missed, strike 2. He buzzed a fastball about shoulder high right by him. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. The Red Sox 12th will have Fisk, Lynn, and Petrocelli scheduled up. 2-2 to Geronimo. Wise looking down through the spectacles, gets the sign. The pitch jams him. Strike 3 called. Wise strikes out Geronimo, and that ends the inning. Fastball, no runs, 2 hits, 2 left. Going to the bottom of the 12th. Cincinnati 6, Boston 6.
Kurt Gowdy and Ned Martin here. We're going to the last of the 12th inning. Carlton Fisk, Fred Lynn, and Rico Petrocelli for the Red Sox against Pat Darcy. We've had 12 pitchers in the game, a new record. It's all tied, 6-all, and here's Ned again.
Okay, Kurt. Now it's Fisk up, and he hasn't had a hit since the first inning. He singled then. He has been intentionally passed twice. He is 1 for 3 officially. Game tied, 6-6. Darcy pitching. Fisk takes high and inside, ball 1. Freddie Lynn on deck. There have been numerous heroics tonight, both sides. The 1-0 delivery to Fisk. He swings, long drive, left field. If it stays fair, it's gone. Home run! The Red Sox win! And the series is tied 3 games apiece.
Carlton Fisk hit a 1-0 pitch. They're jamming out on the field. His teammates are waiting for him. The ball hit the foul pole, and the Red Sox have sent the World Series into Game 7 with a dramatic 7-6 victory. They had a chance to win into the 9th with the bases loaded, nobody out. They were trailing by 3 runs when Bernie Carbo came up in the 8th inning and hit a pinch hit 3-run homer. What a game. This is one of the greatest World Series games of all time that had everything. Home runs by Lynn, Carbo, and Fisk for the Red Sox. Geronimo hit a home run for the Cincinnati Reds. And so, tomorrow night, 2 left-handers go at it to decide the championship of baseball for 1975. Bill Lee for the Red Sox and Don Gullett for the Reds. The winning pitcher is Rick Wise, and the losing pitcher is Pat Darcy. This crowd is being restrained now. It is way past midnight here as this game ends. A dramatic 12-inning affair. We'll have some final comments from Ned Martin.
I'm not sure that I can comment at all. I guess it was almost supposed to be that way, Kurt, with a home run by Carbo. Cincinnati cutting down a run at the plate in the 9th. And this team coming back all the time. The Cincinnati Reds continuing to put the pressure on everybody with people on base. In the extra innings, they had 1 on, 2 on, 1 on, 2 on. And Red Sox pitching did away with them. The Red Sox bullpen came through, and then Carlton Fisk won it all.
I see my partner Tony Kubek down in the field. He may have an interview with somebody. And if he does, we're going to go down and join the interview. Let's wait here now. Tony's waiting for somebody to come out of that Red Sox dugout. Once again, in 12 innings, Fisk's home run was high and hit the foul pole.
It was well hit, no doubt about it.
But it looked like he was going to hook foul. It just made it as it hit the foul pole high above the left field wall to win it for the Red Sox. And all the Red Sox runs tonight were by home runs. The 3-run homer by Freddie Lynn, A 3-run homer by pinch hitter Carbo, and then Carlton Fisk, who, by the way, played quite a game defensively as a catcher tonight, too, making throws, catches a foul ball. Tomorrow night we'll be on at 8:15 Eastern Daylight Time on NBC Radio with the final game of the series, which, here's Tony Kubek. Let's get on to it.
He just said, it's got to be one of the most dramatic ball games in World Series history, with a great catch by Evans to keep Morgan's ball from Golmus going into the right field seats. And let's not forget Bernie Carbo and the great home run. Without that, the Red Sox would not have been in this ball game when Fisk hit the big home run. Fisk is being mobbed up the runway. He is not able to get through down here, Joe or Dick. And I'll just throw it right back up to you now and hope that we can get him if we do have time. Okay, Tony.
Well, as you heard Tony, he was trying to get Carlton Fisk on, but he was being mobbed in the runway. Meantime, let's pause right now for this message.
When you shave in the morning, you want a shave that's as close to perfect as possible. Very close and very safe. That's why you should shave with the Gillette Track 2 two-bladed razor. It shaves real close, because as the first blade cuts the whiskers, it stretches it out, so the second blade can cut off an extra piece of whisker. And it shaves you safely because the blades are both recessed. So start shaving with the Gillette Track 2 shaving system with regular or adjustable cartridges, and start giving yourself the closest thing to a perfect shave. It's extra innings. You're excited. You're hot.
All right, let's cut down to Tony Kubek now and Carlton Fisk.
Had a great effort from everybody on our pitching staff. I just happened to get a ball. I didn't know what was going to be fair or foul. I knew if it was fair, it was out of here.
Emotions ran rampant, as everybody knows. Another cheer going up. Bernie Carbo is going down to an interview room in the left field stands. Your feelings in other parts of the ball game. When the ball was hit by Morgan as Evans approached the warning track, what did your heart do?
I didn't think the ball was going to be out, to tell you the truth. I thought if he missed it, it would be off the short part of the wall, and he might have come up with a triple. He could very easily have scored their go-ahead run, and we would have ended up losing it. But he's been playing right field like that for us all year long. Made a lousy throw back to first base, but we recovered in time and got a double play. That's probably the biggest play of the ball game.
Hodge, another big play. Freddie Lynn banging into the center field wall, and we don't know the condition of him. He looked like he was struggling along the rest of the ball game. But what does he feel like right now?
Well, I'm sure he feels pretty good right now, but I'm sure he's going to be sore tomorrow. He jumped up and hit his tailbone on the cement wall, and you know how that hurts. He can't get up very good, but he showed me a lot of guts staying in the ball game. He's one true competitor, as he's shown everybody all throughout the year. He's going to be sore tomorrow, but he's not going to miss it for anything.
All right, you're taking it on the strength of your home run to the 7th game of the World Series. It'll be Bill Lee versus Don Gullett, two left-handers, and a little bit of a comment on that, if you will.
Well, they're two opposites as far as pitching goes. Bill's a control pitcher. He has to have his good sinker in order to be effective in this ballpark. Don Gullett's a hard thrower, as like a Vita Blue, maybe his ball might be a little too straight in this ballpark. I didn't think he threw too well his first game in here. Maybe the wall had an advantage for us with him throwing. He's going to have to be pretty careful, especially if the wind's blowing like it is today, if it's blowing like that tomorrow.
Hodge, any of your family are here at the ballpark?
Everybody's here, except my kids. I wish they could be here.
I'll let you go handle your press conference, and congratulations on, well, a dramatic home run, one that'll go down in the history of baseball.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our thanks to Carlton Fisk. Let's go now back upstairs.
All right, that's it.
And we'll tell you that, again, it's extra innings, and you're excited and you're hot. We have a message for you. How do you know your antiperspirant's still working? Your clothes will tell you. If they don't look and smell fresh, you need new Right Guard Double Protection Antiperspirant. A guy's shirt out on the bleachers just told him he needs it. I imagine a lot of shirts tell them they need it right now. And a fan's sweater in the grandstand just told him he needs it. This new Right Guard helps protect you and your clothes from wetness, stains, and odors. New Right Guard Double Protection. Your clothes will tell you if you need it. Now, that message is done with, Mr. Gowdy. What do you have to say?
Racing across the outfield to the interview room. And so that's it. I don't believe anyone that saw this game in person. And we have veteran writers, veterans of broadcasting, TV here, fans. I ran into one man from Chicago who's seen 40 World Series now in succession. There hasn't been a better game than this one, with so many dramatic situations in the game. The Red Sox win it in 12 innings on Carlton Fisk's leadoff home run. And so we go down to Game 7 tomorrow night to decide the World Championship of Baseball. This broadcast has been authorized under broadcasting rights granted by the Commissioner of Baseball solely for the entertainment of our listening audience, and any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Commissioner of Baseball is prohibited. And the Commissioner of Baseball has a right of approval of the announcers of this event. On behalf of Marty Brenneman, Ned Martin, Kurt Gowdy saying so long, the 75 World Series is being brought to you by your local Dodge dealer who says, if you have a head for cars, head for Dodge. Your local John Hancock Life Insurance agent. O.M. Scott, makers of Turf Builder and other fine lawn care products. And by Right Guard Double Protection. It helps protect you and your clothes from wetness, stains, and odor. Coverage of the game was produced by Joe Michaels and engineered by Bob Lemesile. Final score again, Boston 7 and Cincinnati 6 in 12 innings. This has been an NBC Radio Network sports presentation.
In Boston, a jam-packed ballpark, and this is the place to be as NBC brings you Game 7 of the World Series. It'll be Don Gullett against Bill Lee, and this is it. And the World Series is brought to you by O.M. Scott, makers of Turf Builder and other fine lawn care products. And your local Dodge dealer who says, if you have a head for cars, head for Dodge. And Kelly Springfield, tires that make a world of difference. And by Right Guard Double Protection. It helps protect you and your clothes from wetness, stains, and odor. Hi, everybody. I'm Joe Garagio, along with Marty Brenneman. We'll be describing the action here at Fenway Park, Game 7 of the 1975 World Series. And Marty, I don't know how we can do it, how we can follow the act of last night, but somehow the seventh game always seems to come up with something that seems to top everything we've seen before.
Well, Joe, I've been around this big league baseball scene only 2 years now, and without question, it was the finest baseball game I've ever had the privilege of witnessing or broadcasting last night. And I agree. I don't think there's any way you could equal the excitement, the tenseness, the drama that we had here at Fenway Park last night.
It seemed like we had about 5 games wrapped into one. It wasn't a game that was just decided by a home run. Both teams battled back. There were 2 double plays. They were both on fly balls to the outfield. There were base running plays. It just seemed to have everything. But tonight, it's brand spanking new. And I guess Pete Rose said it best when we talked to him on the Baseball World. It began February 22nd, and here we are 8 months later. Right now, we're being entertained on the field by a CYO championship band. And this broadcast is authorized under broadcast rights granted by the Commissioner of Baseball solely for the entertainment of our listening audience, and any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express consent of the Commissioner of Baseball is prohibited. And the Commissioner of Baseball has the right of approval of the announcers of this event. Marty, Sparky Anderson is going with the same lineup, but there has been a change as far as the Boston Red Sox are concerned.
That's right, Joe. Bernie Carbo, who's had an amazing series as a pinch hitter. He tied a World Series record last night with his second pinch hit home run in this fall classic. And he's a guy who, as everybody knows, was pretty eloquent in his feeling that he should have been starting in some of the earlier games in this series. He argued publicly and in private with manager Darrell Johnson. Well, Bernie Carbo is getting his wish tonight. He's going to be going against a club that he had one time played for, a first-round draft pick by the Cincinnati Reds back in 1967, and he's going to be their leadoff batter and in left field tonight with Carl Yastrzemski going to first base. And as you mentioned, Sparky Anderson going with the same lineup that he's gone with thus far in this this series. But once again, with a left-hander on the mound, he's moving Ken Griffey from the new number 2 position in the lineup down to number 7, and he's elevating Joe Morgan up in the second spot behind Pete Rose.
Well, there was no question that the Boston Red Sox, they were just celebrating and going on in that clubhouse. What was it like in the Cincinnati Reds clubhouse, Marty? You traveled with them all year. Was it pretty much the same after any tough loss, or could you really tell a big difference?
No, I personally felt a big difference, Joe. I think the club was down extremely last night, with the exception of a guy by the name of Pete Rose. He came in and he told me the very same thing that he told you tonight. He said, it was a great ball game. It's the greatest game I've ever played in. And he said, well, we'll go get him again tomorrow night. I think that it's somewhat of a changed team tonight. I think they've gotten back up again, so to speak. I don't know what a loss like that can do to a club that had such an amazing 1975 season, because really Boston is playing the way the Reds played all year long. Come from behind, never say die. And, well, I think it's only fitting this World Series should go to a 7th game.
Well, they're playing the same brand of baseball that got them there, and I agree with you 100% that it's only fitting. Tony Kubek talked to the 2 managers. Let's see what Tony and the 2 managers have to say.
And Darrell, with all the emotion and controversy around the World Series, especially that last game last night, I think it's been a World Series that's going to go down in history as one of the greatest of all time. Sparky, what do you think?
Well, it has to be to me, Tony. It's been the way I hurt last night. I was telling Darrell, I felt like I was in an axe fight and finished second after the ball game. So I've had a lot of pressure on it as far as myself last night in that ball game. But I think this is going to be a great finish, and I think we'll have the greatest viewing audience we've ever had. And the Red Sox people have been great to us, and I think we've been the same to them. And we're not looking for no slams. I don't know if we're going to have a winner when it's all over.
Darrell, it's a shame. Somebody's got to be a loser. And after last night's game, I don't know if 7 will be an anticlimax, but it's almost a shame that one of you 2 guys in your teams will have to lose a World Series in 1975.
Well, Tony, first of all, we well know that there has to be a loser and a winner. They'll keep playing until one is determined. There's one thing about it, Tony. I think a break here and there is going to decide these things. Either team could have won last night, as they could have 3 or 4 of the other ball games. And it's just one of those things. It's a rub of the green. It's a bounce of the ball. It's been great. And I think it's been great for our ball club and Sparky's ball club that we could entertain so many people, and they like the way we play the game of baseball.
Sparky, Don Gullett will be the same Don Gullett he was in Cincinnati, or the first time in Fenway?
Well, I hope the way it was in Cincinnati, but of course, like I think what Darrell said, a few breaks tonight I think going to change the whole ball game. If one of his guys hits one out with a couple men on, or one of our guys does, or a boot. But whatever it is, I don't care if it's an error or what, I'm forgetting about it, because to me, no player on my club or Darrell's club is going to take any blame when we went down to 7 games. It's been great for all of us.
Sparky Anderson, Darrell Johnson, our thanks. 2 men who have conducted themselves well, managing, and their deportment with the press and everybody else been just great throughout this series.
An amazing interview. I tell you, you want to look on both of them and see if that good housekeeping seal isn't stamped somewhere. Really something to listen to the 2 managers as they discuss this 7th game. Somebody's got to win, somebody's got to lose. They realize that. It's for big money, it's for big prestige.
Welcome to Fenway Park.
But an error, a boot, whatever they want to call it, we're here in the 7th game, and none of my players are going to take a rap. That Sparky Anderson is an amazing guy. Marty, you've been with him all summer.
He really is, Joe. I'll tell you, the guy never seems to change, and I think the thing that probably deep down inside hurts him more than anything is a rap that he takes from many people who say that here's a manager who's never won a big one. Well, he's won a lot of big ball games. He's been in 3 World Series. He's won division title after division title. I don't know what more he has to do except to win a World Series to get out from underneath a cloud that certainly is looked upon by other people as that, certainly not by Sparky Anderson and Bob Howsam and the players who play under him, because I think, in my estimation, I think he's the most underrated manager in baseball. Sure, he's got great talent, but how many managers have you seen mess up great talent? It can be done. And I would love to see Sparky Anderson be able to win this World Series just for himself, and I guess that's the Cincinnati Reds coming out in me for one of the few times in this World Series, but that's the way I feel about it.
Can't travel with the ball club all year and not have it come out, Marty, but I tell you, people that say you can't win that big one, you don't get into a World Series by not winning the big one. The Cincinnati Reds are being introduced. Rose will lead off at third base. Morgan bats second. He'll be playing second base. Johnny Bench is behind the plate. Batting fourth, Tony Perez. George Foster's in left field. Concepcion's at short. Griffey is in right field. Batting eighth, it'll be Cesar Geronimo. And the pitcher is Don Gullett.
Batting eighth.
Cesar Geronimo being introduced now, and the Cincinnati Reds banners are waving behind the third base dugout. And why don't we pick up the PA announcer as he gets set to introduce the rest of the Cincinnati Reds and then the starting lineup for the Boston Red Sox.
Of the Cincinnati Reds. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cincinnati Reds. Now for the Boston Red Sox. Here is the manager of the American League champion Boston Red Sox, Darrell Johnson. Batting first in left field, number 1, Bernie Carbo. Batting second, playing second base, number 5, Jenny Doyle. Batting third, playing first base, number 8, Howard Yastrzemski. Number 27, batting fourth, the catcher, Carlton Fisk. Batting fifth, in center field, number 19, Fred Lynn. Batting sixth, playing third base, number 6, Rico Petrocelli. Batting seventh, in right field, number 24, Dwight Evans. Batting eighth, the shortstop, number 7, Rick Burleson. Batting ninth, the pitcher. Warming up in the bullpen, number 37, Bill Lee. And here are the remaining players and coaches of the Boston Red Sox. Ladies and gentlemen, the Boston Red Sox. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, the color guard detail is from our own Naval Air Station in South Weymouth. Our national anthem will be presented by the Wing Victory Singers from the 43rd United States Army Airborne Infantry Division. And now, to honor America, please join in the singing of our national anthem.
What so bright
So with the playing of the national anthem, we get set for baseball, Game 7. And we will return with more World Series coverage right after this message.
If you have a head for cars, head for Dodge.
We're getting set as the umpires gather around home plate. We're getting set for the ceremonial first pitch. The umpires will be the same umpiring rotation as in Game 1. Art France, the American League, will be behind the plate tonight. Nick Colossi of the National League will be at first base. Larry Barnett, American League, at second base. Dick Stello of the National League at third base. And George Maloney, American League, and Dave Davidson in left and right field, respectively. As we look down towards the Boston Red Sox dugout, Commissioner Bowie Kuhn is getting ready. And let's pick up the PA announcement.
New England have helped in the fight against cancer in children by supporting the Jimmy Fund. May we direct your attention to the commissioner's box near the Red Sox dugout, where 10-year-old Joey Tramontana of Hull, Massachusetts, representing children from throughout the world who've been treated through the Jimmy Fund at the Sidney Farber Cancer Center of Boston, will throw out the first ball for tonight's game. Joey Tramontana of Hull, Massachusetts.
Little Joey, a left-hander, fires it to Carlton Fisk, and now the youngster who's had the thrill of a lifetime throwing out the first ball gets a double thrill as Carlton Fisk goes over, has a few words to say to the youngster. And boy, you talk about big starry eyes. I wish all of you could see Joey Tramontana of Hull, Massachusetts, a 10-year-old. Two baseballs, a box seat at the World Series. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification.
This is WNWS-FM in New York, and the World Series is brought to you in part by Michelob Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Well, the Red Sox have just taken the field. Bill Lee, the left-hander, walking to the mound. This is his second World Series game. He started the second game of this series here in Boston, October 12th. He pitched 8 innings. He was removed after bench led off the ninth with a double. He allowed 2 runs, 5 hits, no decision. He walked 2, struck out 5. It's a sinker ball pitcher, and he has been the darling of the media. He has been in for all kinds of quotes. It all began when, after the series was tied at 2 apiece, they went in to get a fantastic quote, I guess, and when they said to him, well, what do you think of the series so far? He studied for a minute and then said, well, tied. And with that, everybody knew that they really had something on their hands. Bill Lee, he'll be going against Don Gullett, who is the ace of the Cincinnati pitching staff. Gullett, who many thought might pitch in the 6th game, here in the 7th game. So it'll be a battle of 2 left-handers on just a perfect night for baseball here in Boston. Bill Lee warming up with Carlton Fisk, who really is the man of the hour here with that big home run of last night. Although Bernie Carbo, I tell you, who is starting in the left field, he was walking about 4 feet off the ground as he came in as a pinch hitter and hit a 3-run homer. And I'm sure you've heard all that. It'll be a game that'll be talked about for many, many, many months. It was one of the most exciting games I think I've ever seen. Catches, home runs, base hits, and what have you. But again, it's a new day, it's a new night. We're all tied, 3 games apiece. This is it, game number 7. And to bring you the play-by-play, Marty Brenneman.
Thank you very much, Joe, and hello again, everybody. Well, as Joe mentioned, it is simply an out-of-sight night here in Boston, and you talk about the eloquent Mr. Bill Lee. He was extremely upset over the fact that he was passed over in the 6th game with Louis Tiant having been the Boston starter last night. And one of the more intriguing quotes that was attributed to Bill Lee was a quote that he was supposed to have said, Joe, that Darrell Johnson has been falling out of trees all season long and landing on his feet. And that's a pretty serious statement to make concerning your manager.
Well, unless your manager knows you and has a lot of understanding, and you're a pretty good pitcher, and not necessarily in that order.
Right. Pete Rose is going to lead it off for Cincinnati, as he has done all season long. Switch hitter batting right-handed. The first pitch of the decisive 7th game of the World Series is low a ball, and this game is underway. Lee pitched in the estimation of the Cincinnati Reds, the finest game they have had thrown against him in this World Series when he started the second game. 1-0 pitch is over for a taken strike. In that game, he pitched 8 innings, giving up that leadoff 9th inning double to Johnny Bench before being lifted. The Reds scored 2 runs in the 9th to make a loser out of reliever Dick Drago. Here's a 1-1 to Rose, and that is swung on and missed. Now, we should point out that the type of pitcher that Bill Lee is, a left-hander, a sinker baller, is the kind of pitcher that the Reds had a great deal of problem with in 1975. He is much like the same type of pitcher as San Diego's Randy Jones is, and he beat the Reds 3 times. Here's a fly ball into shallow right. Evans coming in hard. Doyle going back, and Evans will make the catch. Rose is out on a fly ball to right field. The batter will be second baseman Joe Morgan. We set the Red Sox for you defensively. At first base, Carl Yastrzemski. The second baseman, Denny Doyle. At shortstop, Rick Burleson. And at third base, a drawn Enrico Petrocelli. In left, Bernie Carbo. In center, Freddie Lynn. And right, Dwight Evans. Again, the Boston battery, Carlton Fisk behind the plate, and left-hander Bill Lee on the mound. Morgan offensively has not had a good series. He's 5 for 23 with 2 runs batted in. Had the game-winning base hit in game number 3. Breaking ball is high and tight.
Marty, I know you obviously saw more games than I did. I never saw Joe Morgan bunt. He practiced it in spring training, yet Petrocelli is coming in close.
Ball strike, Joe. In my recollection, I cannot remember Morgan bunting except possibly in a situation where he feels he's got the third baseman playing back on his heels, will try to drop one down strictly as a surprise maneuver. Certainly not in this situation with Petrocelli playing in on the grass. A 1-1 pitch is just low and inside. 2 balls and a strike on Morgan. The on-deck hitter for Cincinnati is catcher Johnny Bench. Lee, a 17-game winner during the season. And Morgan a pitch away from a walk as the count goes to 3-1. Reds came into the final 2 games of this series leading 3-2 after Gullett's super pitching effort in Cincinnati last Thursday, but the classic duel won by Boston last night. Checked his swing. No, he didn't. He got around on it as a full count. Morgan arguing with plate umpire Art France. So with that strike, it'll send Petrocelli back a couple of steps at third base. And Morgan now awaiting the 3-2 pitch from Bill Lee as he bids to become a one-out base runner. Freddie Lynn shading him toward right field. Morgan, of course, went the other way last night. Base hit to left. Okay, Lee looking in to get the sign from Fisk, and out of the head, the wind, the 3-2 pitch to Morgan. Swung on and pulled foul between the bag and the coaching box at first.
I was paying particular attention to Fred Lynn as he crashed into the wall last night. When Lynn was introduced, he kind of didn't really limp out there, but he wasn't walking gingerly, and when somebody patted him on the backside, he winced. So you know that tailbone is sore.
Again, the payoff pitch. Morgan has struck out swinging on a pitch in on it. The Rose with a fly to right. Morgan has struck out 2 away, and here's Johnny Bench.
Johnny Bench, the catcher.
Bench has gone 6 for 25. He's driven across 4 runs, had a home run at Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati. Petrocelli and Burleson playing deep on the left side of the infield with Doyle shading Bench toward the second base bag. Lee working and Bench taking a ball. Now the 1-0 pitch, swung on, bouncing ball to shortstop. Burleson up, throwing to Yastrzemski, and the side retires. The Reds of the first inning are up and down in order after 1/2 inning of play in the 7th game of this World Series. Cincinnati nothing with the Red Sox coming to bat. Bottom of the first inning, and for Cincinnati, it's Donald Edward Gullett. 24-year-old veteran of the Major League Wars. Gullett, of course, has been around a long time for Cincinnati, having been their first choice in the June 1969 free agent draft. His 6th season with the Cincinnati Reds, and as far as this World Series is concerned, he has lost a game 6-0 in the series opener here at Fenway to Louis Tiant. and then pitched probably the finest ball game by any starting pitcher in the series. We mentioned last Thursday night in Cincinnati when he went 8 2/3 innings, winning that game by a score of 6-2. And Joe, I think everybody knows, Sparky Anderson said it, Don Gullett, by his own admission, felt that imposing left field wall here at Fenway in his first start bothered him. The Reds, of course, are banking their entire season that it won't be that way here tonight.
I tell you, I guess it does bother you for the first time, but I think by now they realize it's been blown so far out of proportion that I'm sure they don't even realize it's there. I've never heard anything talked about, photographed so much, and nothing happened.
Bernie Carbo will lead it off for the Boston Red Sox after Bill Lee set the Reds down in order in their half of the first inning. Carbo, of course, has been up only 4 times, but all he's done is hammer 2 pinch hit home runs, one in Cincinnati, an opposite field shot, and then the biggest thrill of his life last night with the 8th inning 3-run pinch hit home run to dead center off of right-hander Raleigh Eastwick to tie the game. Carbo, a left-handed batter, a one-time teammate of Don Gullett. And as Gullett started to work, Carbo stepped out of the batter's box. Carbo will be followed by second baseman Denny Doyle and first baseman Carl Yastrzemski. Now the pitch, and it's a fastball swung on and missed.
You hear so many stories during the World Series. I read one today. I always felt that Carbo worked at hitting the ball to the opposite field, and that's what it takes. But story today I read, it said when as a youngster, they didn't have a right fielder, and if you hit the ball in right field, you were out, so he learned to hit the left field.
Missing inside, 1 ball and a strike.
Where do they get those stories?
This all adds to the lore of baseball, I guess.
Well, I expected at the end to say, and this young man grew up to be.
Gullett 1-1 with Carbo and pitching. That pitch just does miss down low and away. 2 balls and a strike. Bernie Carbo had an outstanding first half of the 75 season for Boston. His complete season totals .257 batting average with 15 homers and 50 RBIs. Swung on and hit well to deep left center field. Foster and Geronimo looking up. It's going to be off the wall. Geronimo tries to play it on the carom, and now Carbo goes in standing up with a double. Well, Bernie Carbo has put a charge and still another baseball.
He came within inches of another home run, and I tell you, that takes a lot of work to be able to hit that ball that far in the opposite field. He's got a good, smooth stroke that way, and wall or no wall, that was extra bases in anybody's ballpark.
So the Red Sox have a runner in scoring position as Carbo doubles high off the fence in left center field. Denny Doyle will be the hitter. Pete Rose looking for the bunt is in at third base. Don Gullett sights a sign from Johnny Bench, a backward glance at second. Pitching, swung on, fly ball right field. Griffey is there. He makes the catch. Carbo bluffs a move to third and very wisely thinks better of it. Ball bounds away from Concepcion, and Johnny Bench finally picks it up as it crosses the third base foul line. So Doyle jumping on Gullett's first pitch, and he hit the ball on the button, but directly at Kenny Griffey. Here's Carl Yastrzemski. Cincinnati defensively looks like this tonight. Tony Perez at first, Morgan at second, Concepcion the shortstop at third, Pete Rose. An outfield left to right, Foster, Geronimo, Griffey, Bench catching. Scoreless in the bottom of the first. Carbo at second and out. Yastrzemski 8 for 24 in the series with 3 runs batted in. Pitch, swung on and bounced foul at first base. Don Zimmer, the Red Sox third base coach, shouting in something to Yastrzemski. Johnny Pesky is at first. On deck, Carlton Fisk. Gullett looking in. Now the stretch. And the 0-1 delivery misses outside. It's a 1 ball and 1 strike count. Outfield pretty much straight away for Yastrzemski. Geronimo maybe a step, 2 steps toward right center. Griffey deep and straight away and right. 1-1 pitch outside and low, ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike.
He hasn't been able to get his breaking ball over yet. Gullett has been laboring trying to get his curveball over. His fastball he's been able to get in the strike zone. You don't know where he's trying to spot it, but his curveball, his breaking stuff, that's been a problem.
He's behind to the left-handed batter. Yastrzemski sends the next pitch in, and it was a pitch up, and he swung on and missed. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, the advantage, if there is any for Cincinnati, playing in a 7th game away from home, is that they do have their ace going. Don Gullett, a 15-game winner, despite being out 2 months with a broken thumb, and he is far and away the best the Reds have to offer. 2-2 pitch. Ground ball hit to the right. Morgan will get there on the outfield grass. He throws Yastrzemski out as Carbo moves to third. So the man who chalked up win number 3 in this series for the Boston Red Sox, and he's getting a standing ovation as he comes to the plate, Carlton Fisk. You watch the replay focusing on Fisk last night, Joe, and it was a picture of extreme joy and jubilation.
I tell you, the body English that he uses, it made one of the most dramatic shots I've ever seen, because once he hit it, it looked like it was going foul, but as the players talked about it, the crosswind kept it, hit the pole, and when it did, Fisk went into a dance, and man, who can blame him?
So Don Gullett charged with the responsibility of trying to get Fisk with 2 down and a runner at third. Pitch is swung on and missed. Well, we check the flags here at Fenway. Do not have the kind of wind that we had last night. Right now, a very little breeze blowing, and what we have seems to be blowing out toward right field. And a fairly gusty wind as the game progressed last night out toward left. Tried to check his swing, but could not do it. Fisk, strike 2, and Gullett playing good old-fashioned hardball with him. This 6 for 22 in the series. Couple of homers, 4 runs batted in. He and Geronimo, the only 2 players who have had more than 1 home run. Each of them with 2. Carbo at third, 2 down, the 0-2 pitch. High and outside. Gullett goes to rubbing up the baseball as Fisk steps away from the plate. Fred Lynn is on deck for the Red Sox. Carbo, who doubled to begin the inning. Doyle lined out. Yastrzemski bounced out. And now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. And again, Gullett comes with a fastball up. Gullett taking a little bit extra time. Every single pitch a big one. He's ready with a break-even delivery. He struck him out swinging. Foul tip that Johnny Bench hung on to, and that's all for Fisk, and that's all for the Red Sox in the first. No runs, a hit. Carbo left at third, and after 1 complete, it's the Reds nothing, the Red Sox nothing. Scoreless at the end of 1 complete as Tony Perez prepares to lead off the second inning for Cincinnati. And, well, you look at the World Series conquest, Joe, of both of these ball clubs, and it's been quite some time. The Reds have not won a World Championship since 1940, and should the Red Sox win tonight, it'll be their first World Series victory since 1918.
That is a long dry spell.
The big guns have really not produced consistently for Cincinnati in this series. Tony Perez had the 1 big game with 2 home runs and 4 RBIs last Thursday night to back the pitching of Gullett. He's had only 4 hits. First pitch is high and outside from Lee. 4 hits and 23 times up. 2 hits last night. Has 5 RBIs. Lee with a 1-0 delivery, and, well, there's that dipsy-doodle off-speed pitch. It's over for a strike call.
That's a blooper pitch, not like Rip Sewell, but it's so slow, I tell you, it almost freezes you when you're batting.
Got it over for the strike. The 1-1 on the way. Perez swings. Ground ball to the glove side of Petrocelli. He's up and throwing. 1 down. Now George Foster, as Bill Lee has retired the first 4 Cincinnati Reds.
George Foster.
You know what happens a lot of times when a fellow throws an off-speed curveball or a blooper pitch or that big lollipop that Lee threw? You go up there saying, I'm going to look for that thing until I get 2 strikes on me. And then you might see some action. And that's the danger of it, that you make one hitter look bad and the other guy starts to look for it because he thinks you've fallen in love with it. And pretty soon you're backing up third.
Here's a pitch to Foster, swung on, hit well into left field. Going back is Yastrzemski. He'll have to play it off the fence. Foster will try to come to second. Here's a throw, and he's going to be out. Carbo made the play off the wall in left field and fired a veritable strike to second base. And Foster, trying to get 2 bases out of it, is cut down as Carbo played it perfectly off that fence in left field. Coming up with the ball on one hop, firing quickly onto the infield, and the tag applied by the shortstop Rick Burleson to get the out.
Well, Bernie Carbo has been saying all along I should be playing. I don't know why I'm not playing, and he's made it pretty loud. He's made it pretty public, and I'll tell you, you can't ask a guy to do any more than he's been doing. He's got 2 big home runs. He doubled his first time up here. The first chance he gets to make a defensive play, he guns his man down.
That he does, and the Red Sox continue to play good fundamental baseball. Denny Doyle, the man who took the throw at second base, so if you're scoring with us, scored 7-4 on the outplay of Foster. 2 down, Concepcion. He shortens up on the bat, drawing Petrocelli in, but it's ball 1. Dave Concepcion, the Red shortstop, 4 hits 24 times, a home run. 4 runs batted in, ground ball hit to the left side. Burleson digs it out. His throw is there. Took Yastrzemski off the bag, but the swipe tag and the side retired. No runs, 1 hit. In the middle of inning number 2 at Fenway Park, it's the Red Sox nothing, the Reds nothing. Okay, in the Boston second, a no-score game. Each club has had a hit, a double to lead off the first inning by Bernie Carbo. He was left at third base as Don Gullett struck out Carlton Fisk to retire the side. So Freddie Lynn will stand in for openers here in the second. Pete Rose mentioned on that home run that Lynn hit last night, figured he had to hit one sooner or later, and he certainly did, hitting one over the bullpen in right center field with 2 on in the first inning. Joe, you mentioned the collision that Lynn had with a wall in center last night. You really wonder how much it's going to affect him tonight as far as movement is concerned. Ball 1.
I got to believe that he took a lot of treatment today. I know he did. And the 7th game of the World Series, I tell you, you may be hurting, but you're not going to let your body take over.
Fouls off the next pitch. It's a ball and 1 strike. Lynn has had 7 hits and 23 at-bats with 5 runs batted in, followed by Rico Petrocelli and Dwight Evans. Lynn, a left-handed batter. Rose pulled well off the line at third base. Pitch just outside, and Don Gullett continuing to have problems getting his breaking stuff over. 2 balls with a strike. Left-hander against left-handers. Gullett has trouble picking up the sign from bench. He throws, and the heater is high. 3 balls, 1 strike to Fred Lynn. Gullett was simply overpowering against Boston in his last start of this series. He's a man who's trying to give Cincinnati the 75 World Championship. He has walked Freddie Lynn with a fastball up and in. First walk of the game.
Johnny Bench is going out to talk to his young left-hander. He seemed to rush the last pitch, and I'm sure that one of the things he's talking about is to bear down on the hitter. Now, Johnson, the manager of the Red Sox, plays a pretty conservative kind of game. He waits for the big inning, but Petrocelli can punch that ball into right field. May look for something. You certainly don't expect Lynn to be running, especially after last night, but with the Red Sox and with the Reds, you can't take anything for granted. You look for everything.
Petrocelli at the plate, Lynn at first base, leading against a holding Tony Perez. He hits a drive into deep left field. If it stays fair, it's going to be a home run, and it is a foul ball. Well, Petrocelli gave it a ride.
Boy, you wonder if that wind was blowing like last night. As you look at the flag in center field, it is limp, because he touched one off. He put a pretty good charge into that one.
Don Gullett will put that back in his memory bank and try to remember not to throw that particular pitch again to Petrocelli. Infield looking for the ground ball. Left-hander cranking it up again. Bouncing ball hit to third. That's going to be a foul ball. Rose steps across the line to field it. Strike 2. And a World Series record set here last night with 12 pitchers working, 8 for Cincinnati, but an interesting question was put to Sparky Anderson earlier tonight about how he would go in this game, Joe. I said, you're going to run him in and out as you did last night if you have to? He said, nope, I'm going to go with Don Gullett as long as I possibly can. He's the best I've got.
Well, I guarantee you if he gets in trouble, he'll run him in.
He sure will.
That cart was about to run out of gas last night.
Joe Morgan has come in from second base to talk briefly with Gullett. No score, bottom of the second. Lynn at first base with a walk. Gullett delivers, and he has struck Petrocelli out swinging. Well, Gullett has his second K of the game, and here's right fielder Dwight Evans.
I know there are a lot of heroes in this World Series, but if I had to vote right now as to who the most valuable player is, and here we are tied at 3 apiece, Dwight Evans would get my vote. I think he has contributed more than anybody on either ball club.
Well, most of the guys felt last night at Eastwick been able to do a number on Boston. He would have done it. In fact, somebody said he got the car, but it was repossessed. Here's a pitch to Evans, and he swings and misses at a breaking pitch. This young man has been truly outstanding. Defensively, he's had some big base hits for him, had a home run in Cincinnati to tie up a game in the 9th inning. Now time is called as Gullett takes a little bit too much time. He steps back off the pitching rubber, and Evans moves away from the plate. Now the check of Lynn. And the one-strike pitch. Breaking ball is popped in the air down the left field line. Foster, Rose, Concepcion. Who's going to play it? Pete does, in foul ground. And now quickly throwing on to first, but not in time to get Lynn coming back. Two away for the shortstop and number 8 batter in the Red Sox lineup, Rick Burleson.
Marty, as Gullett takes some time talking to Morgan, I'm going to ask you something that has nothing to do with the game, except it does involve Gullett. When he delivers the pitch after he finishes, he always seems to grab his right side. Is it that a nervous habit, or is it just his pants are slipping?
No, it's a nervous habit that he has, Joe.
Because I figured that, he could call a tailor and solve the problem. He keeps grabbing it, and I worry about things like that.
Burleson looking for his 8th hit. First pitch is a fastball low. 7 hits, 21 times up for Burleson. A couple of runs batted in. Lynn got the walk to begin the inning. Petrocelli has struck out. Evans has popped out. There goes Lynn. Ball is hit to right field. Griffey moving toward the line. Back a few steps. He's got it. And the side retired. Boston second. Statistically no runs, no hits. One man is left. And after 2 complete, the Reds nothing, the Red Sox nothing. Nothing ball game at the end of 2, and it'll be right fielder Ken Griffey dropped down to the number 7 spot in the Cincinnati Reds batting order tonight with Bill Lee on the mound. He'll begin it, followed by Cesar Geronimo and pitcher Don Gullett. So Bill Lee will be looking at 3 straight left-handed hitters here in the 3rd inning.
Marty, just a note in passing, Lynn running the last time he was on base, even though he may be sore, and we all know he is, not affecting his style of play. He was breaking with the pitch as Burleson hit it, and I'm sure that those Reds on that third base side made a note of that.
Griffey hitting .250 in the series, 6 hits, 24 at-bats. He's driven across 4 runs and has had some big base hits for Cincinnati. And a 2-run triple here last night. Lee going to work on him. First pitch misses, ball 1. Petrocelli playing just a step on the grass at third base. Griffey with outstanding speed. Strike to him. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Reds have had 1 hit, a single by Foster in the second. Thrown out trying to stretch it into a double. Now the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and lined into right center field. That's a base hit. Freddie Lynn loping in to scoop it up as Griffey takes a big turn. Here's Cesar Geronimo. He had one right down the line last night that just stayed fair for an 8th inning home run that at the time had the Reds out in front by 3 runs. So now we'll get a chance to look at a left-hander with a pretty good move. Bill Lee picked off 11 runners in 1975. Last year picked off 15. Reds in with their second hit as Griffey opens the third with a single. The pitch to Geronimo, taking a ball.
He had such a good move as he came towards the plate. He had Griffey breaking back towards the bag. He really popped the shoestring on that move, I'll tell you. Griffey took 2 steps back to first base. One of the things you have to watch with Lee's move, too, is that when the catcher returns the ball, he'll get it and quickly flip to the base, and if you're loping back, you're out.
Swung on, bouncing ball by the mound. There's Doyle, there's Burleson, and there's Yastrzemski, a double play. Boston turns a bang-banger. Doyle to Burleson to Yastrzemski, and they're 2 down with nobody on.
Lee helped himself, too, although I doubt if Griffey would have been able to take anybody out at second base the way Burleson and Doyle handled the ball, but there was no chance on that ground ball because he had about a 2-step lead.
So Lee can direct full attention at his opposite number, Don Gullett. Pitch, swung on and missed. Gullett in this series has had 1 hit and 6 times up. Lee's 0-1. Swing and a miss on a pitch out away from him, and quickly strike 2. Gullett, a left-handed pitcher, but a right-handed batter. Oh, 2 pitch. Just missing outside and low. A ball and 2 strikes. The Reds nothing, the Red Sox nothing. We're in the top of the third. This the decisive 7th game of the World Series. Gullett swings and lines one into right field. That's a base hit. We've seen some pitchers become pretty good hitters in this series. Louis Tiant. Don Gullett has his second hit. That'll keep the third going for Pete Rose up for the second time. Hit a fly ball to Evans in right field as a leadoff batter in the first inning. Shortstop Burleson talking with Lee out behind the mound. Now the plate umpire, Art France, runs out to inspect the baseball before giving it back to Lee. Gone through the umpire rotation 1 complete time. In fact, this was the alignment in game number 1 with France behind the plate. Gullett with a jacket on down at first base, 2 away. Lee working to Rose. Strike swinging.
A pretty good indication of the move that Lee has. Yastrzemski is playing off the bag. Gullett with 2 outs is really not going to steal, yet he was breaking back towards first base as Lee came towards home. That's a pretty good move when you can do that.
And it's a type of move, Joe, that takes away a very, very vital part of the Cincinnati Reds game, and that's a running attack.
What it does, too, Marty, it cuts down about 3 steps and gives the outfielder a chance to make that play at third base on a base hit.
Lee comes set, his 0-1 pitch. Missing low, a ball and 1 strike to Rose. Rose carrying on his conversation as he has done game in and game out with Carlton Fisk. Two balls and 1 strike. Throw down to first base, but Gullett, not straying too far off the bag, is back easily.
Doesn't take much to pick a fellow off on a play like that. All he's got to do is put his head down and just kind of walk back and maybe, count his money or figure out his average, and he's nailed.
Rose hits a slow ground ball foul at third base. Picked up there by third base coach Alex Kramus. So Lee involved in a 2-2 count with Pete Rose. It's a guy that really enjoyed playing in that game last night. I think he told everybody within earshot of what a privilege it was, really, to be a part of it. 2-2 pitch. Swung on, hit off the mound. Lee running for it, picks it up, throws to second. He got the force play on a close play. Good play by Bill Lee on a ball that hit off of him, kicked over toward third. He recovered and made a quick snap throw to Denny Doyle to get the out of Gullett in a close play at second base. So for Cincinnati, no runs, 2 hits with a man left on, and after 2.5, it's a Reds nothing, the Red Sox nothing.
There is a name for an automobile in which a driver may have not only great comfort, but great confidence. It's called Cordoba. In Cordova, you will enjoy much confidence. The confidence of knowing your automobile possesses a look of dignity, a look of simplicity, uncluttered by time or fashion. In Cordova, you can feel this confidence in thickly cushioned contour seats, available in rich crushed velour or soft Corinthian leather. In Cordova, you will have confidence, the confidence to control the road, to approach both curve and straightaway with marked assurance. In a word, it is called quality, the very definition of a most surprisingly affordable small Chrysler. Cordova.
With Joe Garagiola, Marty Brenneman, as the Red Sox come up to hit off Don Gullett in the bottom half of the third inning. Reds have had 3 hits. The Red Sox have had 1. That leadoff double by Carbo in the first inning, and he's going to be hitting second here in the third after pitcher Bill Lee leads it off.
That play that Lee made, his follow-through is not what you would call right out of the Spalding guide. He falls towards third base, and a lot of times he's got his back turned completely to the batter, which he did on the ball that was hit by Rose. And they say that he's caught the ball and even practices it. That's what Kubek tells me, catching the ball with the glove on his back and just almost like a contortionist. And on that particular play, I must say this, he was out of position. He really was falling towards third, but he made the play.
Lee swings and fouls the first pitch to Johnny Bench's mitt. He was 0 for 3 in the second game of this series, and with a designated hitter in the American League, he has not had a hit since way back in 1972. Here's a call strike.
Remember in that game, he laid down a pretty good bunt. Bench had to make a terrific play to get him at first base.
No balls, 2 strikes. As pitcher faces pitcher, tries to lay a bunt down and pops it foul back onto the screen. So that's going to be strikeout number 3 for Gullett, who's gone through the Red Sox batting order 1 complete time, having given up a hit, 3 strikeouts and a walk, and he'll be throwing to Carbo for the second time. Joe, what is it about a player traded away from a club, and more often than not, he comes back to haunt his former team?
Well, I'll tell you, the first time you're traded, you're going to prove to that club that they made a mistake. Second time, you start to wonder, and the third time, you start checking the air conditioning schools.
Ball 1.
I know the first time I got traded, I'm going to show him, boy. And the second time, I said, uh-oh. The third time, they announced it was going to hurt both teams. So then I started looking around a little bit.
1-0 pitch. Fastball inside to Carbo. It's ball 2. No score. The Red Sox have posed the only threat with a leadoff double by Bernie in the first inning, but he was left at third. Tried to check his swing. It's a strike anyway. 2-1.
That was an interesting matchup right there. 2 balls and no strikes. I was just wondering whether Gullett would go with his strength to try to get him with an off-speed pitch, but he fired a fastball.
Gullett working quickly again, and he's ball 3 to him on a breaking ball down and away.
2-0, 3-1. That's when you're known as a cripple shooter. This is where you got the edge on the pitcher, and when you start looking for pitches, let's see what Gullett throws.
Fastball, foul back. So 3 balls and 2 strikes on Carbo with Doyle on deck.
Boy, that's like a big commercial, Marty. Gullett is saying, if you guys are going to beat me, you're going to beat me on my fastball. I'm not going to think my way through. I'm going to throw my way through.
Well, he showed it to him time and again Thursday night. He had a good one. Carbo tries to shoot a pitch out away from him down the left side, and it's back on top of the roof, a foul ball. Had complete command of his pitches in his last start against the Red Sox, and as we pointed out here in the early innings, has had some difficulty getting his breaking pitches over.
When you got a good fastball, you can erase a lot of mistakes.
He's got a good one. Here comes a 3-2 pitch. He lost him to a walk. Gullett has just issued his second base on balls, and now Doyle, who lined to right field in the first inning. Both managers appeared to be amazingly loose tonight, although it's a key to the type of feeling, inward feeling, that Sparky Anderson has when he is talking incessantly, and he did that from the time he got to the ballpark. It's a nervous man when he's talking a mile a minute, and he was doing that today. Now Doyle with Carbo at first. Fastball is high.
I got to believe they'll put a play on in this sequence right here, and ball one would be a pretty good time to do it. Carbo's got pretty good speed. Doyle can handle a bat. He's got a little edge on Gullett. I'd start looking for something to happen.
There's a check of Carbo. There he goes. The batter, Doyle, just throws a bat at the ball and fouls it back. So they definitely had a play on with Carbo breaking on the pitch and a foul ball from Denny Doyle.
It's a funny thing how you get a feeling like that. Not trying to explain it or anything, but Doyle just wasn't sure of the sign that Zimmer was giving him. Like he as much as said, "Are you kidding me? You're putting a play on?" He just wasn't sure of it. And Zimmer had to go through it again. Looked like a football referee down there giving signs. And if you got somebody who's got control, you just start looking.
Doyle's the only player on either team to hit safely in all 6 games. Here's a 1-1 line drive hit to right field. Here comes Carbo checking Griffey. He takes a turn. He's coming to third. The throw goes that way, and it's off the mark. So the Red Sox are knocking on the door with runners at first and third on a walk to Carbo and a base hit by Doyle. 1 down in the bottom of the 3rd inning, and the hitter will be Yastrzemski.
That was a good piece of hitting by Doyle. Ball was up, and he was able to pull the ball. He didn't really snap at it, but he was going in the right spot to try to hit it in the right field to get a first and third. Now they're going to have to lay back, get a double play to get out of it, and they got a tough man, Yastrzemski.
Well, Doyle has assured himself of hitting in every single game of this World Series with that base hit. Crowd getting fired up at Fenway. Yaz with a ground ball to Morgan his first time up. Here's a pitch to him. Swung on, ground ball, base hit to right field. Carbo comes in to score. Doyle takes a turn. Griffey cranking toward third. Not in time. Yastrzemski goes to second. And the Red Sox have taken a 1-0 lead. Back-to-back base hits by Denny Doyle and Carl Yastrzemski to plate the first run in the 7th game.
Not only did they get the run in, but the throw by Griffey, and Concepcion was a bit disgusted. It was not a good throw to the extent that he couldn't cut the ball off. And Yastrzemski, he may not win the 440 for you, but he knows how to run the bases. As soon as he saw the ball getting by Concepcion, he took off for second. And sure, he moves into scoring position, but more than that, he stays away from that double play situation, and now they've got to play in. Good piece of base running by Yastrzemski. He capitalized on a mistake.
Well, first base is open, and apparently they're going to give Fisk an intentional walk. And the Reds have activity underway in their bullpen. Right-hander Pedro Bourbon is up and throwing, along with Jack Billingham. Carlton Fisk getting an intentional walk that will fill the bases with Red Sox and bring on Fred Lynn. Lee began the inning by striking out. Carbo got that walk, and boy, how many times a walk will come back to haunt a pitcher. Doyle hit to right. Yastrzemski single to right to get the run in. As Joe mentioned, with a throw to third, Yastrzemski went to second base, and now the bases are loaded. Larry Shepard, the Reds pitching coach, is coming to the mound to talk with Don Gullett.
I'm sure it's just a case of a pitching coach going out to break a mood. Too late to be talking strategy here, and if nothing else, you just kind of remind your pitcher as to what you talked about before the game. I would think that he'd be saying something like, this guy is a good hitter, which I guess that must be brand new news, but also that he is an aggressive hitter, and watch the first pitch. Outside of that, it's up to Gullett.
Left-handed batting Freddie Lynn, who drew a walk as a leadoff batter in the second. Now up in a run-producing situation for Boston. Doyle at third, Yastrzemski at second, Fisk at first, 1 out. A run is home. Gullett from the windup. Swing and a miss on a fastball high, and Bench bluffs a throw down to third. And Freddie Lynn was going for downtown on that first pitch. Infield laying back at double play depth. Foul ball at strike 2 as that foul ricochets off the mask of bench. No balls and 2 strikes on Lynn. Jack Billingham, Pedro Borbon, a couple of right-handers throwing in the Cincinnati bullpen. Don Gullett and the Reds in one whale of a jam. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, and just did miss with that one. In fact, I think Johnny Bench a little bit at odds with Art France over the call. Gullett walks the backside of the mound. Now comes back on top. Glances to the runner leading at third base, Denny Doyle. Now checking in with Bench. The 1-2 pitch still in. 2 balls and 2 strikes is low and inside. Freddie Lynn looking at a tremendous amount of real estate in right center and also along the right field foul line. Gullett kicks and deals. Strike 3 is called as he broke one over on the outside edge, and Art France has Freddie Lynn right up in his face arguing on that pitch. So Don Gullett comes up with a big strikeout as he gets Fred Lynn looking, and now will be working to third baseman Petrocelli, who struck out his last time up.
One of the things to keep in mind, the last time up, Petrocelli hit the first pitch foul, almost a home run.
2 men out, a run in, bases loaded. The pitch to Petrocelli is fastball high, ball 1.
Boy, they're all ready to pull that trigger. This is an aggressive hitting ball club.
Gullett coming back. 2 balls and no strikes. Inside to the right-handed batting Petrocelli. There's outfield playing Petrocelli pretty much like they played Lynn, but Geronimo well into the gap in left center. 2 balls and no strikes. That's ball 3 high.
Now you got a situation, 3 balls, no strikes. Johnny Bench going out to talk to the young left-hander, and you've got to remind him that Darrell Johnson likes to turn his hitters loose. 3 balls and no strikes, and Petrocelli certainly capable of pulling that wall in behind third base. So he's going to have to give it that extra. And these fans, much like they holler for Tian, Louis, Louis, are hollering Rico, Rico. They turn you on, and I tell you, you can feel the electricity in this ballpark.
Sparky Anderson a bit concerned right now. Gullett needs a strike badly. Petrocelli takes it, and it is over for strike 1 call. So now it is Rip City if that pitch is in there for Petrocelli. Gullett ready. 3-1 pitch. Swung on and foul back. So the left-hander has gone as far as he can go with Petrocelli. 3-2, 2 down. The runners will be on the move. Doyle, Yastrzemski, Fisk, third, second, and first. Now time is called by Cincinnati shortstop Davey Concepcion as he talks with umpire Dick Stello.
He's pointing up to the press box. Something is bothering Concepcion.
Stello looking that way as Concepcion returns to his position, and well, we really have no idea what it possibly could be. Here comes a big pitch. 3-2, the runners are off. It is ball 4 high, and Gullett has walked the run in, and the Red Sox have taken the 2-0 lead. This is most definitely not the Don Gullett that we saw in Cincinnati. He has issued his 4th walk of the game, and most of his stuff here in the 3rd inning has been up. Now it's Dwight Evans who popped out to Pete Rose in the 2nd. Ball 1 high, a fastball.
Morgan's coming in to talk to him. Gullett seems to be struggling out there. His pitches, he's been wild high.
been a consistency to his wildness, and many times it's as old, I guess, first time I ever heard it was my first year in baseball. If you wild high, you're not bending your back. You wild low, you're going down too far. It sounds so true, it sounds so easy, but when you're in the 7th game of World Series, forget about it. Your parts just don't want to work.
1-0 pitch. That's up. Ball 2. Well, you have to feel if Evans gets on, Sparky Anderson will be making a pitching change. Bases remain loaded. 2 runs across. Evans is ball 3, and again his fastball is high.
He is struggling.
That he is. Red Sox batters perfectly well content now to make Gullett throw strikes, something that he is having a hard time doing. 3-0 pitch. He almost hit him, and he's walked another run in. It is 3-0 Boston. And they're going bananas at Fenway Park.
When you look at the statistics of Don Gullett, his control, he has averaged slightly over 3 walks per 9 innings in 1975, and it's about the same as his 1974 average, and that was the 5th base on balls given up. And we're only in the 3rd inning.
Well, apparently Sparky Anderson is going to stay with him. Rose is in from 3rd base as Burleson becomes a 9th man to hit in what has been a 3-run inning. Gullett working. Swung on and popped up outside of first base, but Perez will not have a play on it.
You know, a lot of people will be wondering, saying, he walked 2 guys, why would Burleson swing at the first pitch? Well, the reason you swing at the first pitch is because you think maybe that the pitcher's going to let up a little bit to throw a strike, and if he gives you a little bit of an edge, you want to stick one in the screen.
Burleson fly to right his first time. 3 runs across for Boston. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Check swing, and it's a ball. Gullett got it down, but too much so. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Red Sox have gotten their 3 runs, have had a couple of hits. Their first run scored on a base hit by Yastrzemski, and now back-to-back walks to Petrocelli and Evans to get 2 more in. The 1-1 delivery. Swung on and popped up again off to the right as Bench comes over and watches it ride back into the seats. One and 2 the count. Gullett issuing 4 walks in the inning, one of them an intentional pass to Fisk. Right now he's a lead runner at 3rd base. Gullett ahead on Burleson. A ball, 2 strikes, 2 down. The left-hander kicks and fires. That is way inside and low as Bench was momentarily handcuffed by it. Don Gullett struggling and struggling badly. Quick glance at 3rd base. Now the 2-2 pitch. Struck him out swinging. So the inning is over for the Boston Red Sox, but they get 3 runs on 2 hits with 3 left. And after 3 complete, the Red Sox 3 and Cincinnati nothing.
This is WNWS-FM New York. You'll hear news and information live 24 hours a day at 97 on your FM dial.
Well, the Reds, who had to battle back from a 3-0 deficit last night, are faced with just the same type of thing here tonight in the 7th game of this World Series as they come to bat in the top of the 4th inning with Joe Morgan leading it off against Bill Lee, who's given 3 Reds hits. The pitch to Morgan misses inside. Joe was struck out swinging, the first time he has struck out in this World Series in the 1st inning. He bunts one, first base side. That's going to be a toughie. Lee is over, cannot make a play, and Morgan is on with a bunt single. So Morgan taking it with him down the right side, a perfectly placed bunt. Lee came off the mound as quickly as he could and tried to shovel it off the grass and on to first baseman Yastrzemski, and did not come away with anything.
I think there's one fella probably listening, watching this game that says, well, that's the way I told you to do it, and that would be Rod Carew. Joe Morgan went to the Twins training camp, he just wanted to learn how to bunt or be a better bunter, and Carew worked with him. And I know at the All-Star game, Carew was asking about it, and Morgan said, I just don't try it. And here he is getting it started, and it was a beautifully placed bunt.
So the Reds have out-hit the Red Sox 4-3, but trail 3-0. Johnny Bench, a bouncing ball to the shortstop in the first inning. Let's see what's on Morgan's mind here. Lee gloved hand on right knee. Has a sign from Fisk. The pitch to Bench. Out away from him. Ball 1. Reds as a team has stolen 7 bases and 9 tries in this World Series. Morgan has 1 steal and was thrown out 1 time. Lee taking a little bit extra time. Now coming with a 1-0 to Bench. Ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes.
The crowd reacting because Morgan, he's not going to be going anywhere. He's trying to measure Lee. You got to give Bench a chance to hit it, and yet Lee put a move on him and broke Morgan back to first.
Now the 2-0 to Bench, and that's low. 3 balls and no strikes. So the Reds, spotting Boston 3 runs, are trying to stir something up here in the 4th inning. Here's a throw to first base. Lee quickly getting it onto Yastrzemski, but Morgan back. Tony Perez, the on-deck hitter. Pitch. That's a strike. Bench had flipped the bat away, and Art France says strike. Bench will talk about that pitch with a man behind the plate. 3 balls, 1 strike. Morgan edging further and further away from the first base bag. Lee looks that way, delivers. Bench with a fly ball hit to right center field. Freddie Lynn racing back, still on the move. He's under. He's got it. On the warning track, Morgan all the way down to second, comes quickly back onto first base. Well, Johnny Bench had the misfortune of hitting that ball to the deepest point in the ballpark, out near the 420 sign, and Lynn ran it down on the track.
You know, when a pitcher comes into a ballpark, he looks at it and he says, where is my outfield? I mean, the field that's going to get me the most outs. And here in this part of the ball, in Fenway Park, the part that Bench just hit is exactly where you want him to hit it.
Tony Perez grounded out as the leadoff batter in the 2nd. Call strike. An activity that had been going full force in the Cincinnati bullpen with Bourbon and Billingham now quiet. Lee's throw to first base, a lob throw, and Morgan steps easily back. There goes Morgan. Pitch is taken, a strike, the throw down to second, and Morgan steals it standing up. It was an off-speed pitch to Perez taken for a strike.
He had Bill Lee so measured when Lee started towards the plate that time that Morgan had about 3 steps as Lee still had the ball. There was no way Fisk was going to get him. Surprised that he even threw the ball. It was one of those that you just want to hold the ball and say, well, I'm not going to get an error, and it lets the pitcher know, hey, if you're going to hold him on like that, you might as well get a baton because we're going to have a track meet tonight.
Second stolen base for Morgan in 3 tries in the series, but a 2-strike count on Tony Perez. Foster will be up next, and now Lee takes too much time, and Perez steps out of the box. So a base hit now of any distance will get a Reds run in, with Morgan stealing second. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and popped up. Out into shallow right field. Doyle's ball to play all. Now he gives way to Evans, who makes the catch. Evans calling him off of it. 2 down in the 4th for Cincinnati. Foster will be the hitter. Lee very wisely running out to back up third base and now heading back toward the mound to take the ball from the shortstop Burleson.
You hear a lot of quotes from Bill Lee about Bill Lee, but one thing that somehow gets lost is the fella knows how to pitch, and he's well schooled in the basics. That ball was hit to right field. He didn't stand on the mound and become a spectator. He went behind third. He was backing it up. He's in the right spot at the right time. He says a lot of things. Interesting. You enjoy hearing him, but he knows how to play.
Foster hit one off the wall in the second inning, was thrown out trying to get a double. Lee looking Morgan's way at second. The pitch is swung on and popped up. Carlton Fisk coming over, and he's got room to make the play just this side of the Reds dugout, and that's the inning. No runs, a hit, no errors, and a man left. In the middle of the fourth, it's Boston 3 and Cincinnati nothing. Okay, as we go to the bottom of the fourth inning, it'll be Bill Lee, the same man who opened up the third, leading off the fourth for Boston against Don Gullett.
Marty, just a note on that pop fly that was hit by Foster. Lee was right next to Carlton Fisk, who was next to the railing, hollering, lot of room, lot of room. And I'm sure if Fisk would have had any problems at all, Lee would have been there to make the play. When you go after a ball like that, you'd like to feel that you've got plenty of room, and the only way you can feel that way is if somebody tells you. And Lee was there to do it.
Gullett works to the plate. It's ball one low. Gullett hoping for better things in this fourth inning. Red Sox batted around against him, walked 2 runs in. 3-0 Boston. Strike call. Pitch on the inside part of the plate at the letters. 1-1. Two balls and a strike as Gullett comes high and inside.
Marty, if people wonder what umpires do in the offseason, some of them come to the World Series. Tom Gorman is here visiting with us.
Now the 2-1 pitch swung on and fouled out of play off to the left.
Trying to convince him how easy it is to umpire from up here.
It does appear to be easy at times, Joe. Gullett tries to put him away. Ground ball, base hit by Perez into right field. Well, Bill Lee is doing it all tonight. His first hit in better than 3 years as he singles past the outstretched glove of Perez. That's a 4th hit for Boston.
Saw him walk in the ballpark tonight. He had a book under his arm. Obviously, you got to ask him, what are you reading? You would expect some title you would recognize from a bestseller list. He's reading Pyramid Power.
That's a little bit heavy.
Oh, man. In that book, nobody gets the girl.
Here's Carbo. He's been on base twice. The ball is high. It's off the glove of bench, and going to second is Lee. And I'll tell you, things are not going at all well for Cincinnati tonight. Gullett has been charged with a wild pitch. Carbo had turned in on Gullett as if to bunt the ball, but they get Lee to second base the easy way on a wild pitch, and now Don Zimmer coming in from the third base coaching box to talk with Carbo.
Well, Carbo obviously wants to know if he's switching off with the man on at second base. A ground ball will get him there, and you got the percentage of maybe picking up the base hit. But Carbo wants to make sure that he knows what Johnson wants, and Johnson, of course, relays it through Zimmer.
Double barrel action in the Cincinnati bullpen for the second straight inning. The right-hander Bourbon, the left-hander Freddie Norman. The 1-0 to Carbo is up high, and Gullett continuing to have his problems with the control. Lee with a base hit to begin the inning, going to second on a wild pitch. Red Sox already up by 3 and trying to get another one. Swung on, ground ball up the middle. Morgan backhands, plants, and throws to get the out, but they get Lee to third. So Lee moving on to third as Carbo hits one up the middle, stabbed by Morgan, and the outplay at first base. Here's Denny Doyle. Cincinnati infield coming in. Doyle is lined to right. He has singled to right and scored a run. Doyle has tied a record done 20 times previously, hitting safely in all games of a 7-game World Series, last done by Tony Perez of Cincinnati back in 1972. Overall, Doyle with a 9-game hit streak. Check swing ground ball, backhanded by Rose. No tag on third, throw to first in time. And Pete very alertly tried to see if he had a play on Lee off the bag, but didn't, and then was able to get Doyle at first base. 2 down. Carl Yastrzemski Bounced out in the first, single a run across. The first run of the game in the third. Even though a 3-run lead, as we certainly saw here last night on 2 different occasions, is not a safe lead by any means, the Reds can ill afford to allow the Red Sox many more runs. Very high pop. That's going to be playable in foul ground by Tony Perez squarely in front of the Red Sox dugout. Now Morgan is over, and he squeezes it for the final out of the inning. No runs, a hit, no Cincinnati errors. The Red Sox leave a runner on, and after 4, it's Boston 3 and Cincinnati nothing. 3-0 Boston. Top of the 5th inning, Concepcion will open it up against Bill Lee, who has given the Reds 4 hits but no runs through 4 innings.
Marty, I just want to mention the name of a player who's out there warming up a pitcher, Bob Montgomery. He hasn't been in a ball game yet. I've seen him every day we've been in Boston, cheerful, ready to do anything, and I think it's important because with the World Series, sometimes a guy goes in and starts grumbling and it just upsets a few people. It takes some kind of a guy to say, hey, I'm glad to be here and hope that my team wins. And all he does, so far, at least all he's done, is just warm up pitchers. It's not easy.
Montgomery, one of 3 Red Sox players who has not seen any action in this series. In addition, Tim Blackwell, another catcher, and a reserve infielder, Bobby Heiss. While for Cincinnati, one pitcher, Clay Kirby, the backup catcher to Johnny Bench Bill Plummer, and utility infielder, a rookie, Doug Flynn, for Cincinnati. Concepcion 0 for 1. He bounced out to Burleson in the second.
We have just done a public service because I've been in that spot where my family wondered how I was and where I was, and we just told them.
Well, we can say that all 6 of those players are healthy and fit.
And ready to play.
Absolutely.
Just if the manager would ask them. Is that too much to ask?
Bill Lee has been tough through 4, exactly as he was in the second game of this series here. He works to Concepcion, and there's that pitch again. That lollipop change. It's over for a taken strike, and he can flat throw that pitch for a strike.
That's number 3 that he's thrown, and they're starting to catalog it, and if he develops a big romance, look out.
Check swing on a breaking ball. It's 1 ball and 1 strike to Concepcion.
Guess I'm from the old school. What got you here is going to get you out of here.
Strike call. 1 ball and 2 strikes. I'll tell you can't go up there looking for a walk from Lee. He walked 69 in 260 innings during the season. It's Concepcion behind, a ball and 2 strikes. Griffey on deck, and then Geronimo. Top of the 5th inning. Lee to the motion, the pitch, and that just did miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Foul ball just off the tip end of the bat. Off to the right. Reds denied a world championship in 1970, beaten by Baltimore, in 72, defeated by Oakland in 7 games, and now in the 7th game against the Red Sox, and behind in the 5th inning, 3-0 tonight. Ground ball hit slowly, wide of first, backhanded by Yastrzemski, foot races on, and Concepcion wins it. Lee broke off the mound. Concepcion with good speed on a ground ball hit wide of first base. That'll go down as an infield hit.
You know, Lee was in trouble because on his follow-through, he always falls towards the third base side. And you say, well, why can't he correct it? Well, maybe he can't and still keep the same kind of effectiveness. Sure, if you were a picture book pitcher, they'd say you have to follow through, equal balance, and get over there. But you want a pitcher to throw his good stuff because he may get beat, maybe once every 10 years on a ball that's hit, and you can't feel it because of the follow-through. And he just got burned right there because he falls towards third, and now they're just kind of regrouping out there to take an inventory to see how he feels.
Meeting on the mound involving Carlton Fisk, Rick Burleson, and Bill Lee as Ken Griffey waits patiently off to the right of the plate to step in.
Those are always great conversations, Marty. You go out to you say, how do you feel? Pitcher looks you in the eye and he says, I'm tired, dummy. Then you go back to the plate and you say, now what's he mad at me for?
That's end of conversation, huh?
That's it. Or you'll say something like, if you had any brains, you wouldn't be a catcher in the first place. And you say, well, I'm out here to help you.
Griffey had a base hit his first time. Reds need a bunch of them. Down by 3 runs, Concepcion on with an infield hit. There's that throw to first base by Lee. A quick throw off the pitching rubber. Pitch on the way to the plate. Ball 1 is low. Well, it's all quiet again in the Cincinnati bullpen, or is it? Maybe a left-hander down there working. Freddie Norman was throwing in the last inning. Griffey swings and misses. Ball pops in and then out of Fisk Smith. 1 ball and 1 strike. Griffey's hit in the 3rd inning. His 7th World Series hit. Up to this point, it has been all Boston, even though the Reds have out-hit him 5-4. Took advantage of wildness from Don Gullett in the 3rd inning. 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, they're planning a gala celebration here in Boston tomorrow should the Red Sox win the World Series. Also planning much the same thing in Cincinnati should the Reds come back and take it. There's a Lee throw to first. Concepcion back. Griffey ahead. 2-1. Geronimo will be up next. Griffey, a shot off the glove and by the second baseman Doyle into right center field. A line drive that he tried to backhand on the short hop, and it got by him, and though the Reds have runners at first and third.
I just wonder if it was the same kind of a situation that he had in Cincinnati when he seemed to break when Bench hit the ball, and his explanation after the game was that he lost the ball coming out of the uniform because he was handcuffed on a ball, but the fact that he didn't get in front of it is the thing that makes you wonder about it.
Well, Doyle has been charged with an error on the play. So the Reds with an opportunity. First and third, nobody out. Geronimo, his only time up, he hit into a quick 4-6-3 double play in the 3rd. Check swing, a foul ball. Well, Don Gullett has moved on deck, and it appears that Jack Billingham is a man presently loosening up for Cincinnati. First error of the game goes against Boston second baseman Denny Doyle. Left-hander ready with the 0-1 pitch. Swung on, foul back again. And it's very quickly no balls and 2 strikes. Merv Rettenman looking for a bat down in the Cincinnati dugout. And quite possibly he's going to hit for Gullett. Lee ahead, 2 strikes. Cesar Geronimo waiting the pitch. Another foul. Bat handle foul ball straight back.
It's one of those pitches that you're lucky to fight off. That was right at his hands. He'd have hit that ball with the wind blowing out. It might have gotten to the grass part in the infield.
So Bill Lee throwing nothing but strikes to Geronimo. Concepcion at third base, Griffey at first. Checking the runners. Pitch. Strike 3 is called. It was a dandy breaking ball that broke right over the heart of the plate at the belt. Merv Rettenman is going to be the pinch hitter for Don Gullett. Second strikeout for Bill Lee, and now once again a meeting on the mound. Petrocelli, Lee, and Carlton Fisk as Rettenman, a right-handed batter, will step in. Merv used as a pinch hitter twice in this series. He's 0 for 2, has struck out 1 time. I would imagine that meeting right now is, among other things, they're probably talking over what they might do should Griffey try to go to second base. Cut the throw off, let it go through with Concepcion at third. So Don Gullett's night, not a good one for the left-hander. Being lifted here in the 5th inning for Merv Retman. First and third with now one out. The pitch to Retman, taken just outside a ball.
Lee turns the ball over. It's not a big breaking screwball, but he turns it over enough to the right-hand batter, and if he keeps it down, he gets a good sinker out of it.
1-0 pitch, swung on and foul back. Reds have stranded 2 runners on so far tonight. The Red Sox, and leading 3-0, have left a total of 6 men on, so they have kept the heat on the Reds throughout this entire game.
Morning, I'm just going from memory. I can't seem to find it, but wasn't it Retman who came on as a pinch hitter and Lee threw a big lollipop to him?
Right.
He fouled it out?
That was a game at Cincinnati, I believe, Joe. 1-1 pitch. Swung on, ground ball, hit to short. Oh, to second one, throw to first, double play, and that's the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error with 1 man left on. We are halfway through the 7th game of this World Series, and it's Boston 3 and Cincinnati nothing. We are halfway through the 7th and final game of this 1975 World Series, and Sparky Anderson going to his bullpen for the first time tonight after Gullett has been lifted for a pinch hitter. And on is a right-hander, Jack Billingham. Billingham making his 3rd appearance and his 2nd in relief, has pitched very well for the Reds in this series, having posted an earned run average of 129, of course, starting here in the 2nd game of this series against Bill Lee, but did not get a decision. Carlton Fisk will open up the bottom of the 5th for the Red Sox, and here to carry you the rest of the way, Joe Garagiola.
Okay, Marty Brenneman. Carlton Fisk, Fred Lynn, and Rico Petrocelli. Bottom half of the 5th inning. The Boston Red Sox out in front, 3-0. Each crowd standing. They've had all kinds of action. Now it's Billingham. Big right-hander, a good sinker ball pitcher. Bench fires it down to Joe Morgan, and we're all set to go. In the 3rd inning, Gullett struck out the side, but the base on balls really got to him. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. 2 base hits. It's the 3rd game in this series, 2nd in relief for Jack Billingham. Carlton Fisk, he was out on strikes. He walked in the 3rd, so he's 0 for 1. Last night, a big home run. Before he got in there, he was doing some calisthenics and goes through them again right here. Infield is deep, outfield deep. First pitch by Billingham. Here's a strike. Caught the outside corner of fastball. 1 strike to count. Curveball. Did he go around? Yes, says the plate umpire, Art France. Big breaking curveball. Roundhouse curveball. And Fisk steps out of the box, starts to talk to himself. You do that. Just kind of settle yourself down. 2 strikes to count. Billingham looking for a sign. Has it. On the way. Big curveball is high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 3-0. Boston leading. We're in the bottom of the 5th. The 1-2 pitch. Curveball. Struck him out. Big breaking curveball. Fisk is out swinging. So Billingham comes on to get his first strikeout. Brings up Fred Lynn. Lynn walked in the 2nd inning. Was called out on strikes in the 3rd inning. What a year this young man has had. Billingham delivers. Curveball, low inside. Ball 1. Outfield straight away. Deep. Billingham ready. Fastball gets by Bench. 2 balls and no strikes now. Billingham walks off the mound. Rubs up the baseball. Tried to turn that ball loose with a little extra on it.
He was way inside, way low. Now he's behind, 2 balls, no strikes. Lynn is waiting. Low, ball 3. 3-0. Lynn takes a look at Zimmer at third base. Here's the 3-0 pitch now. It's a strike. Once again, Zimmer goes through a set of signs. But man, I'll tell you, with guys like Yastrzemski and Fisk and Lynn and Petrocelli and Evans, they're hitting all the time. That bat starts to wiggle from the time it leaves the bat rack. Inside, ball 4. Lynn draws the base on balls. But keep in mind that the last time he was on, with the count of 1 ball, no strikes, Lynn broke with Petrocelli. Let's see what happens. It's 3-0 Boston, bottom of the 5th. 1 man out. Perez holding Lynn close at first. Morgan cheats towards the bag. Rose and Concepcion are deep. Billingham gets a sign. Big lead by Lynn. Petrocelli takes it outside, ball 1. Now you say to yourself, the last time he ran on this pitch. So you're going to be extra ready. Big lead by Lynn. Billingham has a sign. He's holding. There's a strike. Curveball had caught the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Dwight Evans, the on-deck batter. Billingham checks the runner. Holding. Hot smash on the ground into left field. Base hit. Lynn stops at second, and Petrocelli has a base hit. That's his 8th base hit of the series. So the Red Sox have base runners at first and second, 1 man out, and Dwight Evans the batter. Petrocelli has had a good series.
Dwight Evans.
Joe, you've got a left-hander, Freddie Norman, again throwing in the Cincinnati bullpen.
Norman, like everybody else, was used last night. Sparky used Nolan, Norman, Billingham, Carroll, Bourbon, Eastwick, McEnany, and Darcy. Tonight, Gullett started. Billingham is on right now. Evans waits. 1 out. Here's the pitch. Straight away center field. Going way back is Geronimo. Back. He's got room. Makes the catch. Tagging up at second base is Lynn and moving on over to third. Petrocelli holds at first. That ball was hit straight away center field, but Geronimo got back there in time. Although many of the bleacherites, they came towards that wall to see what was going to happen. Ball was well hit. Here is Burleson. 2 away. Burleson flied to right in the second inning, struck out in the third. Fred Lynn on at third base. Petrocelli is on at first. 2 men out. 3-0 Boston leading, bottom of the 5th. Billingham, the pitch. It's low, ball 1. Griffey is not deep at all in right field. Geronimo, straight away, not too deep. Foster can't play deep. If he does, he's in a parking lot. The 1-0 pitch. Outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Burleson, 7 for 21, 7 for 23, since he's 0 for 2 tonight. He flied to right and struck out. Base runners at first and third. Here's the pitch. It's a strike. Two balls and a strike. Lynn, short lead off third. Petrocelli holding close at first. The pitch. Low, ball 3. 3 balls and a strike. Bill Lee is the next batter. He got a base hit his last time up. And even should Billingham, if Burleson gets on and Lee gets up, it's a plus for the Red Sox because they open the 6th with the top of the order. This is the man that Billingham wants to get right here, Burleson. He doesn't want to lose him.
3-1 pitch. There goes Petrocelli. It's low, ball 4. The bases are loaded. That's the second walk given up by Billingham. The 7th walk given up by Cincinnati pitching. Here is Bill Lee. Lee with a standing ovation. I gotta believe that the Fenway Park fans lead the league in standing ovations. They love their Red Sox. Every chance they get, it's a standing ovation. Boy, this is politicians' delight. Bill Lee, Billingham delivers. Swings and fouls one back, and he had a pretty good cut. Boston 3, Cincinnati nothing. We're in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Geronimo in center field shades a bit towards left center. Foster near the line. Billingham, the pitch to Lee, way outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lynn at third, Petrocelli's at second. Burleson is at first, and here's the pitch. Straight away center field. Geronimo going way back, way back. He's got room and makes the catch near the warning track. He was playing shallow, and Bill Lee, he made him honest. You found out what number Geronimo was wearing. That ends the 5th inning. The score at the end of 5, Boston 3, Cincinnati nothing. The top of the 6th inning, Boston 3, Cincinnati nothing. Joe Garagiola along with Marty Brenneman. 7th game of the World Series. And it'll be Pete Rose, Joe Morgan, and Johnny Bench. Lee is ready. Here's the first pitch. It's a strike. About the inside corner right at the belt. 1 strike. Rose waiting. Takes it low, and it's 1-1. Burleson, a very active shortstop. He breaks on every pitch. On the curveball, that first one that Lee threw, you could see him break 2 steps towards the hole. On the fastball, the outside part of the plate, he was breaking towards the middle. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rose waiting. Lee shakes off a couple signs. Now he's ready. Inside. 2 balls and a strike. Rose backs out of the batter's box. Boston 3, Cincinnati nothing. Top of the 6th. Here's the 2-1 pitch now. Swung on, base hit on the ground, right field. Pete Rose gets his 9th base hit of this World Series. He is 9 for 26. Rose gets it started for Cincinnati in the top of the 6th. Brings up Joe Morgan. Morgan struck out in the 1st. Beat out a bunt. Stole a base in the 4th. Joe is 6 for 25 in the series. Rose, the lead off first. Lee at the belt. Here's the pitch. Foul back, strike 1. One strike to count. Jim Willoughby loosening up for the Boston Red Sox out in that bullpen. Reds have been able to get the leadoff man on last 4 innings. But the scoreboard says Boston 3, Cincinnati nothing. Pitch by Lee to Joe Morgan. It is low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Evans deep in right field. He robbed Morgan of extra bases. Possibly a home run last night. A tremendous catch in the clutch. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Low and outside. It's ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. Petrocelli's in a couple steps at third. Burleson is short. Shades towards the bag. Doyle at second. Protects the hole. Yastrzemski holding Rose close at first. 2-1 pitch now to Joe Morgan. Fly ball, right field. Evans, plenty of room. Waits for it, makes the catch. Morgan hit that ball on a trademark. And there's 1 away. Brings up Johnny Bench. Bench bounced out short the first in the first inning. Fly to center field in the 4th. 6 for 27 in this World Series. 1 home run.
Lee has been turning the fastball over and keeping it to the outside part of the plate. The pitch, curveball, line drive, left field, foul. One strike on Johnny Bench. He reached out to get that curveball. First time up, he hit that screwball right to the shortstop. Second time up, drove it deep into right center field as he went with the pitch. One strike, one out. Rose a lead. Lee delivers. Bouncy ball, could be a double play. Burleson to Doyle, one high throw right into the Red Sox dugout. Caught by Zimmer, who tried to give it to Fisk in a hurry to see if nobody could catch him, and he wouldn't get the extra base, but they got him. So it's an error for Doyle, his second error of the night. It was a routine room service double play ball by Johnny Bench. Big hop to Burleson, gave it to Doyle. Doyle threw it right into the Red Sox dugout. Zimmer caught it barehanded, and it was really kind of amusing to watch him hand it quickly like a pickpocket looking for work. Fisk, he grabbed it. I don't blame him. 2 outs, and here is Perez. Error on Denny Doyle. 3-0, Red Sox leading. We're in the 6th. Lee checks the runner. Here's the pitch. High, ball one. One ball, no strikes. Perez bounced out third to first and flied to right. He's 0 for 2. Slow pitch. There she goes into the screen. No doubt about it. That was that lollipop, and he threw one too many. He fell in love, and he got burned. That's the 4th time he threw it, and Perez was waiting. You could see halfway up to the plate that back leg of Perez just screwing to the ground, and you never saw so much activity when it got near the plate. So it's a 3-2 ball game on a home run by Tony Perez, his 3rd home run of this World Series. And we've got ourselves a brand new ball game. Near is Foster. Perez timed it perfectly and hit one high and far into the netting. That big lollipop curveball, that big slow curveball, and Perez just waited. Now Foster backs out as Lee was ready to throw. Out in the Red Sox bullpen, a left-hander, Roger Moret, gets up. Foster, now he backs out again. Lee starting to throw, and the fans don't like it. And Lee backs off now. We're going to have something here in a minute. Foster is setting himself. He's going to get ready. Lee is waiting. Here he comes. Low inside. And Foster just backed off. Fans love it. Lee delivers. Way high and outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Tony Perez has pulled the Cincinnati Reds to within 1 run on a home run. Big, high, slow curveball, and Perez sure straightened it out. Here's the pitch. Strike is called as Foster was backing out of the batter's box, but he didn't get out in time. Art France called it a strike, and the fans love it. Here's the pitch. Whoa, outside. That was a slow screwball. Lee does everything in a hurry. He waits in a hurry. He grabs the rosin bag in a hurry. He's one of those go, 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 go guys. And Foster is cool, slow. Pitch is popped up. A high fly ball. Make it that to right field. Evans is waiting. Makes the catch. Little cat and mouse. That time it was won by Bill Lee. But the Cincinnati Reds pick up 2 runs. A home run by Tony Perez. We go to the bottom half of the 6th inning. It's Boston 3, Cincinnati 2. Bottom half of the 6th inning. It'll be Bernie Carbo, Denny Doyle, and Carl Yastrzemski. Carbo, a double to open up this ball game, and he walked and scored in the 3rd, bounced out 2nd to 1st. And in addition to his hitting, made a fine play
cut down Foster. Second inning. Foster hit one off the wall. Carbo. But Doyle got him. Now it's Carbo against Jack Billingham for the first time. 3-2. Boston leading. Slow curveball outside. Ball one. You can see that ball just bend around the plate. Carbo 3 for 6 in this series. Swings and he misses, strike one. I don't know what Carbo's chewing, but boy, he's got a big wad of something on the left side. One pitch. Tapped foul. Carbo, I don't remember him as a tobacco chewer. But I'll tell you, he's got the kind of wad going that Nellie Fox used to have going. Whatever it is, it's working for him. He's had quite a series. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch by Billingham, way outside. That's kind of a squib curveball. Never did break. 2-2 the count. Nobody on, nobody out. 3-2, Boston leading. Billingham, bouncing ball by Carbo, hits the bag. And Perez races and wins it. Looked like it was going to roll foul, and it hit the bag. Johnny Pesky has something to say, but nope, Nick Colossi says if it hits the bag, it's a fair ball. Just did get the corner of the bag. Of course, the entire bag is in fair territory. Billingham was there, but Perez wins the race. 1 out. Here's Denny Doyle. 1 for 3. Pete Rose moves in at third base. Billingham delivers. It's popped up foul, out of play. Boy, there are people all over this ballpark. The aisles are jammed. People on the roof. People outside the ballpark. Tremendous enthusiasm here in Boston. Curveball by Billingham. What kind of curveball is that, Marty?
It's a curveball that doesn't break, Joe, as you pointed out a minute ago. That's 2 times now he's thrown that pitch in the inning.
That's a fastball that's fouled off by Doyle, but that curveball he threw there, that's the kind that if the coach sees you, he says, hey, kid, you go to first base and work out. It's not even rotating. Billingham's got a good sinker. Maybe he's just showing him the bad curveball, and then when he wants to throw a strike, he'll snap one in there. There's a good breaking curveball. It's high pop fly. Coming in is Foster. Concepcion waits, watches, and Foster one-hands it. Sometimes pitchers will decoy you a lot. They'll throw you a curveball way outside, and you say, boy, I'd like to see him get that close to the plate. And you wait all day for it, and you end up 0 for 4 and still waiting. Here is Yastrzemski. Carl bounced out in the first inning. He singled and scored in the third and fouled out in the fourth. Low, ball one. Bottom half of the sixth inning, Boston leading 3-2. Boston with 3 runs in the third, a 2-run homer by Perez, and that's been the scoring. Fastball misses, 2 balls and no strikes. Boy, when you talk about guys that can really shoot the cripple, here's one of them. 2 balls, no strikes, or 3-1. He gets his cuts when he's looking for a pitch. Now it's Billingham to Yastrzemski, and there's a strike called. Caught the outside corner. Good hitters can do that. They'll look for a pitch, but they'll look for it in the zone. If it's not there, they'll just take it. They don't necessarily say if it's a fastball I'm going to swing. 2 balls and a strike, 2 outs. The pitch. Swung on, a bouncing ball. Big hop to Morgan. Over to Perez, and that's it. 3 up, 3 down for the Red Sox in the 6th. We complete 6 innings. The score, Boston 3, Cincinnati 2. Top of the 7th, Boston 3, Cincinnati 2, and Rick Miller is going in to play left field for the Boston Red Sox. Miller replacing Bernie Carbo. And it'll be Dave Concepcion, Ken Griffey, and Cesar Geronimo for the Cincinnati Reds. The 3 toughest innings in baseball, the 7th, 8th, and 9th. You can multiply that many, many times when you put it in the proper perspective. The 7th game of the World Series. 9 outs. A whole season winding down. Concepcion will lead it off. Bill Lee standing in the middle of the diamond, getting the sign from his catcher. Petrocelli guards the line at third. Here's the pitch. Swung on, a hot smash. Big hop to Burleson. Long throw in time. Burleson, a big hop, 1 hop. And a fine arm gets Concepcion 1 away in the top of the 7th. Here is Griffey. Griffey singled in the 3rd inning. And then was safe on an error by the second baseman Doyle, a 1-hopper that skipped by him. Red Sox with the left-hander Moret, a right-hander Willoughby loosening up. Bill Lee leading by a run, 1 out in the 7th. High and tight, ball 1. Griffey backs away. Petrocelli continues to guard the line at third base, even though Griffey bats from the left side. Lynn straight away in center field. Evans deep and straight away in right field. Curveball high and inside, and it's ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Clay Carroll throwing for Cincinnati. Reds trail by a run. 3-2 is the score. Griffey taking plenty of time. Bill Lee delivers 2-0. Low, ball 3. 3-0 is the count. Griffey takes a good look at Alex Grammas. Backs out of the batter's box to take another look. You've got to believe he'll be taking. Lee delivers 3-0. Taking all away. Ball 4 outside. A base on balls, and that's the first walk given up by Bill Lee. Time is called now as Fisk goes out to talk to his pitcher, Yastrzemski, in a couple steps to join in on the conversation. Here comes Petrocelli. Here comes Darrell Johnson. One more guy and we can vote the shares. They all seem to just kind of do it in slow motion. First it was Fisk, and then Yastrzemski walked in, then Petrocelli, and now Johnson wants to join the meeting. Tying run is on. Johnson taking charge now as he delivers his message to Bill Lee. Art France, the plate umpire, now walking. He's going to make a change. Darrell Johnson's going to make a pitching change. Roger Moret and Willoughby have been throwing. He's indicated he wants Moret, the left-hander. It could be that what Bill Lee said to him, and Bill Lee's going to walk off and listen to the hand. So Bill Lee will be replaced, and many times when you see a quick move like that, it could be that Lee had warned him. Maybe it's a blister starting. Maybe it's a little bit of tightness in the arm, but at any rate, a lot of times good pitchers will go in to a manager and say, hey, look, I got this, whatever it is, and watch me. If I get in trouble, make a move. And sure enough, with the base on balls in the 7th, Johnson went out there and brings in his left-hander, Moret. 3-2, Boston leading. We're in the 7th inning. Jack Billingham is the on-deck batter. Geronimo is the hitter. Geronimo has gone back to the bench. He wants to talk to somebody over there. Moret came on in Cincinnati to do quite a job. Good fastball. Johnson out talking to Moret now. Fisk and Petrocelli just standing by and listening.
You know, Joe, I don't know how you look at this, but this is a little bit surprising to me, unless Bill Lee, as you pointed out, might have told Darrell Johnson something that really made it final. They thought of whether or not to leave him in there, because there have been occasions in earlier games in this series where you might have thought maybe that Johnson was going to make a pitching change, and as things turned out, he left his pitcher in there.
He goes a long way, but here he made the quick move, and it leads me to believe that Lee had said something, watch me, and if I get in trouble. He went 8 tough innings the last time. He went 6 tough innings here. All pitchers like to finish, but the smart pitchers, the good pitchers, they'll give the manager a chance. I mean, the middle of the diamond is not a place for a martyr. I mean, it's only a dummy who'll hide an injury because you're trying to win the ball game. And a good pitcher will tell the manager if he's got a problem. Roger Moret, this is the 3rd game in his series, pitched an inning in the 3rd. Word has just come up that Lee has developed a blister on his left thumb. So Lee has to leave because of a blister on his left thumb. And you know he's disappointed. And I'll tell you, a blister on your thumb is a major injury. It always bugs me when I hear about the baseball players. They get a hangnail and they're out of it. If you're a knuckleball pitcher and you got a hangnail, that's a serious injury. If you're a pitcher and you got a blister, that's a serious injury. So Moret has come on to pitch now, and he'll be facing Geronimo. He just completed his warm-up tosses. 3-2, Boston leading. 1 out, top of the 7th. Griffey is on at first. Moret checks him, fires over to first base. Griffey is back. He only had about a 2-step lead. Moret getting ready once again. Lead by Griffey. Here's the pitch. High, ball 1. Geronimo shortened up as if to bunt. I don't remember seeing him bunt, Marty. Pretty good bunter?
No, Joe.
That was a decoy then. I'll say one thing about you, Marty. You give me the honest answer. You don't give me that yearbook answer. It's got potential. You give me yes or no. 1-0 pitch. Geronimo takes it low. Squared around the bunt once again. Moret not giving him a chance to bunt. Thought that might have been a strike. It's 2-0. Petrocelli near the line in a couple steps. Yastrzemski has to hold Griffey close. Griffey can fly. Geronimo waiting. Wide stance. Moret at the belt. Checks the runner. Here's the pitch. Swung on. It's popped up. Burleson's going out in the short center field. Taking charge and makes the play. Geronimo pops to Burleson. And Billingham is being called back. Looks like Armbrister is coming in as the pinch hitter. Armbrister will get a nice round of boos here because he was the batter who bunted the ball on that controversial play. Listen when he's announced. 2 men out. They haven't announced him yet. Listen.
Number 33. Ed Armbrister.
All he did was his job. But these Red Sox fans, they love their Red Sox. Just like those Reds fans, they love their Reds, and it's been great to watch both cities. Griffey a lead. He's a threat. Pitch to Armbrister. High, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Roger Moret, big, tall, gangly guy. Griffey a big lead at first. 3-2, Boston leading 2 out in the 7th. Here's the pitch. High, ball 2. 2-0. Armbrister takes a look at Grammas at third. Moret taking a look at his outfield. Griffey a lead off first. Now we're ready. Griffey holding. The pitch is a strike. Fastball. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs.
Red Sox leading by 1, 3-2. We're in the 7th. Griffey edging off, draws a throw, little lob throw. Just kind of letting him know that I know you're there. Red ready. Griffey. There he goes. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. The throw is low, and a nice play by Doyle. Big lead by Griffey. Fisk hurrying to throw through a one-hopper. So it's a stolen base. Second stolen base in this game. Morgan stole in the 4th inning, and now Griffey in scoring position with a count of 2 balls and 2 strikes on Ed Armbrister, a pinch hitter for Jack Billingham. Armbrister is swinging a bat out of the batter's box. Moret looking in for a sign. Griffey a leadoff second. Moret taking plenty of time. Not too much time. Armbrister backs out. Armbrister says to the umpire, take a look at the ball. Now Moret bounces it in. Umpire looks at it, throws it out. That's about 30 seconds of watching grass grow. Now Moret rubs up the ball, and probably they're going to look at it again. Now the umpire's going to go out and look. There's a brand new ball. He just rubbed it up. France wants to look at it. I want to see if he throws this one out. We're checking to see if there's foreign substance on it.
Does Moret have a history of
I don't think so, but in the World Series, they accuse everybody of throwing spitballs. There's a bellboy at the hotel, they said, loads them up.
I think I met him.
2 balls and 2 strikes. I made that up, and you know him?
I think so.
Moret is ready. Here's the pitch. Low, ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Griffey a lead at second base. Armbrister. Full count. Red Sox leading by a run. Moret ready. Here's the payoff pitch. High, ball 4. Armbrister draws the base on balls, and that brings up Pete Rose. Rose 1 for 3. 9 for 26. He's leading in base hits in this series. Griffey with good speed. He'll be able to score almost any kind of a hit with 2 outs. He'll be off with the crack of the bat. Moret looking in. Griffey leads off second. Armbrister off first. Rose waiting. Here's the pitch. Low, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. We're in the 7th. Moret ready. Rose waits, delivers, swung on, line drive, base hit, center field. Then a big hop. Here comes Griffey. Here's the throw. It is all tied up. And going into second base is Rose. Stopping at third is Armbrister. The base on balls came home to haunt. And Rose gets his second base hit of the night. And we've got ourselves a brand new ball game. Pete Rose with 10 base hits. Now, Joe Morgan with first base open. Rose at second. Armbrister is on at third. All tied up. Rose with a big base hit. You can't get any more clutch than that. A walk, a stolen base, a single by Rose. That's the first hit this inning. Armbrister draws a base on balls, a big base on balls. Got Rose up there. Now it's Joe Morgan. Now Morgan backs out as Moret takes too much time. They switched signs, and Moret was having just a bit of a problem. I say switch with the base runner on at second base. Now he's ready. Here's the pitch. Low, ball 1. Pete Rose, who's in the game all the time,
fact, he said last night when Fisk hit the home run, he started running the dugout and then waited to see if he tagged third. He just motioned Armbrister, be alive for the short pass ball. Jump around, which he's doing. Here's the pitch by Moret. It is low and it's ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Carlton Fisk is saying something to Art Franz, and Morgan is just kind of joining in, kind of grinning. Boy, if there's anything that aggravates you as a catcher is to have a batter join in on the conversation. 2-0 pitch by Moret to Morgan now. Line drive, pull fouled on the right field line. Left-hander Jim Burton, Jim Willoughby, loosening up for the Red Sox. Moret backing off, rubbing up the ball. His cap falls off. All tied up, 3 apiece. Pete Rose, a big base hit here in the top of the 7th inning. Armbrister's at third, Rose at second. Morgan waiting. 2-1 pitch now by Moret. High, ball 3, way high. The on-deck batter, Johnny Bench. The way Moret has been working, if he loses Morgan, I doubt if he'll pitch the bench. 3-1 pitch. Foul straight back. Joe didn't have a good cut at that. He was a bit disgusted. So it's 3 balls, 2 strikes. Morgan getting set once again. Moret gets his sign. Armbrister off third, Rose off second. Here's the pitch. Low, ball 4. The bases are loaded. The bases are loaded, and up comes Johnny Bench. And out of the dugout comes Darrell Johnson. And that may be all for Roger Moret. Johnson has already indicated he wants the right-hander, Willoughby. Morgan draws a base on balls, and the base on balls has really been a factor here at Fenway Park tonight. The Red Sox, in that 3rd inning, had 4 base on balls. And they scored 3 runs. Here in the 7th inning, a base on balls to Griffey, stolen base. Geronimo pops out, and the walk to the pinch hitter Armbrister brought up Pete Rose, who singled to center field to tie it up. Darrell Johnson waiting for his relief pitcher. Waiting for him is Carlton Fisk. They're not using the cart. I just wonder if they did run out of gas. So while we wait for the relief pitcher to arrive, we'll return with more World Series coverage after station identification.
Easy, baby, settle back, pop the cap, bring on the date, unexpected beer.
Friends are a good reason to keep any beer on hand, but especially Michelob. It's always an unexpected pleasure.
Bring on the great taste of Michelob.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. This is WNWS FM New York, where you'll hear news and information live 24 hours a day at 97 on your FM dial. News FM.
Jim Willoughby is the new pitcher for the Boston Red Sox. He's a sinker baller. They brought him up about the middle of the season, and he really did a job for him. Throws a lot of ground balls. As the late Casey Stengel used to say, he throws you a lot of grounders. Willoughby's 3rd series game, he's pitched 5 innings. He's allowed 3 hits, 1 run. That was unearned. He was a loser in the 3rd game, the 6-5 game that went 10 innings. Crowd just kind of sitting here, quiet. Kind of an eerie feeling. Some 35,000 people in the stands. All just kind of cool and calm. Waiting for Willoughby to finish his warm-up tosses. Armbrister's at third. He's talking to Grammas. Pete Rose visiting with Burleson. And at first base, Morgan talking to his first base coach, Scherger. Rose is really something else. I tell you, great admiration for the real professional. Last night after the game, I did an interview, which was used on the Today Show this morning, with Dwight Evans. And Rose, he just flat out said, he said, we shouldn't be hitting the ball to Evans. There's always somebody who emerges as a hot player, and Evans is a hot player, and he's a good outfielder, and he can throw, and he can run. He was going on and on and on. It was great to hear. It was just a tremendous respect for the ability of a Dwight Evans, and to hear the opponent say it, it just means that much more. Johnny Bench is ready. Willoughby has finished his warm-up tosses. Rose, a big lead off second. Armbruster not too far off third. Morgan, a big lead off first. Willoughby set. Bench waits. Here's the pitch. Way outside, and it's ball one. Big, wide breaking curveball. Willoughby's bread and butter pitch is a good sinking fastball, so it'll be strength against strength. Bench, a good fastball hitter. The 1-0 pitch by Willoughby. Swung on, it's popped up. Foul territory. Will Fisk have room? He's near the stands. He's waiting. He reaches in, makes the catch. He reached into the stands and made a fine catch, so Bench is out. Fisk got near the wall and made the play. That ends the inning, but the Reds have tied it up. We go into the bottom half of the seventh inning. Cincinnati 3, Boston 3. Clay Carroll is the new pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds. The Hawk. Gullett started. Billingham and now Carroll. All tied up. 3 apiece in the bottom half of the seventh inning. It'll be Carlton Fisk, Fred Lynn, and Rico Petrocelli. Crowd had lucky seventh inning stretch. Applause, the staccato applause, and go Sox go. Listen to him as it builds. Joe Morgan out talking to Clay Carroll. Carroll, a hard-throwing right-hander. He relies on smoke. Art France checks the baseball at the request of the catcher. Carlton Fisk, or the hitter, make it. Because if Johnny Bench thought there was a spot on it, he wouldn't want a new baseball. Pitchers love to throw that dirty baseball. Little mud in the seams. They'll write the Star Spangled Banner for you when it comes up there. Here's the first pitch. Bunted down the third base line, but it's foul. Fisk, with Pete Rose back, dropped the bunt, but it rolled foul. Clay Carroll in his 5th game of this World Series. 14th lifetime. Interesting that he's topped only by Whitey Ford. 22, and Fingers with 16, Turley 15, and Ellie Reynolds 15. Carroll is second to Raleigh Fingers in relief appearances, so this is nothing new for him. 1 strike to count. Carlton Fisk waits, the pitch. Bouncing ball, foul. Rose backhands it. Strike 2. Boston 3, Cincinnati 3. And last night we had one, and we got another beauty going here. The 7th game. This is it. Three runs by the Red Sox in the 3rd. 2 by Cincinnati in the 6th. Way outside a curveball. That was a 2-run homer by Perez, and 1 in the 7th, and we're all tied up. 3 runs, 8 hits, and no errors for Cincinnati. 3 runs, 5 hits, and 2 errors for Boston. 1-2 pitch to Carlton Fisk, foul back. He had his cuts. Carroll got hit with a line drive. And boy, he had a welt on his side. I mean, it looked like a rainbow. He had so many colors. Curveball swung on and missed, and Fisk is out on strikes. That's the 3rd time that Fisk has gone down on strikes. And here is Fred Lynn. Raleigh Eastwick starting to throw in the Cincinnati bullpen. Carroll looking for the sign, has it. Lynn waits. Outside, ball one. They swing around towards right field for Fred Lynn. Lynn walked in the second, out on strikes in the third, walked in the fifth. Takes it inside, ball two. Two balls and no strikes. Strike is called, a fastball, caught the outside corner. Rose says something to Carroll from his third base spot. 2-1 pitch now. Bouncing ball, Perez nicely to his right, flips to Carroll in time. Beautiful play by Perez and Carroll. Tony had to roam far to his right, backhanded the ball, and Carroll got there, and Tony had to lead him, much like a quarterback does when he throws that pass. And Perez led him perfectly, and Lynn, who can get down the line, was out. Perez to Carroll. So there are two away, and here's Rico Petrocelli. Petrocelli out on strikes in the second, walked in the third, forced in a run, and single in the fifth. Carroll delivers. High, ball one. Rose guarding the line. Concepcion protects the hole between short and third. Foster is deep and near the line. Geronimo is in left center field. 1-0 pitch. Fouled out of play, right side. And they expect Petrocelli, and you would be expecting it, with two outs, nobody on, to try to get that extra base hit to put himself in the scoring position. Of course, they're rooting home run. 1-1 pitch. Didn't mean to swing. Bouncing ball. Concepcion to his left. Has it. The throw in time. Check swing. Hit the bat. Concepcion nicely to his left. In time to Perez. 3 up and 3 down for the Red Sox. We complete 7 innings. The score, it's Cincinnati 3, Boston 3. Willoughby taking his warm-up tosses as we come to the top of the 8th inning. Tony Perez, George Foster, and Dave Concepcion. Game is being held up. 2 spectators on the field now going off.
Number 24, Tony Perez.
So now we're getting set. Tony Perez hit a big 2-run homer in the 6th inning off Bill Lee. Big slow curveball. Perez timed it and dropped it into the screen in left field. Here's a pitch by Willoughby. High and tight, ball one. 1 ball, no strikes. Tony Perez. 5 hits in this series, 3 of them home runs. Willoughby delivers. It's popped up. Petrocelli at third base, taking charge. And makes the play. 1 out. Here is George Foster. Foster's single tried to stretch it into a double. Carbo got him on a throw to Doyle, and then he fouled out to the catcher and he flied to right. Foster looking for that comfortable spot. Willoughby waiting. Here's the pitch. Line drive, pull foul. Curveball that hung inside, and he ripped it, but he got around on it just a little bit too soon. Boy, that's the kind of curveballs you look for them on Christmas morning under the tree. Nice, slow breaking curveball inside. Here's a 1-strike pitch. Fastball is low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jim Willoughby got away with the pitch. All tied up, 3 apiece. We're in the 8th inning. 1-1 pitch. Off the handle, bouncing ball. Burleson's going to have to hustle. 1-hand throw in time. Nice play. Oh, he had to really hustle on that one. A 1-hand pickup, and all in one motion fired it to his first baseman, Yastrzemski, in time. 2 up and 2 down, and here is Dave Concepcion. Concepcion bounced to short in the second. beat out an infield hit in the 5th and bounced out to the shortstop in the 7th. He is 1 for 3. 5 for 27 in the series. Willoughby delivers. It's outside. Ball 1, a fastball. All tied up. 3-3. Bouncing ball, big hop to Petrocelli. The long throw in time. 3 up and 3 down for Cincinnati in the top of the 8th. And this crowd comes alive as we go to the bottom half of the 8th inning. The score, Cincinnati 3, Boston 3. In the bottom half of the 8th inning, it'll be Dwight Evans, Burleson, and the pitcher's spot. Joe Morgan has something to say to his right-hand pitcher, Clay Carroll. Checks the defense, and the right-hander's ready. The first pitch. High outside, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. There's a strike, a fastball, a good one. Will McEnany throwing in the Cincinnati Reds bullpen. 1 ball and 1 strike on Dwight Evans. Strike 2, a fastball caught the outside corner. Evans didn't think so. He backs out of the batter's box, grabs a handful of dirt, flicks it down. Nobody on, nobody out. Bottom of the 8th, score tied, 3 apiece. Carroll delivers. Woo-wee outside. Evans had a notion, started to swing and just drew it back. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Rose guards the line at third. Concepcion near the bag. 2-2 pitch on the way. A pop foul. First baseline. Perez near the stands. Cannot get it. Count remains at 2-2. These 2 ball clubs have battled and battled and battled. We're now in the bottom of the 8th inning, all tied, 3 apiece. 2-2 pitch. Outside, ball 3, a full count. Boy, you can find many, many heroes, both sides. Outstanding for Cincinnati, I think Pete Rose. Outstanding for Boston, Evans. And he's up there now, takes it high and inside, ball 4. Draws the walk. And that brings up Burleson. And that base on balls, dangerous anytime, but especially in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. Burleson flied to right, struck out and walked. Cecil Cooper's come out in the on-deck circle. Rose looking for the bunt. Burleson waiting, shortens up. Strike is called a fastball. Rose is really charging hard from third base. They'll try to make Perez field the ball. 1 strike the count. Burleson takes a look at Zimmer. As hard as Rose is charging, it could be that they'll switch off. You kind of doubt it. You would think he'd be bunting all the way. Lead by Evans at first. Carroll checks him. Here comes Rose. Burleson bunts it foul. Strike 2. Now Burleson takes a look at Zimmer. You would expect him to switch off here. Burleson can handle a bat. Maybe the ground ball to the right side. Evans is short lead at first. Perez holds him close. Carroll checks the runner at first. Delivers. Burleson takes it low. Ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bottom of the 8th inning, all tied, 3 apiece. Griffey in right field, not too deep. Geronimo, couple steps over towards right center. Evans a lead. The pitch on the way. High, ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Burleson. Burleson has 7 base hits in this World Series. Evans will lead. Carroll at the belt. 2-2 pitch on the way. Bouncing ball to Rose. He's got it to Morgan. 1 out to first. Double play. 5-4-3. Pete Rose starts an around the horn double play. And Rose, who admits that he's not very confident at third base, rather play on the artificial turf, starts a double play, and now Cecil Cooper has been announced as a pinch hitter. Cooper will bat for Willoughby. Two men out, nobody on, and Cecil Cooper is the batter. Carroll ready, delivers. Popped up along the third base line. Pete Rose is over, so is Concepcion, and Rose makes the play as Concepcion slips and falls. So Cooper on the first pitch fouls out to Pete Rose. It's really 3 up and 3 down, and we complete 8 innings of play here. It's Boston 3, Cincinnati 3.
Hello, little fella. Who are you? I'm your Cricket lighter, the disposable one, by Gillette.
Well, Cricket, what makes you so different?
Oh, I'm glad you asked me that. Cricket lighter is really quite a light. It'll last for months and still burn bright with thousands of sure firelights and a flame that adjusts to different heights.
You're no ordinary Cricket.
Well, Cricket's no ordinary lighter. Catch a Cricket for $1.49 by Gillette.
Ty Cobb, Babe Ruth, Jimmy Fox. Ask 10 different guys who was the greatest ball player ever, and you'll get 10 different answers. But when it comes to hair grooms, more guys agree. They use the dry look more than any other aerosol. One reason is that only the dry look lets you pick the formula, regular, extra hold, or for oily hair, and adjust the valve setting to spray as light as you like. So, baseball fan or not, it's easy to agree on the dry look from Gillette.
Joe Garagiola along with Marty Brenneman at Fenway Park as we get ready for the top of the ninth. We're all tied up. It's only fitting that these two ball clubs would go to the ninth inning of the seventh game of the World Series to try to decide a winner. They have battled hard, they have battled evenly, and how even can you get? It'll be Griffey, Geronimo, and the pitcher spot. Jim Burton, a left-hander. Marty Brenneman has gone down to the Reds locker room, and I'm sure they're prepared in the Red Sox locker room for post-game festivities, and Dick Stockton has joined me. Dick followed the Red Sox all year. Here's the first pitch by Burton. It's outside, ball one. Dick, Marty Brenneman's hands were clammy when I shook with him. How about you? How you feel?
Well, what do you think?
Clammy. In stereo, I got it. Never saw so many clammy guys. It is exciting here. Burton delivers. Griffey takes it high, and it's ball two. 2 balls and no strikes.
It's a tough spot for this left-hander to be in. 25 years old, called up to the big leagues for the first time this year in June after pitching a no-hitter in AAA. And now he's pitching here in the ninth inning of a tied game and seventh game of the World Series.
Here's the 2-0 pitch. Outside, ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. Jim Burton, the young left-hander, as Dick Stockton just pointed out, in a tough spot, finds himself behind Griffey. 3 balls, no strikes. Burton gets the sign. Here's the pitch. It's a strike. Seventh game of the World Series, and what a series it has been. Left-hander gets his sign, taking plenty of time. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Foul back. Griffey had a good cut, and now has 3 balls and 2 strikes.
You know, Joe, I thought most people figured that it would be no contest. You know how it goes. You have so many one-run games, so many extra-inning games, and a lot of people before the game were saying, I think it's going to have a rout one way or another. What do we have? Same like
thing.
Always. Huh?
Right. Like last night, man. I was like you. I heard a lot of guys talking about it being a laugher. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Ball 4. Griffey draws the base on balls. And that'll bring up Geronimo. Geronimo hit into a double play in the third inning. Was called out on strikes in the 5th and popped to the shortstop in the 7th. George Sugar had something to say to Griffey when he got to first base. Petrucelli's coming in. If Geronimo can, he'll make Yastrzemski field the ball. Petrucelli edging into third, looking for the bunt. Big lead by Griffey. Geronimo squares around, but the throw goes to first base. Petrucelli right in on top of Geronimo. Griffey, a safe lead. Burton at the belt. Here's the pitch. Geronimo bunts it to Petrucelli, who slips and falls, has to go to first to Doyle. What a play he made.
No question about it. He had nothing on that throw. He slipped and threw from a sitting down position, Joe. And I'm sure that if he hadn't slipped, he might have gone to second with it. His only play was to first, and as we said, not much on it, but in time to make the play, and now we're going to see a pinch hitter.
I think that he really had great ideas of going to second base, Dick, because he charged so hard, and he slipped, lost his footing, but just reacted so fast and flipping the ball to first base. So it looks like Dreesen has come out.
Doug Flynn was on the on-deck circle, and as Sparky has done so many times during this World Series, he has put in a substitute
on-deck batter
for the on-deck batter.
He really specializes. Dreesen swings from the left side, and he's taking a lot of time because, as Dick said, Flynn was in the on-deck circle.
Was Crowley in there 3 times last night before he finally got a chance to hit?
Walk out there and you don't know what's happening. On at second base is Griffey. He's got good speed. Dreesen, a good hitter. When they talk about Dreesen, they don't talk about his glove or his speed. Got good speed, but he's got a great bat. And he's up there now with a tie-breaking run at second base. We're in the 9th inning, all tied at 3 apiece. Lynn in center field is straight away. Burton has his sign from Fisk. Dreesen waits. Here's the pitch. Swung on, a bouncing ball. Doyle at second base. Has it. Over to first in time. Moving on over to third is Griffey. On the first pitch, Dreesen bounces out. Doyle to Yastrzemski, and that brings up Pete Rose. Rose with 2 base hits tonight, 10 for the series. He got the big base hit in the 7th that tied it up.
Joe, I think of all the Cincinnati batters, and they've got a lot of good batters, that Jim Burton and the Red Sox would least like to see up there right now. That would be Pete Rose.
He is the battler, and Petrucelli's going to go in and say something to his young left-hander.
You know he's going to make contact. He's not the kind of pitcher you're going to fool or strike out. He's going to hit the ball somewhere, and he may hit it on the ground. And now Darrell Johnson is out of the Red Sox dugout to confer. He has had Reggie Cleveland in the bullpen. Of course, Rose is a switch hitter, and so Darrell's going to have to make a decision here.
Fisk is out there now joining in on the conference. Johnson is looking towards his bullpen, but I'm sure that he'll just ask a few questions, and the reaction and the answers that he gets from his young left-hander will dictate his move.
I'm sure a lot of the fans who are aware of the Red Sox pitching routines during the year may wonder why, say, a Dick Drago hasn't warmed up. And I think one thing fans may not realize, and of course as a player you did, fans may not know that maybe Drago's arm may be a little sore today. Maybe he can't do what he did last night. Maybe, and this is what they discussed with the pitching coach before the game, who can we call on and who we can't call on.
Exactly. Johnson has got that from his pitching coach, Stan Williams, and he makes his moves accordingly. Burton is going to stay in the game. Pete Rose is waiting. Griffey is on at third. There are 2 outs. We're at the top of the 9th. We're tied at 3 apiece. Burton is going to work off the stretch. Here's the pitch. It is low. 1 ball, no strikes. The outfield, Lynn, the key man, straight away. Evans not too deep. Burton delivers. Curveball is low, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Joe Morgan is the on-deck batter. Griffey a lead at third. Burton has a sign. 2-0 pitch on the way. Strike is called. The youngster went to a breaking ball, took something off his curveball, and Rose took it for strike 1.
Burton's a very quiet fellow. In fact, never says a word. just keeps to himself, and you never would think he's a ball player the way he acts sometimes.
He's a methodical worker, and here he comes. Low, ball 3, tried the same pitch. This time he missed low. He's been around the plate. Now finds himself with a count of 3-1 on Pete Rose. Crowd, edge of their seats. 3-1 pitch on the way. Strike is called. Every pitch a big one. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
Think this kind of experience is going to help Jim Burton next year?
Oh, boy. It is the full count. Top of the 9th, 2 outs. Griffey's at third. Burton is set at the belt. The pitch. Way high and outside. Ball 4. Rose draws the base on balls. I'm not so sure they wanted to pitch to Rose. And here comes Morgan. Morgan struck out in the first. He beat out a bunt in the 4th, flied to right in the 6th, and walked in the 7th. The second walk given up by Burton, and Fisk is now talking to Burton. Burleson joins in, and obviously they're setting up a defense against the double steal. There's good speed on the bases, especially at third. Griffey, Rose not that fast a runner, but a good base runner. Knows what to do. He's going to get caught in a rundown. All tied up, 3 apiece. Morgan waiting. Burton checks the runners. Here's the pitch. Outside. 1 ball, no strikes.
On deck for the Reds is Johnny Bench. And if Burton happens to lose Morgan, Reggie Cleveland's in the bullpen and was sure he'd come in to pitch against Bench.
Here's a pitch by Burton. Swung on, a foul tip. 1 ball, 1 strike. Morgan had a good cut.
Evans, of course, is wary of Joe Morgan's deceptive power. He is playing fairly deep in right field for Joe. The outfield is straight away. Miller now moves a bit to his left.
Doyle, the second baseman, is deep. Yastrzemski behind the runner Rose. Here's the pitch. Line drive left field. It is a foul ball. Foul ball by Joe Morgan. That ball was hit right on the nose.
You know, Joe, this is the first time I've ever heard 35,000 people hold their breath.
And that's exactly what they were doing, Dick. Dick Stockton, who broadcasts the Red Sox games sitting in, as Marty Brenneman went to the Reds clubhouse.
He has spent more time in that Reds clubhouse waiting for that champagne cork to pop, I'll tell you that.
He was there yesterday. And listen to this crowd. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Burton delivers to Morgan. Swung on and pulled foul past Sugar, the first base coach. Count remains at 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Burton has a pretty good fastball, but that's not his best pitch. He has a good, sharp-breaking curve, and I don't think you would want a real good fastball pitcher in there against Joe Morgan. He thrives on those kind of pitchers.
Lined the fastball hard down the left field line. It's foul. It's now 1 ball, 2 strikes. Burton backs off the rubber. Rose able to get a big lead at first, but he's holding. Morgan doesn't like to see runners run when he's hitting. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Little looper, center field. In fast is Lynn. It is going to drop a base hit. Cincinnati takes the lead. Rose is trying for third. The throw is not in time. And taking second is Morgan. Morgan hit that ball off the end of the bat. Lynn could not make the play. And the Cincinnati Reds score a run at the top of the 9th. And they lead 4-3 with Johnny Bench, the batter, and base runners at second and third. Morgan at second and Rose at third.
Freddie Lynn charged as fast as he could from center field. But he had no play on it. It was just one of those seeing-eye loopers that found an opening, fell in for the base hit, and, of course, everyone's been giving the Boston Red Sox credit, as well they deserve it, for coming back in so many World Series games. But let's give the Cincinnati Reds credit. They were trailing 3-0 going into the top of the 6th inning in a deciding game of this World Series, and now they have taken the lead for the first time. Darrell Johnson has already gone out to the mound, and Reggie Cleveland will come in to pitch to Johnny Bench. But the crowd is quieted considerably here as Joe Morgan has put the Cincinnati Reds in front here in the 9th inning with a single.
That's a pitch I'm sure the youngster Burton will be thinking about for a long, long time. He made a good pitch. The ball was hit off the end of the bat, and there was nothing that Lynn could do. He charged it hard. It dropped in front of him. It's 4-3 as we wait for Reggie Cleveland. These two clubs have battled and battled. Cincinnati with a run in the top of the ninth. They've taken a 4-3 lead. Reggie Cleveland walking in from the bullpen. Burton is leaving. McEnany has come in from the bullpen for the Cincinnati Reds.
Red Sox have 3 left-handed batters scheduled to hit in the last of the ninth. Rick Miller, Denny Doyle, and Carl Yastrzemski.
That's who it'll be as we look ahead to the bottom of the ninth. Cleveland taking his warm-up tosses. This has been some kind of series, Dick.
This has to be one of the greatest series of all time, Joe. We've seen exciting series that had wipeouts in the 7th game. We've seen World Series that haven't been that great until the 7th game when we've had an exciting ball game. But we've had this kind of a ball game throughout all of these games, with probably 2 games, Tiant's victory in game number 1 and Gullett's victory in game number 5, the only games in which one club really dominated.
The game last night, you couldn't figure that you could top that, and here we are in a ball game that hadn't had the dramatics, but certainly it's had the tension. Boston scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 3rd. Gullett was the starting pitcher for Cincinnati. The base on balls got to him, and then Tony Perez hit a 2-run homer off Lee in the 6th, and then a run in the 7th, tied it up, and here in the 9th inning, a base hit by Morgan has given the Cincinnati Reds a 4-3 lead. And now it's Reggie Cleveland against Johnny Bench. Rose is at 3rd. Joe Morgan is at 2nd base. There are 2 men out. Cleveland delivers to Bench. It's outside, ball 1. One ball, no strikes. Cleveland ready, delivers. Outside, ball 2. Bench is 0 for 4. He was on when Perez hit the home run in the 6th. 2 balls and no strikes. Cleveland delivers to Bench. Outside, ball 3. Bench takes a look at Grammas, and I got to believe he's got the green light. It's the 5th game for Reggie Cleveland. Here's the 3-0 pitch. Swing and a miss, and what a cut he had. He was going for it. Johnny Bench trying to add 3 more to the Cincinnati score. Went to work on a 3-0 pitch, but missed it. Cleveland ready. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Strike is called.
That's the 2nd time Johnny Bench was on his way to first. Last time he tossed his bat away before he was called back by home plate umpire Art France. He had already made his move to first, and now the count is full.
With 2 men out and base runners at 2nd and 3rd. Cleveland shakes off a sign, has the one he wants, and delivers to Johnny Bench. It's foul straight back. Crowd quiet right now. Bottom of the 9th, it'll be Miller, Doyle, and Yastrzemski for the Red Sox. They trail by 1. Cincinnati has taken a 4-3 lead.
And we might see a pinch hitter for Miller. Juan Beniquez is available. Doug Griffin, who was the top Red Sox pinch hitter this year.
McEnany looks like he's going to be the Cincinnati pitcher. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Bench. High, ball 4, the bases are loaded. And that brings up Tony Perez. Perez bounced out to the 3rd baseman in the 2nd, fly to right in the 4th, a 2-run homer in the 6th, and then he popped to the 3rd baseman Petrocelli in the 8th.
I think he's leading the series in runs batted in, and he hadn't had a hit for something like 14 or 15 times up before he hit those homers.
He's had 5 hits, 3 of them home runs. Cleveland delivers to Perez. Strike is called a fastball, a good one on the outside corner. Rose at 3rd, Morgan is at 2nd, Bench is at 1st. Cleveland ready, Perez waits, the pitch. Swing and a miss. A fastball. Perez did not have a good cut at that ball. Thought it might have been outside the strike zone. He asked the plate umpire Art Franz about it, who nods, no, that was a strike. I'd have called it if you had not swung at it. Cleveland ready. The 2-strike pitch on the way high and outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. George Foster, the on-deck batter.
And in the Cincinnati bullpen, Freddie Norman is throwing. Red Sox bullpen is quiet.
Bases loaded. Perez waiting. Cleveland, deliberate. Ready, the pitch. Outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. This is about as far as Cleveland would like to go. He wants a decision on the 2-2 pitch. He's still got a bit of an edge. When he goes to 3-2, he loses that edge. Perez waiting. Cleveland delivers. High fly ball, right field, near the line, but Evans is there, waiting, and makes the catch. Perez flies to Evans in right field. That ends the 9th inning, but the Reds score a run, and as we go into the bottom of the 9th, it's Cincinnati 4, Boston 3. In the bottom of the 9th, it'll be Will McEnany, the Cincinnati pitcher, and Juan Beniquez has come on to pinch hit for Rick Miller. Dick Stockton pointed it out, and that's the way it is. Beniquez will be the leadoff man here in the bottom of the 9th. Cincinnati 4, Boston 3. A whole season is now down to 3 outs.
And if Beniquez follows the pattern he has said most of the year, he will swing at the first pitch. He likes to swing at the first pitch, a good fastball hitter.
A first ball fastball hitter. Rose is in close to third. McEnany's ready. Here's the pitch. Started to swing, took it low, breaking ball. It's ball 1. McEnany, who has done such a job for Cincinnati all year long against Juan Beniquez. Here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled back. He had a good cut at a fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Art Franz dusts off the plate. Time is called now as a big balloon came onto the field. Usher grabbed it immediately and threw it into the Cincinnati bullpen. All set to go now. 1 ball, 1 strike. Beniquez waiting. A pitch by McEnany. Fly ball, right field. Griffey drifting back. Makes the play. There's 1 away. Beniquez hit the ball hard. Lines to Griffey in right field, and the batter is Denny Doyle. He's being called back, and Bob Montgomery has come out of the Red Sox dugout. Montgomery will be the pinch hitter for Doyle.
Bob Montgomery started the season behind the plate. Carlton Fisk, of course, was hurt in spring training, Joe, and he and Tim Blackwell handled most of the chores, or all of the chores, until Fisk got back. Montgomery was actually the club RBI leader in the first weeks of the season. He had 18 runs batted in the first month or so, hits to right and right center pretty well, and then wasn't used until perhaps the last few weeks of the season, and then he hit 2 home runs and started to get his batting eye again. So Montgomery may be a good hunch selection by Darrell Johnson.
It's his first appearance in this World Series, and he comes up in the bottom of the 9th inning. The Red Sox trailing by 1, 4-3, and 1 man out, nobody on. Rose guards the line at third. Foster's deep. Geronimo is straight away in center field, maybe a couple steps in right center. Perez guards the line at first. Bob Montgomery. Very personable guy. I tell you, every day he would stop in just to visit. Here's the pitch. Bouncing ball. Concepcion is short. Has it. There's the throw. There are 2 away. And now it's down to Carl Yastrzemski. And if there is such a thing as poetic justice, it would be Yastrzemski.
And a standing ovation for Carl.
He has done so much for so many years. His club trailing by a run. 2 men out. Nobody on. Morgan is deep at second base. The pitch by McEnany. Outside, ball one. One ball, no strikes. McEnany delivers to Yastrzemski. Low, ball two. 2-0 is the count. McEnany ready. Delivers 2-0 pitch. Strike is called, a fastball. Outfield is deep. They know that Yastrzemski is up there with one thing in mind. One swing to tie it up. McEnany ready. The pitch. Deep to center field, but it's going to be in the ballpark. Geronimo waiting. And that's it. Cincinnati defeats the Boston Red Sox by the score of 4-3. And look at those Cincinnati Reds as they greet McEnany, pile on the field. The crowd is stunned. They're standing. The youngsters trying to grab caps. They're trying to dig up the bases, but Cincinnati, the world champions.
And Joe, amidst all of the activity on the field, Johnny Bench and Don Zimmer shook hands, congratulating each other. The Cincinnati Reds have won the World Championship, and it's a title they surely deserve. They did not win in '61 when the Yankees won in 5 games. In 1970, the Orioles beat them in 5 games. The Mets upset the Reds in the '73 playoff, and then in 1974, the Cincinnati Reds were beaten by that wasn't 74, I think it was 72. The Reds were beaten by the Oakland A's in 7 games, and so this is their first World Championship since 1940, and it was an exciting World Series, and that really is an understatement. We will return with more World Series coverage after this message. Well, the baseball season is over, and it ended in grand style as the Cincinnati Reds, trailing 3-0 until the 6th inning, came back, a 2-run homer by Johnny Bench, tied the score, and then won it as Joe Morgan looped a base hit into center field in the 9th inning, and the Cincinnati Reds have defeated the Boston Red Sox 4-3 to capture what may be rated in history as perhaps the most exciting World Series in history, and that's saying a lot, winning 4-3, and the Reds have won their first World Series since 1940.
The winner is Clay Carroll, Dick. The loser was Jim Burton, a young left-hander. Pete Rose has been named the most valuable player of the series. And the National League wins after 3 losses in a row to Oakland. And the Red Sox fans, I must say, I don't know, they're stunned. I believe they're just stunned.
They're stunned, but I'll tell you something, Joe, and of course we salute the Reds. They won 108 games. They swept the Pirates in the championship series in the National League, and then held on, played good, smart ball, took advantage of just about every Red Sox mistake. But as the Red Sox broadcaster, I have to say that I'm awfully proud of the Boston Red Sox. No one expected them to go as far as they did.
Dick, down in the clubhouse, the Cincinnati clubhouse, is Tony Kubek, Marty Brenneman with Pete Rose. Let's pick it up.
The 9th inning is not going to run for us.
Pete, I wonder, what was it feeling in the dugout when we got behind quickly 3-0?
Well, Marty, it's a never-die club, you know, and the whole series it seems like it's been the ball club that jumps out in front. It's the one that doesn't win. And it looked bad there a while because the lead was pitching real well, but these guys didn't quit, Marty. Sparky kept revving us up in there, and the extra men tonight really, really stayed on everybody's case, and it was strictly a team effort. And I couldn't be happier, and all the money in the world and everything. This is the happiest moment of my life. I'm scared I'm going to have a coronary. I really.
Pete, congratulations. Here's Clay Carroll, and here's a man who did an outstanding job in relief, something that, got this Cincinnati Reds ball club here. Great relief pitching, and Hawk, one of your finest hours.
Thanks, Marty. I want to say this is for all the Cincinnati people, man. They've been behind us all year, and we finally gave it to them. I'm just so happy, man. I don't know what to say.
Tremendous World Series.
Thank you, Marty. It's great. We told Cincinnati before we left that they're going to be the champs. And we're the champs. Number 1.
Hawk, good luck and congratulations.
Thank you, Marty. I want some champagne.
Go get it. Here's Johnny Bench. And, John, a career that's been star-studded, every respect for you. It's got to be the biggest thrill of your career.
It is, Marty. I'm so excited. I really, and here's Bob Hauser who all made it all possible. And I'll tell you, It was just a complete effort. I've never wanted to win anything so bad, and the way we won it, I think, makes it even more exciting for us.
Could the fans in Cincinnati and Boston and around the world see better baseball in 7 games?
Not anywhere, and that's the brand of baseball that they're going to see all year when they come out and see baseball. And tonight was just one of them. Those fans are unbelievable out there. They get me going, and I'm not even on their side.
How about this Red Sox club?
Well, I think a little more than of them now. We didn't know what we were getting into, I believe, and we gave them credit, but I think we just looked at them and said they're a young club and they can't do the things, but they sure did.
John, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Here's a man who put this ball club together, and I know that one thing that you, Bob Howsam, wanted more than anything else is a World's Championship. Here's the chairman of the board of the Cincinnati Reds, Louis Nippert, and Bob, it's got to be a tremendous thrill.
Well, this is the greatest thrill I've ever had, and we've waited a long time for it, Marty, as you know, and it was a great game and a team effort by everybody. I couldn't be happier.
Things looked a little bleak out there for a while, didn't it?
That's right, but our club has always come back, as you know, this year, and they did it. They played a great club. Boston really was a tremendous club, and I take my hat off to them because they couldn't have been better. There's 2 great clubs played.
Can you pinpoint a key to this season for the Reds?
Well, I think we would have to go back to the shift that we made where we brought Pete in and Foster went to left field, which kind of gelled our club. But the key was 25 men out there doing their job, and Sparky and his coaches doing an outstanding job on the field and running it.
Bob, congratulations.
All right, some of the words from the Cincinnati Reds clubhouse, a victorious clubhouse tonight. Bob Howsam, their very fine president, who has just signed a new 5-year contract, Johnny Bench, Clay Carroll, and some of the others, Pete Rose as well. The Cincinnati Reds, the big red machine, finally did it this year, and they had to hold off an underrated Boston Red Sox club, a team that was not picked higher than 3rd in preseason ratings by the experts. The Red Sox foiled everybody's preseason predictions. They held off the Baltimore Orioles, who were putting relentless pressure on the Red Sox in the final months of the year, won the division race with just a couple of days to go. Then against the 3-time world champion Oakland A's, swept Oakland. And then, of course, in this memorable World Series, a series that had everything, and believe me, they'll be talking about the 1975 World Series forever. No question about it. You talk about 1960, Mazeroski's homer that gave the Pirates a victory, and all of the great world championships of the past. This one rates with it and perhaps a little bit more. 4-3, the Cincinnati Reds, trailing 3-0 as the Red Sox were trailing last night, rally to win. Both teams were superb. Cincinnati has won the world championship. This is Dick Stockton for Joe Garagiola saying that we will return with more World Series coverage after this message.
Broadcast has been authorized under broadcast rights granted by the Commissioner of Baseball solely for the entertainment of our listening audience. Any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express consent of the Commissioner of Baseball is prohibited, and the Commissioner of Baseball has a right of approval of the announcers of this event. The 1975 World Series has been brought to you by your local John Hancock Life Insurance agent. O.M. Scott, makers of Turf Builder and other fine lawn care products. The Gillette Track 2 shaving system, the closest thing to a perfect shave. And by your Chrysler Plymouth dealers, who invite you to see Cordoba for 76, the small Chrysler. The World Series was produced by Joe Michaels, executive producer Jeff Culliver, engineered by Bob Lamusio, studio engineer Jose Andera, associate director Bill Malcolm, and production assistants Dorothy Forsenius and Lillian McNaughton. This has been an NBC Radio Network sports presentation.